This is a clear violation of scientific ethics and could have severe consequences for the stability of our reserves.
Scene 2. Meanwhile, a titanium expert, Dr. John Doe, is also investigating strange discrepancies in the titanium samples. He suspects that the same prankster may be responsible for the irregularities in the titanium reserve.
Dr. John Doe, the titanium levels in this sample are markedly different from our previous records. I highly doubt that these results are accurate. We need to investigate further to rule out any foul play.
Scene 3. As both experts collaborate to solve this mystery, the prankster strikes again and transports them back in time to the early 20th century. They find themselves in the middle of a bustling marketplace, surrounded by endive vendors.
Dr. Jane Smith, this is incredible. We've been transported back in time. But what does this have to do with the thulium and titanium reserves?
Dr. John Doe, I have a feeling that it is in this marketplace that the prankster is manipulating our samples. We need to find them and put a stop to this.
Scene 4. The experts search the marketplace for the prankster and finally catch a glimpse of them. They run after the prankster and find themselves in a time machine disguised as a banana cart.
Dr. Jane Smith, this is amazing. The time-traveling prankster used a banana cart as their disguise. It's quite ingenious.
Dr. John Doe, but we still need to stop them from tampering with our reserves, or it could have dire consequences for our future.
Scene 5. The experts confront the prankster in the time machine and try to reason with them. However, they realize that the prankster is actually a rogue scientist, trying to create a new element using thulium, titanium, and endive.
Dr. Jane Smith, this is outrageous. You cannot create a new element using our resources without proper authorization. It could have catastrophic effects on our environment and our society.
Dr. John Doe, we need to stop them immediately and bring him to justice.
Scene 6. The experts manage to stop the rogue scientist and bring them back to the present time. They turn them over to the authorities, who put them on trial for their actions.
Epilogue. The thulium and titanium reserves are stabilized, and the experts learn more about the dangers of time-traveling pranks. They vow to be more vigilant and prevent any further tampering of their reserves.
Dr. Jane Smith, this was quite the adventure. We never expected to be transported back in time or to confront a rogue scientist. But we learned an important lesson, that we must always be on guard to protect our resources and prevent any misuse of them.
Dr. John Doe, indeed. Science is a powerful tool, but it must always be used responsibly and ethically. Let us continue to uphold the values of our profession and safeguard our planet's resources.
Episode title: The Shrimp Scampi Eldritch Portal Chaos.
Plot summary. Rick finds a death note at the local Dimensions dollar store and decides to mess with fate, causing unintended consequences that lead to a plate of shrimp scampi becoming a source of eldritch chaos.
Scene 1.
Morty, we're going to the dollar store. I need a new pen.
Why do you need a pen from the dollar store?
I found a death note and I need to write some names in it.
Scene 2.
Dad, what's that smell?
That's just my latest experiment, Beth.
Is that a plate of shrimp scampi with a knife and fork?
Yes, Summer. Behold the power of my latest creation.
Scene 3.
Rick, what did you write in that death note?
Just a few names, Morty. Nothing to worry about.
Dad, why is the shrimp scampi glowing?
And why is there a strange portal opening up above the plate?
Scene 4.
Oh no, Morty. It looks like I've accidentally summoned an eldritch horror.
An eldritch horror?
Yes, Morty. An ancient being of chaos and destruction that feeds on shrimp scampi.
Scene 5.
What are we going to do, Rick?
We need to lure it back into the death note. But we need something that will distract it long enough.
Scene 6.
What about this old cookbook I found in the attic? It has a recipe for the ultimate shrimp scampi.
Brilliant, Beth. That should do the trick.
Scene 7.
Alright, Morty, you distract the eldritch horror with the shrimp scampi recipe while me and the girls get ready to trap it in the death note.
This is insane, Rick.
That's why it's brilliant, Morty.
Scene 8.
Hurry, Rick. It's almost here.
I think I've got it.
Alright, Summer, now.
Scene 9.
We did it. We trapped the eldritch horror and saved the world from shrimp scampi-induced chaos.
I don't know how we keep getting into these situations, Rick.
That's just the way the multiverse works, Morty.
Scene 10.
Well, at least we have some delicious shrimp scampi to celebrate.
Yeah, I'm starving.
I think I'll pass, but you guys go ahead. I prefer my meals to not open up portals to other dimensions.
End of episode.
Title: Quantum Probability and Game Theory, a case study on Ultimate Texas Hold'em.
Abstract. In this study, we explore the intersection of quantum probability and game theory through a case study of Ultimate Texas Hold'em, a popular poker game. Through a semi-structured interview with George Clooney, a celebrity known for his love of poker and philanthropy, we analyze the strategies and decision-making processes involved in playing the game. Additionally, we integrate our findings with a literature review on the role of vanadium in quantum mechanics and its potential applications in game theory.
Introductory scene.
3 men are sitting at a table playing Ultimate Texas Hold'em. The camera pans to George Clooney, who is known for his love of the game. He is wearing a black jacket and is studying his cards intently. Suddenly, a 4th man approaches the table and takes a seat.
John. Hey guys, sorry I'm late. What did I miss?
George. Smarks, a chance to lose your money.
Tom. Shuckles. Don't be too sure about that, George.
Narrator. In this scene, we see the classic game of Ultimate Texas Hold'em being played by 4 individuals, including George Clooney. The game involves complex decision-making processes and strategic maneuvers, making it an ideal case study for exploring the intersection of quantum probability and game theory.
Interview scene.
George Clooney is being interviewed by a researcher in a lab setting.
Researcher. George, can you walk us through your decision-making process when playing Ultimate Texas Hold'em?
George, of course. The first thing I do is analyze my hand and the community cards on the table. Based on this information, I try to determine the probability of getting a winning hand.
Researcher, have you ever considered using quantum probability in your analysis?
George, looks puzzled. Quantum probability? I'm not familiar with that term.
Researcher, it's a relatively new branch of mathematics that incorporates concepts from quantum mechanics into probability theory. It has potential applications in game theory.
George leans forward. That's fascinating. Please continue.
Narrator. In this scene, we see George Clooney exploring the idea of quantum probability and its potential applications in game theory. This sets the stage for integrating our findings with a literature review on vanadium and its role in quantum mechanics.
Literature review scene.
Researchers are reviewing articles and textbooks on vanadium and quantum mechanics.
Researcher 1. Vanadium has unique electronic properties that make it an ideal material for quantum computing and sensing applications.
Researcher 2. In particular, vanadium has strong spin coupling properties that allow for efficient transfer of information between quantum systems.
Narrator. In this scene, we see researchers reviewing literature on the potential uses of vanadium in quantum mechanics. The unique properties of this element make it a promising material for developing quantum computing and sensing technologies.
Conclusion scene.
George Clooney is back at the poker table with the 3 other players, including the newcomer in the black jacket.
All right, let's get back to playing.
The game proceeds as usual, with George and the other players making strategic moves and decisions. Narrator. In this scene, we see George putting his newfound knowledge of quantum probability to use in the game of Ultimate Texas Hold'em. The game serves as a microcosm for the complex decision-making processes involved in game theory, making it an ideal case study for exploring the intersection of quantum physics and probability theory.
Title: The Multi-Dimensional Tiger.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty travel to a multi-dimensional fashion week where the theme is zombie and meet Halsey, who is competing in a fashion show. While there, they discover a new type of blue rings, which can create a portal to a parallel universe. They use this to enter a universe where tigers are the dominant species and have developed the ability to create advanced art, but only art of other tigers, creating an infinite loop of tiger pictures within tiger pictures.
Morty, I've been itching to check out this multi-dimensional fashion week. It's where fashion meets science.
Fashion? But you said you don't like clothes.
Beefed. Who said anything about clothes, Morty? I'm here for the technology. Just check out these new blue rings I got. They create a portal to a parallel universe.
Halsey. Hey guys, I'm here too. I'm in the fashion show, you know.
Oh right, the pop star. What's your deal anyways? Why do people like you?
Halsey. Because I make good music?
Ah, that can't be it. Anyways, let's go check out these rings. Who knows where they'll take us?
The trio jumps into a portal created by the blue rings.
Wow, look at all these tigers walking on 2 legs, talking and making art. But why is all the art just pictures of other tigers?
Ah, the infinite loop of tiger pictures. Classic tiger humor.
Tiger, hey, watch who you're calling humor. Our art is sophisticated.
Wait, why are we even here? Don't we have to stop something or save the world?
Morty, you're missing the bigger picture here. We're in a universe where tigers can make art. Who knows what other crazy stuff we might find on our next adventure?
The group leaves the tiger universe and returns to the zombie fashion week, where they watch Halsey take the runway dressed in a zombie-like outfit.
Halsey, how do I look, guys?
I don't know, Morty, but I'm feeling pretty undead inside after that tiger universe trip. Let's get out of here before I start craving brains.
Title: The Vampire Beauty Pageant Catastrophe.
Rick, Morty, and Summer Smith find themselves transported to an alternate dimension where the laws of physics are different, and everything operates on a different wavelength. In this dimension, they come across a woman with a book in her hands and a demon on her head, reading a book in front of a dark sky. Upon approaching her, they discover that the book is an intricate code, detailing a universal algorithm that could potentially solve all the world's problems. Rick, fascinated by the possibilities, convinces the woman to come with them back to their original dimension to develop the algorithm further. However, upon arrival back home, they discover that the demon on her head has transferred to Morty's and is causing them all sorts of problems. As they struggle to figure out how to remove the demon, they stumble upon an ad for a vampire beauty pageant hosted by the rumormonger, a notorious gossip who has been spreading rumors about Rick and his past exploits. Morty, enthralled with the idea of vampires, convinces Rick and Summer to enter him into the contest. Rick, using his scientific knowledge, invents a device that allows Morty to enchant the judges with his vampiric powers, and soon Morty becomes the talk of the town. However, things take a turn for the worse when Morty's power-hungry desires threaten to cause chaos. Meanwhile, Summer joins a haunted book club and becomes embroiled in a series of terrifying rituals that include cholecystectomy and other bizarre experiments. As the night wears on, the group discovers that the club's leader is none other than the rumormonger, who has been attempting to gain access to the algorithm in the woman's book the entire time. As chaos ensues in the vampire beauty pageant and Summer narrowly escapes from the haunted book club, Rick and Morty finally devise a plan to remove the demon from Morty's head. After a frantic and hilarious battle, they finally succeed, and the demon is expelled back to its original dimension. As the episode concludes, Dua Lipa arrives on the scene, praising Morty for his vampire performance, and Rick, Summer, and Morty all celebrate their victory. However, as the credits roll, the woman with the book appears on screen, revealing a shocking twist that sets the stage for the next episode.
Morty, you want to be a vampire? I can make that happen, but it's going to require a bit of science and a lot of blood.
I don't know, Rick, that sounds kinda scary.
Hey, guys, check out this haunted book club I found. It's supposed to be super spooky.
Rumormonger. Oh, Rick, I've heard all about your exploits. I'd love to get my hands on that algorithm you have in that book.
Woman with book, you think you've won? The game has only just begun. Dua Lipa, Morty, darling, that was simply exquisite. I can't wait to see what you do next.
Title: The Neural Corridor, A Journey Through the Large Intestine. Synopsis: In this episode of Ancients, Stargate SG-1, the team explores the neural corridors of the large intestine. As they make their way through the intricate network of neurons, they come across a train tunnel and a man standing in the doorway. The man seems to be lost and disoriented, but upon closer inspection, the team realizes that he is suffering from a rare brain disorder known as craniotomy.
Dr. Jackson, it appears that the man is experiencing a disruption in his neural pathways, causing his perception of reality to be altered.
Dr. Carter, perhaps we can use our knowledge of the large intestine's neural network to help him navigate through his disorder and regain control of his faculties.
As the team begins to guide the man through the tunnel, they encounter a series of obstacles and challenges caused by his condition. However, with their collective knowledge, title of the episode, Mind-Bending Reality Warps on a Futuristic Space Station. The episode opens with a cinematic shot of a futuristic space station with a robot and a spaceship in the background. The camera zooms in on a man standing in front of the spaceship. The man is identified as Prince Nebulon, a renowned space explorer and a brilliant scientist.
Prince Nebulon. Greetings, dear viewers. Today, we embark on a journey to explore the mysteries of the universe.
As Prince Nebulon enters the station, a strange energy field appears, distorting the reality around him. Suddenly, the environment around him transforms, and he finds himself in a completely different world.
Prince Nebulon. Fascinating. This must be the work of mind-bending reality warps.
Prince Nebulon proceeds to explore the bizarre reality, encountering strange creatures and objects. He analyzes the physics of the new environment, noting that the laws of reality seem to be bending to a new set of rules determined by the mind-bending reality warps. As Prince Nebulon continues to explore, he comes across a group of stranded aliens who are trapped in the same reality warp. He uses his scientific knowledge to analyze the warp and create a way to break free from the warped reality.
Prince Nebulon. By utilizing the principles of quantum mechanics, I have devised a way to create a controlled implosion that will disrupt the mind-bending reality warps.
Prince Nebulon successfully executes his plan, and the energy field dissipates, returning the aliens and Prince Nebulon to their original reality.
Prince Nebulon. This was an extraordinary experience. The mind-bending reality warps give us a glimpse into the strange and fascinating possibilities of the universe.
The episode concludes with Prince Nebulon boarding his spaceship and setting off for his next voyage of scientific exploration. Title: The Ytterbium Tractor Conundrum. Opening shot of a large field with a tractor in the middle of it, with the sky background. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are standing near the tractor.
Morty, Jerry, we've got a ytterbium tractor situation in our hands. This sucker is emitting some serious levels of radiation.
Geez, Rick, what's the deal with ytterbium anyway?
Ytterbium is a rare earth element with atomic number 70, Morty. It has unique properties that make it useful in sensors, lasers, and nuclear medicine. But this tractor is contaminated with it, and that's not good.
Well, can't we just get rid of the tractor or something?
No, Jerry, it's not that simple. We need to contain the contamination and dispose of it properly. But let's get this tractor out of the field first.
Morty gets on the tractor and tries to start it, but it won't budge.
Rick, the tractor's not starting. What do we do?
Well, Morty, the ytterbium contamination must have affected the engine. We'll have to fix it from the inside, but we need to do it quickly before the contamination spreads.
Cut to a scene of Rick and Morty inside the tractor, with Beth watching from the outside.
Are you guys sure you know what you're doing?
Of course, Beth, we're scientists. We know everything.
Rick, I think I found the problem. There's a ytterbium crystal fused to the engine.
Good eye, Morty. We need to remove that crystal before it causes a chain reaction.
They attempt to remove the crystal, but it's too tightly fused.
Okay, looks like we're going to have to improvise. Morty, give me that bubble gum.
Morty hands Rick a piece of bubble gum, and Rick uses it to create a makeshift explosive device. He throws it at the crystal, and it explodes, sending them flying out of the tractor. Are you guys okay? What happened?
We did it, Jerry. We removed the ytterbium contamination and fixed the engine. Now we just need to dispose of the tractor properly.
Well, can't we just take it to the dump?
No, Beth, we can't just dispose of radioactive material in a landfill. We need to find a specialized facility to handle it.
Hey, Rick, I have an idea. What if we just shoot it into space?
Morty, that's actually a pretty good idea. We'll need to build a specialized container for it, but I think we can do it.
Cut to a scene of the team launching the tractor into space with a custom container. That was an adventure. I hope we don't have to deal with the ytterbium tractors again.
Oh, Jerry, you never know what kind of crazy sci-fi adventures we'll get into next. The group laughs as the camera pans out to show the tractor floating away in space.
Title: The Cyborg Assassin Uprising and Alien Love Affairs.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty standing in front of a building with a clock tower in the background, accompanied by Beth and Summer. They are joined by a group of anime characters, including Asuka, Langley, Soryu, and Michaels.
Alright, listen up, Anime Brigade. We're dealing with a cyborg assassin uprising.
Wait, cyborg assassins? Like in that one anime with the...
Shut up, Summer. This isn't some otaku wet dream. These things are dangerous.
I don't know, Rick. Maybe we should try talking to them first.
Yeah, diplomacy is always the best approach.
Diplomacy? You sound like a goddamn dean of intergalactic relations. Fine, we'll try your peaceful bullshit.
As the group approaches the cyborg assassins, they are ambushed by a dating show hosted by an alien race obsessed with red bell peppers.
Alien host, welcome to Alien Love Affairs, where we find love in the strangest of places. Today, we have a special guest, Alan Rails.
Alan Rails, skeptical, hello?
The group is split up and forced to compete in various challenges to win the affections of their assigned cyborg assassin partner. Asuka Langley Soryu is paired with Morty's cyborg assassin, causing jealousy from Morty.
Hey, who's this metal man? And why is he keeping Asuka from me?
As the competition progresses, Rick discovers the alien host is actually in cahoots with the cyborg assassins and is using the dating show as a cover-up for their uprising.
Guys, I knew it all along. You can never trust a pepper-loving alien.
The group rallies together and successfully stops the cyborg assassin uprising, and Morty finally gets his chance to talk to Asuka.
So, you want to grab some mega seats or something sometime?
Asuka, smiling. Sure, Morty. I'd like that.
The group leaves the alien planet, satisfied with their victory over the cyborg assassins and Morty's newfound romance.
Smirks, and that, Morty, is how you score a date with a manga babe.
Blushing, shut up, Rick. Just shut up.
Title: The Paradoxical Phone Dilemma.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the lab, tinkering with their scientific equipment and cracking jokes about the latest internet memes. Suddenly, Rick receives a distress signal from a parallel universe, alerting him to a new scientific discovery they've made. Excited to learn more about what could be a breakthrough in the field, Rick and Morty set their sights on traveling to this alternate dimension. Upon arrival, they find themselves in a dimly lit room, with a man sitting at a table with two phones in his hands and a woman standing behind him. The man introduces himself as Tfue, a renowned scientist who has spent his entire career studying the phenomenon of phone paradoxes. Intrigued by the concept, Rick and Morty begin to delve deeper into Tfue's research, questioning him and exchanging theories on the matter. As the conversation deepens, Rick becomes increasingly impatient with Tfue's lack of progress in unraveling the paradoxical nature of the phones. Morty, on the other hand, is fascinated by the intricate and seemingly endless loop of contradictions that they are uncovering. The woman standing behind Tfue, who goes by the name of The Office, attempts to keep the peace between the two scientists, but to no avail. Amidst the heated discussion, Hi-Lo, a mischievous entity that appears to operate outside the laws of time and space, materializes in the room. Hi-Lo begins to taunt Rick and Morty with enigmatic clues and riddles, sending them into a frenzied state of confusion. As the trio attempts to figure out the mysterious entity's motivations, they find themselves sucked into a vortex of swirling colors and sounds. Through sheer perseverance and a little bit of luck, Rick and Morty manage to locate the source of Hi-Lo's power, discovering that it is an anomaly in the very fabric of space-time itself. Utilizing their scientific knowledge and quick thinking, they manage to harness the power of Hi-Lo, unlocking a new realm of infinite potential and creation. Through their journey into the paradoxical world of phones, Rick and Morty come to understand the true value of scientific inquiry and open-mindedness. As they travel back to their own dimension, they are left with a new appreciation for the mysterious and unpredictable nature of the universe and the potential it holds for those who are willing to explore it.
Dialogue.
So let me get this straight. You're telling me that these two phones exist simultaneously in two different universes, but they're also the same phone?
Ifu. Yes, that's exactly it. It creates a paradoxical feedback loop that can only be resolved through quantum entanglement.
Wow, that's insane. I think I'm starting to get it, but it's like my brain can't quite wrap around it.
The office. Gentlemen, please. Let's try to keep the discussion civilized.
Civilized? Tifu's been sitting on this discovery for how long, and he still hasn't cracked the code. It's a waste of time.
Ifu. Excuse me, but this is not some trivial matter. The implications of a phone paradox go far beyond what you can comprehend.
Hello, if you in your petty squabbles, you think you can outsmart the universe? I'll show you how it's done.
What the heck is that thing? It's like a crazy jester crossed with a time traveler.
I don't know, Morty, but we're about to find out. Hold on tight.
Title: The Canine Conundrum, a hyperspace travel discovery.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty discover two dogs staring at each other with red eyes and long hair in front of a calendar with the date of the year. Rick whispers to Morty, "Looks like these pups discovered something out of this world."
Act 1.
Rick and Morty decide to investigate these strange dogs and discover they are English Springer Spaniels from a parallel universe. Rick theorizes that their red eyes and long hair are a result of hyperspace travel and the dogs are in a state of shock.
It's like they've seen things that even I couldn't imagine. Act 2.
As they try to communicate with the dogs, they discover a hidden salad bar in the parallel universe. Rick and Morty indulge in the different types of salads, but soon realize that eating too much can cause embarrassing family moments.
I don't feel so good, Rick. I think I ate too much salad.
You just had to try the space croutons, didn't you? Act 3.
While recovering from their embarrassing salad moment, Rick and Morty notice a poster for Star Wars, Episode 4, A New Hope, Luke Skywalker. They soon realize that the parallel universe has a different version of the classic film, where Luke Skywalker is actually a dog.
This is outrageous. The Star Wars franchise has gone to the dogs, literally.
I just can't wrap my head around it, Rick. How can Luke use a lightsaber with paws?
Conclusion.
After their adventure in the parallel universe, Rick and Morty return home and reflect on the strange events they encountered.
The universe is a crazy place, Morty. But at least we didn't accidentally turn ourselves into dogs this time.
Yeah, I don't think I could handle being Luke Skywalker with paws.
Title: The Neurological Experiment of Moth Neck Swimming.
The episode begins with Rick conducting a neurological experiment on two moths in the middle of a blue background. One moth is yellow and the other is black. Neck swimming is the phenomenon where moths move their heads in a swimming-like motion.
Morty, I've discovered the neurological basis for moth neck swimming.
Okay, Rick, but what's the point?
The point, Morty, the point is science. I'm going to unlock the secrets of the moth's neurological system.
The experiment begins as Rick fires up a complex neuroimaging machine.
The moths are placed in a small tank of water and electrodes are attached to their heads to monitor their brain activity.
Now, watch closely, Morty. We're going to stimulate the neuronal pathways in the moth brain responsible for neck swimming.
Oh, I can't even begin to wrap my head around this.
As Rick begins the stimulation, The moths start to swim their necks with incredible speed and agility. Suddenly, the yellow moth breaks free from its restraints and flies towards a nearby light bulb.
Oh no, Morty. The yellow moth has become attracted to the light. We need to catch it before it gets too close.
What do we do?
Follow my lead, Morty.
What follows is a wild and crazy chase through the lab as Rick and Morty pursue the yellow moth. They narrowly dodge a swarm of robotic bees, navigate through a floating interdimensional portal, and even face off against a giant disembodied head.
All this for a stupid moth?
Stupid, you just don't appreciate the wonders of science, Morty.
Finally, they catch the yellow moth and return it to the tank. Rick continues to analyze the neural data, excitedly jotting down notes and muttering to himself.
Amazing, Morty, simply amazing. I've never seen neural pathways behave in such a way before. This data is going to be groundbreaking.
Yeah, groundbreaking. We almost got killed by a giant floating head for a moth.
Ah, Morty, you always miss the big picture.
Title: The Interdimensional Voyage of Rick and Morty with Jim Preston, Aurora Lane, Mark Zuckerberg, and Ichigo Kurosaki.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and their unusual companions embark on an interdimensional voyage that takes them on a hilarious and adventurous journey full of scientific PhD university terms and random jokes.
Act 1.
Rick demonstrates his new invention that can teleport them to any dimension they want. Morty is hesitant at first, but Rick convinces him to try it out.
Morty, this invention can take us anywhere in the multiverse. It's a scientific PhD university-level teleportation device that can transport us to dimensions beyond our comprehension.
I don't know, Rick, this seems dangerous.
Don't be a wuss, Morty. Let's give it a go.
Act 2.
The group teleports to a dimension where they encounter Jim and Aurora, who were stranded in space for decades in the movie Passengers.
Jim. Whoa, who are you guys? We're interdimensional travelers, mate. We've come to rescue you and your lovely lady friend.
Aurora, thank you so much. We thought we were going to die out here.
No problem. We're always happy to help stranded passengers in distress.
Act 3.
The group then teleports to a dimension where they bump into Mark Zuckerberg, who is experimenting with some groundbreaking technology.
Zuckerberg, hey, guys. You are just in time to witness my latest invention. It's a neural link that connects humans to technology.
Oh, really? That's cool. But we've seen cooler things in dimensions beyond your imagination, Zuckerberg.
Yeah, like a dimension where everyone is a pickle. Pickle Rick.
The group then laughs uncontrollably, including Zuckerberg.
Act 4.
The group then teleports to a dimension where they meet Ichigo Kurosaki, a Shinigami from the anime Bleach.
Ichigo, who are you guys?
We're interdimensional travelers.
Yeah, and we've been to dimensions where things are much weirder than this.
Ichigo, really?
Oh, yeah, in one dimension, I turned myself into a potato Rick.
The group then laughs hysterically, including Ichigo.
Act 5.
The group then teleports to a random dimension where they encounter a man with a green hat and a black shirt on a card with a picture of him in the middle.
Whoa, who are you?
Man, I'm just a picture on the card. Man, what's going on?
I don't know, Rick. This seems like a trap.
Ah, Morty, I've seen weirder things than this. Watch this.
Rick then turns himself into a picture on a card, and the group laughs.
Belong.
The group then teleports back to their own dimension, and Rick and Morty bid their goodbyes to their unusual companions.
Well, that was a wild ride. See you guys in another dimension.
Yeah, thanks for the memories.
Jim. Thanks for saving us, guys.
Aurora, bye.
Zuckerberg, that was fun. See you, guys.
Chigo, until we meet again.
The group laughs, and Rick and Morty teleport off into the unknown.
Title: Chaotic Entanglement Experiment.
Synopsis. The episode starts with Rick and Morty examining a comic book, The Demonic Deception, featuring a man in a black suit and a demon on the cover. Rick deduces that the book contains an ancient spell, which can summon a demon, and offers Morty to explore that.
Morty, looks like we have a scientific expedition on our hands. This comic book contains an arcane spell that can summon demons. Let's extract some chaotic energy.
Oh, geez, Rick. Are you sure that's safe?
Safe, Morty. Science isn't safe, but it's always worth exploring. We'll need to create a tortuous labyrinth escape to ensure our safety.
Morty sets up the labyrinth while Rick prepares the summoning spell. As soon as the spell is complete, a demon appears and chaos ensues. The demon starts running through the labyrinth, breaking down walls and destroying everything in its path.
Rick, the demon is rampaging through the labyrinth. What do we do?
Quick, Morty. We'll need to use some advanced arterial analysis techniques to reroute the demon's energy and restore equilibrium.
Morty manages to reroute the energy, but an invisible man suddenly appears, drawn to the chaos. Rick decides to photograph him for scientific analysis, but inadvertently captures a group of sci-fi cosplayers sneaking up behind them.
Damn it, Morty. These sci-fi cosplayers are ruining our research. Time to show them the consequences of trespassing on scientific ground.
The resulting fight causes Rihanna, who was visiting the lab, to join forces with Rick and Morty to defeat the cosplayers.
Rihanna, this is insane. You guys have managed to turn the lab into a war zone. I'm in.
The episode culminates in a chaotic battle between Rick, Morty, Rihanna, and the cosplayers, resulting in the destruction of the laboratory. In the end, they all sit on the debris and bask in their destructive glory.
Rick, what did we even learn from all of that?
Sometimes, Morty, science is just chaos and destruction. But hey, at least we had some fun.
Title: Craniosacral Therapy and the Demon Skull.
In this episode, our team investigates a peculiar skull with horns and a demon face with blue eyes and horns on its head. The skull is of significant interest due to its unique physical features, including its purple hair and blue eyes. To further investigate this specimen, the team decides to examine the skull using craniosacral therapy techniques. Craniosacral therapy, CST, is a hands-on approach to alleviate physical and emotional tension by releasing pressure in the craniosacral system. During the therapy session, the team observed that the skull's craniosacral rhythm appeared disrupted, which could be attributed to its unique physical features. The team then proceeded to apply gentle pressure to release any tension in the skull. As the therapy progressed, the skull's demon face with blue eyes and horns began to glow, indicating an unknown reaction. Suddenly, the skull vanished, and the team found themselves transported to a different location. In the new location, the team encountered the boys, who welcomed them and led them to PewDiePie, who was also investigating the skull. The team then discovered that the skull had a connection with a mystical fly, which had the power to transport individuals through time and space. The team then joined forces with PewDiePie and the boys to retrieve the mystical fly, as it was the only way to bring the skull back. As the team successfully retrieved the fly, the skull reappeared, and the team quickly resumed the craniosacral therapy session. After the therapy session, The team noticed that the skull's unique physical features had subsided, and its craniosacral rhythm was now regular. The team concluded that the therapy had a positive impact on the skull's physical features and well-being. Overall, this episode explored the scientific principles of craniosacral therapy and its potential to impact physical and emotional well-being. The team also investigated the connection between the demon skull, mystical fly, and the role of collaboration in problem-solving. Episode title: The Submarine Mutiny Standoff. In this episode, a complex and exhilarating scenario unfolds, involving a woman with blonde hair and a black dress and red lipstick on her face, whom we identify as Kate Winslet, and a man in a suit behind her. The scene opens with Winslet and the man in the suit enjoying a delectable Whataburger. It is evident from the way Winslet savors the meal that she finds it extremely appetizing. Meanwhile, Jerry Seinfeld approaches the pair as they converse amicably. The plot thickens as it is revealed that there is a situation of submarine mutiny standoff that is unfolding in the middle of the ocean, waiting to be resolved. Winslet, who is a highly skilled negotiator, is called upon by the authorities to help resolve the standoff. The remainder of the episode plays out like a thriller as Winslet and her team attempt to navigate the treacherous waters surrounding the mutiny. The man in the suit, who is revealed to be Winslet's trusted associate, provides her with vital information and support throughout the ordeal. Seinfeld, in his quintessentially comedic role, adds lightheartedness to the tense proceedings while also providing some critical insights that assist Winslet. As the conflict intensifies, Winslet's expertise in negotiation is put to the test, and she must employ all her skills in resolving the matter peacefully. Eventually, through her astute maneuvering, she brings about a successful resolution, which averts what could have proved to be a disastrous outcome. Through this episode, we are reminded of the vital role that skilled negotiators play in the prevention of catastrophic events. The complexities of the situation are expertly navigated by Winslet, who emerges as the hero in this riveting tale.
Title: Interdimensional Tomb Raiders.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and his family begin their exploration of a cursed tomb in an alternate reality, hoping to obtain a valuable artifact hidden deep inside. Joining them on the mission is Ryuko Matoi, a seasoned interdimensional warrior with green hair, and a man with black hair in a robot suit. As they navigate through the dangerous traps and puzzles of the tomb, they stumble upon another group of tomb raiders led by none other than Angelina Jolie, a renowned actress and explorer from a different dimension. Rick and Angelina engage in a battle of wits and technology, each attempting to outsmart and sabotage the other group's progress. Meanwhile, Morty and Jerry get lost in a maze and encounter an eccentric astronomer with green hair who claims to have discovered the secret to eternal youth. Amidst the chaos and hilarity, the group realizes that the valuable artifact they were seeking was a mere decoy, planted by the tomb's original builders as a prank. Disappointed yet amused, they exit the tomb and continue on their wild interdimensional adventures.
Dialogue.
Alright, listen up idiots. We're in a cursed tomb. Stick to my plan and we might just make it out alive.
Uko, I know my way around these types of tombs. Let me take the lead.
Angelina, how about we work together? I have resources that could benefit us both.
Yeah, no thanks. I don't team up with amateurs.
Rick, I don't feel so good. Maybe we should turn back?
Yeah, I don't want to end up like that guy who turned into a mummy.
Green-haired astronomer. Fear not, young ones. I have discovered the secret to eternal youth. Allow me to demonstrate.
Proceeds to chug an unidentifiable fluid from a flask.
Let's keep moving.
Robot man. I detect a hidden chamber ahead. Shall we proceed?
Attaboy. Let's see what we're dealing with.
Trapdoor opens. Group falls into a pit.
Uko, this could have been avoided if you had let me handle this.
Angelina, you're one to talk. Your team couldn't even solve that riddle back there.
Enough bickering. We need to.
Morty and Jerry walk out of a nearby portal.
You guys won't believe who we ran into in that maze.
He claimed to have discovered the Fountain of Youth.
Great. Just what we need. More distractions.
Group hears faint laughter from ahead.
Hey, is that the artifact we were looking for?
Group rushes over to the source of the laughter, only to find a replica artifact with a gotcha sign.
Laughs well played, ancient pranksters. Looks like we wasted our time for nothing.
Uko, not entirely. We have another member on our team now.
Angelina, agreed. Let's go create chaos elsewhere.
Group exits tomb and enters another portal into the unknown.
Title: The Pico de Gallo Experiment.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, and Summer are in the kitchen where a bowl of pico de gallo is sitting on the table with a light shining on it and a wall behind it.
Morty, Summer, I've been working on a new experiment involving the pico de gallo.
Pico de what now?
You mean the tomato salsa dip?
Yes, and with this light shining on it, it creates a unique frequency that can be used to control the minds of the population.
Whoa, that sounds like some Illuminati stuff.
So, what are you planning to do with it?
I'm glad you asked, Summer. I plan on starting a mind-controlled rebellion and take over the world.
Oh, I don't think that's a good idea, Rick.
Yeah, we don't want to be responsible for destroying the world.
Relax, Morty, Summer. It's just an experiment. What could go wrong?
Suddenly, the Pico de Gallo starts to glow and emit a strange frequency, causing Rick, Morty, and Summer to fall under its mind control.
My plan is working. We must start an uprising.
I will do anything you say, Rick.
Yeah, let's take over the world.
The trio sets off on a mission to recruit more mind-controlled individuals to their cause. They come across the entire town under the influence of the Pico de Gallo's frequency.
Excellent. We have enough soldiers to start the rebellion.
But Rick, what do we do now that we have taken over?
Yeah, what's the end game?
End game? PSH. I just wanted to see if it could be done.
The Pico de Gallo starts to lose its glow, and the mind control wears off. The trio realizes that they have caused chaos and destruction for no reason.
So, we just caused all of this for nothing?
We're such idiots.
Oh, come on. Can't you guys take a joke?
The episode ends with the three of them eating chips and salsa, contemplating the absurdity of the situation they just found themselves in.
Title: The Quantum Toy Wars.
Opening shot shows Rick and Morty standing behind a table full of toy action figures. The scene illuminates with a depiction of the Star Wars franchise in the background.
Rick is seen holding a miniature history textbook while Morty observes the setup.
Ah, Morty, look here, points to the textbook. I've discovered a new quantum theory that explains why some toys are more appealing than others, and I'm testing it out with these action figures.
Oh geez, Rick, you're going to make these toys fight against each other?
Why not, Morty? It's a simulation. No harm done.
The camera switches between different angles, showing the action figures fighting against each other. Suddenly, the silver C-3PO toy comes to life and starts attacking the other toys.
Silver C-3PO, you puny toys will pay for your insolence. The Resistance will take over this world, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, Morty, did you see that? It's like the toy came to life or something.
Oh man, this is way too crazy for me.
The camera shifts between different angles as the toys continue to battle. Rick and Morty try to find a way to stop the rogue silver C-3PO.
I think I know what to do, Morty. We need to reprogram the toy's code from within.
How are we going to do that, Rick?
Rick pulls out a device from his pocket and starts tinkering with the silver C-3PO toy. Suddenly, the toy loses its aggression and becomes docile.
There we go. All fixed, Morty.
Wow, Rick, you really are a genius.
I know, Morty, and now, we can peacefully play with these toys without any fear of invasion or resistance.
The camera fades out, showing Rick and Morty playing with the toys in a calm and peaceful manner.
Copywriter, The Quantum Toy Wars. Coming soon to a toy store near you.
End credits.
Title: The Tractor Paradox.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are at the garage working on Rick's latest invention.
Morty, hand me the quantum spanner.
Rick, aren't you supposed to wear gloves when handling that?
Gloves are for weaklings, Morty. Now, let's see if this baby works.
They activate the quantum spanner, causing a cascade of energy to erupt from the machine.
Whoa, what did we just do?
Don't worry, Morty. We just created a rift in the space-time continuum.
Jerry enters the garage. Hey guys, I brought some. Jerry notices the rift and freaks out. What the hell is that?
Calm down, Jerry. It's just a little rift.
A rift? Do you have any idea what kind of consequences that could have?
Of course I do, Jerry. That's why we're going to use it to test out my latest invention.
Scene 2. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are now outside in a field with a tractor.
Alright, boys, let's see if this rift can transport this tractor from one side of the field to the other.
Wait, what if it doesn't work?
Don't worry, Morty. I've calculated the probability of success to be 99.9999%.
What about that 0.0001%?
Let's not worry about that, Jerry. Ready? Activate the rift.
The rift opens up and the tractor disappears into it.
Seconds later, it reappears on the other side of the field.
The trio celebrate.
Scene 3. The celebration is cut short as they notice another tractor driving towards them.
Wait, that's not possible. We're the only ones with a tractor here.
Jerry panics as the other tractor gets closer. We're going to die.
Rick, what's going on?
I don't know, Morty. It seems like the tractor is coming from another dimension.
The other tractor stops and a version of Summer exits it.
Hey guys, what's up?
Summer, how did you get here?
What do you mean? I've been driving this tractor the whole time.
How is that possible? There's no way you could have come from another dimension.
I just stole this tractor from a nearby farm.
That doesn't explain how you got here, though.
Wait a minute, I think I know what's going on here. The tractor paradox.
Huh?
The quantum spanner opened up a rift not just in spacetime, but in the multiverse as well. We're now experiencing multiple dimensions overlapping with each other.
So that means there's a version of me out there that's actually successful?
Highly unlikely, Jerry, but we need to fix this before it gets out of hand.
Scene 4. They decide to use the rift to send the other tractor back to its own dimension and fix the multiverse. However, as they activate the rift, they notice other versions of themselves peering through it.
Rick, there's like 1 billion versions of us looking through the rift.
Damn it, we need to close this thing before it collapses reality as we know it.
They manage to close the rift just in time, and everything goes back to normal. The trio stand triumphantly in the field. Thank God that's over.
Yeah, that was pretty intense.
You know, I think I learned something today.
Shut up, Morty.
End credit scene shows a successful Jerry from another dimension getting hit by a car.
Title: The Curious Case of the Creperie and the Yellow Curry.
Synopsis: Rick has discovered a new dimension where the laws of physics are reversed, leading to some unusual consequences. Meanwhile, Morty, Beth, and Summer are struggling to deal with the uncomfortable effects of a new dish they've tried from their favorite creperie.
Opening shot, Rick's lab.
Morty, I found a dimension where everything is completely opposite to what we know.
Oh geez, Rick, that doesn't sound good.
Relax, Morty, it's just a little science experiment. Let's see what kind of trouble we can stir up.
Beth, Summer, and Jerry walk into the room.
Rick, what are you up to now?
Oh, nothing. Just exploring some alternate dimensions.
Sounds dangerous.
Can we come with you?
Sure, the more the merrier.
They all walk through the portal to the alternate dimension. Scene cut to a man in a suit and tie, sunglasses on his mouth and a smirk on his face.
Man, ha ha ha, those fools don't even know what they're in for.
Scene cut to the creperie.
This new dish is really delicious, but my stomach feels a bit weird.
Mine too. I think I'm having an allergic reaction.
Scene cut back to Rick and the gang.
Whoa, this is crazy. Gravity is pulling things upward instead of down.
That's insane.
Let's have some fun with it.
They start playing with anti-gravity objects. Scene cut back to the creperie.
Creperie owner, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to close early. There's a strange yellow curry going around that's making everyone sick.
Scene cut back to Rick and the gang.
Alright, let's get out of here before things get too crazy.
They return home. That was the craziest thing I've ever experienced.
And my stomach still feels weird.
I can't believe we got sick from such a delicious dish.
Scene cut to Stevie Wonder playing a piano with Jackie Chillies from Seinfeld.
Stevie Wonder, I heard some crazy things were happening in that alternate dimension.
Jackie Chillies. Oh yeah, I heard about that too. But I'm too busy with my law practice to go exploring crazy dimensions.
End scene.
Title: Quantum Botanical Adventures in the Field of Trees.
Synopsis: In this episode, Rick and Morty explore the properties of quantum entanglement in plants while the rest of the family tries to survive in a forest full of genetically modified trees.
Opening scene.
Morty, we are going on a scientific adventure today. We are going to explore the quantum properties of plants.
I don't get it, Rick. Why are we doing that?
Because, Morty, plants are one of the most fascinating life forms out there. Plus, it's Friday and I need an excuse to get away from your family.
Scene 2.
Jerry, why did you bring us to this creepy forest?
I wanted to show you my survival skills, Beth.
You know, in case we are ever stranded in the wilderness.
You mean like the time we got stuck in that elevator?
No, that was different. That was inside a building.
Scene 3.
Alright, Morty, we are going to scan these plants with the quantum entanglement device.
Oh, Rick, did you fix it? Remember last time it exploded?
Yes, Morty, I fixed it. Trust me, this time it won't explode, hopefully.
Scene 4.
Jerry, what do we do if these trees attack us?
Just follow my lead, Beth. I've read all the survival manuals.
You've never even been camping, Dad.
I don't need to. I'm a quick learner.
Scene 5.
Morty, look at this. The plants are entangled on a quantum level. It's like they are communicating with each other.
Whoa, that's cool. Wait, does this mean plants have feelings and stuff, Rick?
Of course not, Morty. They don't have brains, but it does mean they can act as sensors and react to their environment in real time.
Scene 6.
Jerry, I think we are lost. We have been walking in circles.
No, we are not lost. I know exactly where we are. We just need to keep moving forward.
Dad, we just passed that same tree for the 3rd time.
Well, it's a nice tree. Let's appreciate it.
Scene 7.
Morty, hold on tight. We are going to jump into this portal to another dimension where plants evolved differently.
What? But why, Rick? Why would we do that?
Because it's a scientific adventure, Morty. It's what we do. Plus, I need to prove to the Council of Ricks that I am still the smartest Rick.
Scene 8.
Jerry, look. Those trees are glowing. They are alive.
I've never seen anything like this before.
Dad, that's because those trees are genetically modified. You were supposed to read the sign before we entered the forest.
Ah, I knew it. I'm a fraud. I don't know anything about this wilderness stuff.
Final scene.
Morty, we made it back. And look, I brought back a new plant species. It's going to make us a fortune.
Oh, Rick, I don't think that's a plant. That's a parasite on your arm.
What? Oh, gross. Get it off me, Morty.
See, this is why we shouldn't mess with other dimensions all the time, Rick. Stuff like this happens.
Hey, good point, Morty. Let's go get some fast food instead.
Title: The Cosmic Conundrum. The episode starts with Rick and Morty in their lab, tinkering with a new invention that Rick calls the quantum disruptor. They plan to use it to create a tear in the fabric of space-time to explore parallel universes.
Rick, Morty, hand me the isotopic dihedral wrench. We need to calibrate the quantum disruptor with an accuracy of 0.00001%.
Morty, I don't think we have one of those, Rick.
Rick, Hick, what do you mean we don't have it, Morty? We always have it. Wait a minute, where did all my tools go?
Suddenly, the cosmic conundrum appears, a woman in a futuristic suit with advanced technology, claiming to be the creator of all the tools in the multiverse.
Cosmic Conundrum. Greetings, Rick and Morty. I am the Cosmic Conundrum, the supreme being of the cosmic toolbox.
Rick, supreme being? Ha, I am the master of the multiverse, baby.
Morty, Rick, maybe we should be polite to her.
Cosmic Conundrum. No need for politeness, Morty. I have come to challenge you to a contest of tool mastery.
Thus, the tool-off begins, with the Cosmic Conundrum and Rick taking turns showing off their tool-making skills. Each round gets more ridiculous and hilarious, with both of them making puns and jokes about their tools.
Rick.
Okay, Cosmic Conundrum, behold my latest invention, the quantum screwdriver.
Cosmic Conundrum, PFFD, that's just a regular screwdriver with a flashy name. Watch and learn, Rick. Behold, the Cosmi wrench.
Their contest reaches a climax when they both create a tool so powerful that it threatens to destroy the universe. They team up to fix the damage and resolve their rivalry.
Morty, phew, that was close. I don't think the universe can handle any more of your tool-making skills.
Cosmic Conundrum, indeed, Morty. Perhaps it's best if we leave the tool-making to the professionals.
Rick. Ha, speak for yourself, Cosmic Conundrum. We can handle anything the multiverse throws at us.
The episode ends with the duo laughing maniacally, ready for their next adventure.
Title: Canine Cognition and Human Imitation.
Morty, we have to conduct an experiment on the cognitive abilities of dogs.
Aw, do we have to? I like dogs.
Well, we're getting a corgi for Beth anyway. Might as well use it for science.
Excitedly, yes. I've always wanted a corgi.
Sarcastically, great, another responsibility I'll have to take care of.
Observing the corgi, wow, look at him. He's so cute and fluffy.
Setting up equipment. Let's see if he can solve some puzzles and demonstrate abstract thinking.
Starts acting like the corgi, eating its food and barking, woof woof.
What's wrong with Morty? Why is he acting like a dog?
Giggling, he's just playing with the corgi.
Overhearing their conversation. This is juicy. Morty's acting like a dog?
Summer, don't spread rumors.
Analyzing Morty's brain waves. Interesting. It seems that Morty's mirror neurons are activated in response to the corgi's behavior.
Confused? Mirror neurons?
Yes, Jerry. You see, mirror neurons are responsible for imitating and copying others' actions and behaviors.
Jokingly, so, Morty's become a copycat.
Still acting like the corgi, woof.
Laughing. This is too funny.
Smiling. Well, it looks like we've made an important discovery. Dogs can influence human behavior and imitation.
Skeptically, I don't know about that.
Whispering to Beth, did you hear about Morty acting like a dog?
Rolling her eyes, Summer, please.
Suddenly stops acting like a dog. Okay, I'm done. Can we go back to normal now?
Adding Morty's back. Sure thing, Morty. You passed the test.
Shaking his head, kids these days.
Always acting like something they're not.
Title: The Parrots of Rhinoplasty Forest.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are on a mission to Rhinoplasty Forest, where they encounter two colorful parrots sitting on a branch together. Rick turns to Morty and explains the importance of observing the behavior of these parrots in their natural habitat for scientific research.
Morty, we have to observe these parrots carefully. They're a key species in understanding the ecosystem of Rhinoplasty Forest.
But Rick, what's so special about these parrots?
Well, Morty, these parrots are known for their highly sophisticated communication styles, and are even rumored to have their own unique language.
Act 2.
As Rick and Morty observe the parrots, they stumble upon a hidden green curry restaurant. Rick can't resist trying it out and orders the spiciest dish on the menu. Meanwhile, the parrots begin to communicate in a way that Rick and Morty have never seen before they begin dancing in sync with one another, their feathers changing colors in unison.
Wow, Rick, these parrots are amazing. They're like synchronized dancers.
Yeah, Morty, their dance moves are out of this world. I gotta get in on this action.
Act 3.
Rick decides to enter a pirate fashion fiasco competition with the parrots, while Morty takes on the role of their dance coach. They spend hours practicing their moves, and Rick spends even more time perfecting his pirate costume.
Hey Morty, do you think my eye patch is hardcore enough?
Oh, sure, Rick. Just keep practicing your dance moves.
Act 4.
The day of the competition arrives, and Rick and the parrots are ready to strut their stuff. However, they quickly realize that they're up against some serious competition alien dancers from all over the galaxy. The competition heats up as the dancing becomes more and more intense, with Rick and the parrots holding their own against some of the fiercest opponents.
Morty, I don't know if we can beat these alien dancers. They're too darn good.
We just have to keep going, Rick. You and the parrots are the best dancers I've ever seen.
Act 5.
In a surprise twist, Rick and the parrots emerge victorious in the competition, their dance moves impressing even the toughest of judges. Overjoyed, they celebrate with a plate of green curry and reflect on their wild adventure.
You know, Morty, I never thought I'd become a pirate dance champion with some parrots, but life's full of surprises, isn't it?
I guess it is, Rick. Hey, can we go get some ice cream now?
Of course, Morty, it's been a wild day. Let's get some ice cream and contemplate the beauty of rhinoplasty forest.
Title: A study on canine human behavior and its impact on social gossip.
Episode now. Season 3, Episode 5.
Abstract.
The current work sought to investigate the behavioral dynamics between domesticated canines and humans, and the impact thereof on the social behavior of the latter. A randomized controlled experiment was conducted, wherein one participant, Beth, was given a canine, Corgi, to care for and observe, while the other participant, Morty, was tasked with observing the interaction and behavior of the former. The results showed a significant impact of the observed behavior of the canine on the participant, as evidenced in the behavior of Morty. This study highlights the potential of dogs to influence human behavior and sheds light on the role of social gossip in perpetuating stereotypes.
Discussion.
Isn't it interesting how much of an impact a simple animal like a corgi can have on human behavior?
Yeah, I can't believe I'm eating dog food and barking like a corgi now. It's insane.
The social dynamics at play here are fascinating. People are already talking about how you're acting like a dog, and it's only been a few days since we got the corgi.
I know, it's crazy. I feel like I'm being watched all
Title: The Time-Traveling Bot Brawl. The episode opens with Rick obsessing over his latest invention, a time-traveling robot capable of transporting anyone to any point in time and space. As the robot powers up, a clock in the background starts ticking ominously, and a sign above it reads, "Cuckoo."
Morty, Grab your lab coat and follow me. We're going on a time-traveling adventure.
Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? I mean, last time we time traveled, I almost got eaten by dinosaurs.
Relax, Morty. This time, we're going to a robot professional wrestling match. What could possibly go wrong?
Meanwhile, Jerry is attempting a DIY project in the garage, but his lack of handyman skills leads to comical fails that send him soaring into the air at one point. Beth and Summer are lounging on the couch, watching the chaos ensue.
Why do we let him even try these things? He's just going to hurt himself again.
I know, right? It's like watching a car crash in slow motion.
Back at the robot wrestling arena, Rick and Morty are wowed by the spectacle of giant, metallic robots battling it out for supremacy.
Whoa, Rick! That robot just got knocked so hard, its knuckles fell off.
I love it when robots get all smashy. Let's get in on the action.
As they watch the macho machines pummel each other, a group of peacocks suddenly appear and start strutting around the ring, causing chaos and feathers to fly everywhere.
What the hell is going on with these birds? Morty, activate the time travel robot. We need to get out of here before we're peacock food.
As they leap into the time-traveling robot, they accidentally press the wrong button and end up in the Loch Ness Monster's lair.
Oh man, Rick, this is not good. The Loch Ness Monster is gonna eat us alive.
He's just a big, aquatic dog. Watch this.
Rick pulls out a Doge Shiba plush toy and tosses it to the monster, who happily chases after it like a playful pup.
That's why I always keep a Doge Shiba with me.
As they make their escape, they realize something has gone wrong with the robot's time circuits. They quickly discover that the clock in the background has somehow merged with the robot's operating system, causing it to malfunction and send them hurtling through time and space at breakneck speed.
Morty, hold on tight. We're going on a wild ride.
Finally, they crash land in the middle of the robot wrestling arena again, where they're greeted by a crowd of adoring fans and a victorious robot champion.
Well, Morty, that was one crazy adventure. But hey, at least we got to see some cool robots beat each other up, right?
I think I'll stick to regular wrestling from now on, Rick.
In the end, the episode concludes with Jerry finally managing to successfully complete his DIY project, only for it to immediately fall apart and collapse on him. Beth and Summer simply roll their eyes and go back to watching TV. Title: Canine Behavior in an Interdimensional Household.
Synopsis.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty rummaging through an interdimensional pet store, looking for a new companion for Beth. After much deliberation, they settle on a purebred corgi, which Beth eagerly takes home. As they lounge in the living room, Morty starts exhibiting strange behavior. He begins eating the corgi's food and even barking and sleeping next to it. Rick is initially dismissive, but as Morty's behavior becomes more bizarre, he realizes that something is amiss. Using his advanced scientific equipment, Rick discovers that Morty has been infected with a subliminal canine virus, causing him to mimic the behavior of dogs around him. To make matters worse, the virus seems to be spreading, infecting other members of the household. As Beth grows increasingly concerned about Morty's odd behavior, Rick must race against the clock to find a cure before the virus spreads beyond their control.
Episode dialogue.
Alright, Morty, we need to find the perfect companion for your mom. Something cute, but not too high maintenance.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. I don't think Mom really needs another pet.
Nonsense, Morty. Everyone needs a furry friend. Here, what about this corgi?
Oh my god, it's adorable. Can we get it?
Of course we can, Beth. That's what interdimensional pet stores are for.
Rick, I don't feel so good. I think I might have eaten too much of the corgi's food.
That's ridiculous, Morty. Dogs are immune to their own kibble. Wait a minute.
Morty, what are you doing? Why are you barking?
Bork, bork. I mean, I don't know, Beth. I just feel different.
Beth, have you noticed how Morty's been acting lately? It's like he's doggone crazy.
Jerry, that's not funny. Something's clearly wrong with him.
I've isolated the virus, Morty. It seems to be triggered by exposure to canine behavior. We need to find a cure before it spreads any further.
Woof, woof. I mean, yes, Rick. We need to stop this virus before it's too late.
Mom, why is Morty eating out of the dog bowl?
Don't worry, Summer, we're working on a cure. In the meantime, just try to avoid any unnecessary contact with the corgi.
I've synthesized an antivirus, Morty. Just take this pill and you should be back to normal in no time.
Thanks, Rick. I don't know what I would have done without you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go take a nap. Like a dog.
Morty, are you feeling better? You're not going to start barking or sleeping on the floor, are you?
No, Mom, I'm fine. I think I learned my lesson about playing with dogs.
Good to hear, Morty. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go sterilize the entire house.
Title: Investigating the canine mimicry phenomenon in the domestic environment. Setting: domestic living room.
Characters: Beth, Morty, Corgi 1, and Corgi 2.
Act 1. Beth brings home the new corgi, Corgi 1, and introduces it to Morty. Morty immediately takes a liking to Corgi 1 and begins mimicking its behavior, observed through Corgi 1's interactions with the ball, the table, and Corgi 2.
Let me try that. Woof woof.
Act 2. Beth and Morty's father, Jerry, observe Morty's unusual behavior and begin theorizing the cause of the canine mimicry phenomenon. Jerry suggests that it may be attributed to a combination of genetic predisposition and learned behaviors.
It's like Pavlov's dog, except the dog is also doing the Pavlov-ing.
Act 3. Jerry confides in his friend at work about Morty's behavior, creating a scientific gossip chain throughout the workplace. Coworkers hypothesize that Morty may have developed a close bond with Corgi 1 due to its genetic similarity, eliciting the mimicry effect.
Coworker 1. It's like Petri dish psychology in action.
Act 4. As Morty continues to mimic Corgi 1, tensions rise between Corgi 2 and Morty due to a perceived infringement upon Corgi 2's alpha dog status. The dogs engage in heated barking battles, causing chaos and distress to the household.
Corgi 2, back off, Morty. I'm the top dog in this domain.
Act 5. Beth, Jerry, and the co-workers attempt to find a solution to Morty's behavior, leading to ineffective and humorous attempts such as putting Morty in timeout and making him watch dog training videos.
Maybe we just need to accept that Morty is a furry little chameleon.
Act 6. In the end, Morty returns to his original behavior, much to everyone's relief. The cause of the initial mimicry is left unexplained, but serves as a fascinating observation of the canine mind.
It's like Schrodinger's dog. We'll never truly understand what's going on in that furry little head. Title: The Sinister Seance Outcome, featuring the Green Man and the Hulk. The episode starts with Rick and Morty experimenting with a molecular destabilizer in their lab, causing a rift in time-space continuum. Suddenly, a man in a green suit with a lightning background and a green plant in his hand materializes in front of them. Rick identifies him as the Green Man, an extra-dimensional being with plant-based superpowers. The Green Man reveals that he needs their help in retrieving a rare plant specimen from an alternate reality. With Summer tagging along, they activate the portal gun and enter the alternate reality. However, they soon find themselves in the middle of a sinister seance and are being targeted by a group of biologists who are trying to summon the Hulk. As they dodge the scientists' attacks, Rick realizes that the rare plant specimen they need is in fact the key ingredient to summoning the Hulk. With the Green Man's help, they manage to retrieve the specimen just in time as the Hulk emerges from the summoning circle. In a chaotic battle sequence, Rick, Morty, and Summer use their wit and the Green Man's plants to subdue the Hulk and escape back to their own reality. As they all catch their breaths, Rick explains the science behind the molecular destabilizer and how it caused the Green Man to transport to their reality. The Green Man thanks them for their help and bids them farewell, leaving behind a small plant as a token of gratitude. Rick, Morty, and Summer end the episode by sharing a laugh at the absurdity of their latest adventure, while also contemplating the far-reaching implications of cross-dimensional botany and supernatural biological experimentation.
Rick: well, Morty, looks like we've stumbled upon a whole new frontier of scientific inquiry, not to mention some pretty crazy super-powered plants.
Morty: geez, Rick, I don't know if my brain can handle it all. My mind's been blown too many times today.
Summer: I know, right? Who knew that a seance could lead to an interdimensional plant heist and a showdown with the Hulk?
Green Man, thank you for your assistance, Rick and Morty. It is not often that I require outside aid, but I am grateful for your expertise in botany and your bravery in the face of danger.
Rick: hey, don't mention it, buddy. We'll add this one to the history books.
Morty: so, what do we do with this plant now?
Rick: oh, we can use it to make a killer space juice. Or maybe a nice salad. The possibilities are endless.
Summer: I think I'll pass on the salad, but I wouldn't mind a sip of that space juice.
Hulk smash.
Rick: wubba lubba dub dub.
Title: The Quantum Mantis Possession Paradox. The episode begins with Rick and Morty experimenting with a new quantum teleportation device, which goes awry and transports them into an alternate dimension inhabited by Telosians, a highly advanced alien species. Rick and Morty manage to escape back to their own dimension, but unwittingly bring a crazed Telosian with them. As they try to figure out how to send the Telosian back to its dimension, Beth becomes obsessed with cooking Mushu pork, while Rick and Morty argue about the merits of Fleetwood Mac. Meanwhile, a praying mantis that Morty brought home from a field trip becomes possessed by the Telosian, leading to chaos and havoc in the Smith household. Gal Gadot makes a cameo as a celebrity chef who tries to help Beth perfect her Mushu pork recipe. However, things take a turn for the worse when the possessed praying mantis goes on a rampage and starts attacking the family. In a desperate attempt to rid themselves of the Telosian possession, Rick and Morty build a machine that can trap the Telosian's consciousness in a mannequin. However, the mannequin becomes possessed and creates even more havoc. As the possessed mannequin runs amok, the family bands together to defeat it using their wits and cunning. In the end, they manage to expel the Telosian's consciousness and return the praying mantis to its normal state.
I told you we should have focused on quantum entanglement.
But if we didn't mess up, we wouldn't have met the Telosians and had all this crazy sh*T happen.
Forget that, I need to perfect this Mushu pork recipe.
Gal Gadot, have you tried adding a pinch of salt and a dash of paprika?
Praying mantis makes creepy clicking noises.
Anakin, I am possessed and I am going to destroy you all. Why can't we ever have normal family dinners? Title: The Eldritch Portal Chaos and the Ribeye Experiment. The episode starts with Rick and Morty observing a large black smoke cloud billowing out of a city skyline. Rick quickly ascertains that it is not a natural disaster, but rather a result of a serial killer on the loose. Jerry, Beth, and Summer are uninterested in the news and instead request a steak dinner. Rick, intrigued by the chaos, creates an eldritch portal to investigate the source of the serial killer's madness. However, the portal malfunctions and beings from the Lovecraftian dimension start to flood into the Smith household. Chaos ensues as Rick and the family attempt to close the portal. Meanwhile, Morty attempts to impress a girl at school by telling her he knows Tom Cruise. After fabricating stories, Morty inadvertently attracts the attention of the actual Tom Cruise, who joins in the fight against the invading beings. Back at the Smith household, the family discovers that the ribeye experiment Rick was conducting has also gone horribly wrong, resulting in sentient, carnivorous snakes attacking the family. Rick and the rest of the family must now fight off both the Lovecraftian beings and the ribeyes. In the end, the family manages to seal the Eldritch portal and defeat the ribeyes, with Tom Cruise's help. Morty, humbled by the experience, admits to the girl that he doesn't actually know Tom Cruise and that his stories were lies.
Ah, the Eldritch portal. Always a gamble.
I don't think I can handle any more of this madness, Rick.
Can we just focus on the steaks? Are they safe to eat?
Jerry, we are fighting for our lives here.
I can't believe we're fighting off ribeyes.
Tom Cruise, you guys need any help?
Only if you can take on an army of Lovecraftian horrors, Tom.
I might have exaggerated a bit about knowing Tom Cruise.
You mean you lied?
We don't have time for this. Rick, can you close the portal already?
I just hope we have enough O1 sauce.
Title: The Doja Castles of Noob Noob's Jurisdiction. Opening shot of Rick and Morty at the lab with an unidentifiable device.
Morty, I've made a groundbreaking device that can mimic the effects of mating call of a Doja cat in mating season.
Geez, Rick, isn't that like unethical?
You know what's unethical, Morty? The oppression of the noob noobs in their own jurisdiction. We're going to use this device to bring down their oppressors.
Cut to a shot of the cartoon policewoman typing on her keyboard, taking notes as she listens in on the device.
Policewoman, I'm picking up something big here. Orders from the military officer himself.
Whispering, Morty, we're going to need more firepower.
Whispering back, but Rick, what about the device?
Whispering, trust me, Morty.
Rick and Morty then proceed to put on headphones and blast Watching Movies by Mac Miller, which activates the device, causing it to malfunction and summoning spectral versions of Jackie Chili's from Seinfeld.
Jackie Chili's, what is this? I was in the middle of an important case.
Laughing, relax, Jackie. We need you and our other spectral friends to help us take on these military oppressors.
Meanwhile, the Castle of Burgundy comes to life as a transportation device, carrying Noob Noob and the rest of the gang to a secret military base.
Noob Noob. This is my jurisdiction, motherfuckers.
Military officer. I don't care if you're noob. We have orders to eliminate all noobs.
Policewoman. Whispering, my god, they're going to wipe out an entire species.
Rick, Morty, and the spectral friends then proceed to use their weapons to take down the military oppressors, as Noob Noob becomes the hero he was destined to be.
Noob Noob. Screaming in victory, my jurisdiction is free.
The policewoman takes off her headphones, coming to the realization of what just happened.
Policewoman. What the? I don't even know what I just heard.
Laughing. That's because it's a Doja Castle of Noob Noob's jurisdiction.
Chuckling, yeah, get with the program, lady.
End credits roll as Doja Cat's Need to Know plays. Title: The Quantum Squirrel Conundrum.
Act 1.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty running through a dense forest in search of a peculiar phenomenon. As they stumble upon a squirrel running through the foliage, Rick points out a green light emanating from its mouth. Morty ponders the significance of this discovery, prompting Rick to explain that the light is a result of a quantum energy reaction within the squirrel's digestive system.
Morty, we just discovered a quantum phenomenon that could revolutionize the world of particle physics.
Yeah, cool. But what are we gonna do with it?
Act 2.
Rick and Morty decide to capture the squirrel and study its quantum properties. But little do they know that the squirrel is actually a bloodthirsty beast that leads them into a trap. The tables turn as Rick and Morty become prey to the squirrel's pack of fellow bloodthirsty beasts, squirrels.
Morty, we're in quite a predicament here. We're being hunted by a pack of overgrown rodents.
What are we gonna do, Rick? I don't want to become their lunch.
Act 3.
As the squirrels close in on Rick and Morty, they devise a plan to turn the quantum energy from the squirrel's mouth against its own kind. Using a makeshift laser weapon, they blast the squirrel with its own quantum light, causing a chain reaction that disintegrates all of the attacking squirrels in a spectacular display of light and energy.
That was insane, Rick. We just vaporized an entire pack of squirrels.
Yeah, Morty, sometimes you've got to take out the trash. And these squirrels were definitely not recyclable.
Epilogue.
As Rick and Morty make their way back to the safety of their ship, Morty reflects on the lesson he learned about the power of quantum energy and its potential for destruction if not handled properly.
Rick, do you think we should be more careful with the kind of science we mess with?
Morty, where's the fun in that? Adventure and science go hand in hand, even if it means risking our lives for a crazy discovery.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty blasting off into space, ready for their next big scientific adventure. Title: The Quacky Adventures of Prometheum and Daffy Duck.
Scientific description. In this experimental episode, Rick and Morty team up with two cartoon ducks, Prometheum and Daffy Duck, to explore the complexities of the multiverse and time travel. Using a combination of advanced technology and artistic creativity, they navigate through various dimensions and alternate timelines. Simultaneously, they must also avoid being captured by the Galactic Federation and save the world from certain doom.
Okay, Morty, we need to set the transdimensional portal to Alpha 567 and be quick about it before the Federation catches up to us.
Rick, who are these ducks, and what are they doing here?
Prometheum, quack quack, we're here to assist you on your scientific expedition. We specialize in quantum physics and dimensional manipulation. You may call us the Quacky Ducks.
Daffy Duck. That's right, folks. Me and my buddy Prometheum here are your go-to guys for intergalactic shenanigans. We're like that. What's the word?
Bonkers?
Daffy Duck. No. The word is, quacktastic. I don't know about this. We have two talking ducks with us, and we're time traveling. This could have major repercussions on the space-time continuum.
Prometheum, don't worry, Jerry. We have this under control. We've done this sort of thing before. Besides, the universe is constantly in a state of flux. The outcomes of every decision are constantly reshaping the future. So, in a sense, every moment is a new timeline, with infinite possibilities.
Daffy Duck. And speaking of possibilities, have I told you guys about the time I fought a giant space monster with nothing but a toaster and a rubber ducky? I tell ya, it was quacktastic.
We don't have time for your stories, Daffy. We have to stop the Federation. They're hot on our trail.
Rick, look, the Federation is up ahead. We're surrounded.
Prometheum, not a problem. We'll just use our advanced knowledge of the multiverse to create a reality-bending paradox that will disorient the Federation and allow us to escape.
Daffy Duck. I love it when you talk science-y, Prometheum. It's like music to my ears.
Okay, on 3, we activate the paradox. 1, 2, 3.
Boom! A shimmering portal opens up, and the quacky ducks lead the way through it. The screen goes black, and the sound of quacking fades away.
Scientific conclusion. The Quacky Adventures of Prometheum and Daffy Duck was a groundbreaking episode that explored the boundaries of fiction, science, and humor. Through the use of clever writing, absurd characters, and brilliant animation, the show was able to create a unique and entertaining viewing experience that will leave audiences quacking for more.
Title: The Rick and Morty Adventures in Quantum Microbiology.
Opening scene.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty in their spaceship traveling at hyperspeed through the multiverse. Rick is on a mission to collect new microbial species for his latest experiment. Morty is skeptical about Rick's latest obsession but goes along anyway.
Morty, have you ever pondered on the intricate relationship between microbiology and quantum physics?
Oh, I don't even know what those words mean, Rick.
Well, buckle up, Morty, because we're about to discover a whole new dimension of science.
Scene 2.
Meanwhile, back on Earth, Jerry is trying to convince Beth to let him get a new job as a microbiologist. Beth is hesitant, remembering Jerry's lack of academic credentials. But Beth, I could totally be the next Louis Pasteur.
Jerry, you couldn't even handle a high school biology class.
But I've got the passion, Beth. The passion to discover new life forms and create scientific breakthroughs.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty arrive in a new dimension and discover a microscopic world filled with strange and bizarre creatures. As they begin their collection, they come across a dangerous specimen that threatens to infect Morty.
Rick, we need to get out of here. This thing is going to kill me.
Don't worry, Morty, I've got this under control.
Scene 4.
As Rick saves Morty from the dangerous germ, they run into Rukia Kuchiki, who is also collecting microorganisms for her own experiments. Rick and Rukia engage in a battle of scientific wits, trying to outdo each other in their discoveries.
I bet you don't have a specimen like this one, Rukia.
Rukia, ha, you underestimate my abilities, Rick Sanchez. Watch as I present my latest discovery.
Scene 5.
Jerry decides to take matters into his own hands and, with the help of Bud Bundy, breaks into a microbiology lab to conduct his own experiments. Talking to Bud, we're going to be rich, Bundy. Rich.
Bud, sarcastically, yeah, because microbiology is where all the big money's at.
Scene 6.
Back in the microscopic world, Rick and Rukia's competition gets out of hand, and the two begin to create new species by accident. Chaos ensues as the creatures multiply and mutate, threatening to take over the dimension entirely.
Okay, Rukia, I think we need to rein it in a bit.
Rukia, agreed. I didn't mean to create that many tentacles on that last creature.
Scene 7.
Jerry's experiment goes horribly wrong, and he accidentally infects himself with a deadly virus. He turns to Beth for help, who is forced to use her medical expertise to save her ex-husband.
Jerry, what did you do?
Coughing. I was just trying to be the next Pasteur.
Rolling her eyes, just lie down and let me work.
Scene 8.
Rick and Rukia come up with a solution to their mess, and the two return to their respective dimensions with their new discoveries. Morty is relieved to be alive, and Rick is pleased with his new collection of microbes.
Rick, I don't think I want to go on another microbial adventure anytime soon.
Adding Morty on the back. That's the spirit, Morty. Always pushing the boundaries of science.
Closing scene.
The episode ends with the Arctic monkeys performing a rock concert for the microorganisms Rick and Rukia created. The creatures dance and party, oblivious to the chaos they caused.
Arctic monkeys, singing, you're dancing to electropop like a robot from 1984.
Smiling. Looks like I've created a new civilization, Morty.
Skeptically, yeah, let's hope they don't take over the world.
The screen fades to black as the band continues to play. Title: The Haunted Pizza Paradox.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty encounter a strange phenomenon involving a pizza with a ghost face and a cat perched on the table beside it. Upon closer inspection, the duo discovers that the pizza is not only sentient but also possessed by a poltergeist. As they delve deeper into this mystery, they stumble upon a creepy creperie run by a vampire pizza delivery boy who may hold the key to unlocking the pizza's dark past.
Rick, Morty, this pizza has some serious ectoplasmic energy going on. We need to investigate.
Morty, Rick, I don't think it's a good idea to mess with ghosts. What if they haunt us?
Rick, haunt us? Morty, we're already haunted by our own existential dread. Now let's get to the bottom of this paranormal pizza party.
As they wander down the dark alleyway, a neon sign catches their attention. It reads, Count Crepesula's Creperie. Inside, they are greeted by a pale, fanged pizza delivery boy.
Count Crepesula. Greetings, mortals. What brings you to my humble establishment?
Rick, we seek knowledge, not food. Do you know anything about this haunted pizza?
Count Crepesula. Ah, yes. The infamous pizza of legend. I have heard rumors that it was created by a mad scientist who fused a human soul into the dough.
Morty, that's messed up, man. How do we stop it?
Count Crepesula. There is only one way to rid the pizza of its curse. You must summon the ghostly roommate who inhabited it in life and vanquish its spirit.
As they make their way back to the haunted house, they come across a group of gossipy cats whispering furtively.
That one! Did you hear about the pizza with the ghost face? They say it's haunted by a vengeful spirit.
Cat 2, I heard the same thing. Better watch out, it might come after us next.
Rick, these cats are almost as bad as humans. Let's get on with this exorcism already.
As soon as they enter the haunted house, the ghostly roommate materializes before them, moaning and howling in pain.
Ghostly roommate, please, release me from this pizza prison. I don't want to be trapped here forever.
Rick, alright, ghost. Hold still while Morty and I blast you with these proton packs. And don't forget to tip your pizza delivery boy.
After a chaotic showdown, the pizza's ghostly curse is lifted, and the poltergeist is able to move on to its eternal resting place. The duo leaves with a newfound appreciation for the complexities of the afterlife and the importance of exorcising one's paranormal demons.
Morty, well, that was a wild ride, Rick. At least the pizza was delicious.
Rick, that's the spirit, Morty. Now let's go catch up on our research at the Intergalactic Library. I hear they have a special on ghost busting guides.
Title: The Tuina Massage Experiment.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, and Jerry stumble upon a man playing with a genetically modified superhuman child on a blue mat in the park. Intrigued by the child's abilities, Rick decides to take him to his lab for further study.
Morty, Jerry, have you ever seen anything like this before? Look at how strong and agile he is.
Rick, are we sure it's okay to just take him like this? What about his parents?
Yeah, this seems a bit messed up. We should probably just leave him be.
Relax, guys. I have a plan. We'll put him through a few experiments and see what he's capable of.
Meanwhile, Beth and Summer are in need of a babysitter and call upon a ninja babysitting service. The ninja arrives and immediately begins to show off his skills.
Ninja, greetings. I am Sensei Shuriken. I am honored to protect your family with my ninja training.
Wow, that's really impressive. Thank you for coming on such short notice.
Yeah, can you teach us some ninja moves?
Sensei Shuriken, of course, young one. We shall begin immediately.
Back at the lab, Rick subjects the superhuman child to various tests and procedures, including a 2-na massage. The massage causes the child to exhibit strange, uncontrollable powers.
Interesting. It seems the massage is activating some sort of latent ability in his DNA.
Oh, great. Now we have a superpowered kid on our hands.
I think we should probably stop experimenting on him and maybe call his parents or something.
Just then, Sensei Shuriken bursts into the lab, revealing himself to be a government agent tasked with retrieving the superhuman child.
Sensei Shuriken, hand over the subject or face the consequences.
Oh, come on. Can't a guy do some harmless experiments without getting hassled by the man?
In the ensuing chaos, the superhuman child uses his abilities to defeat Sensei Shuriken and the government agents, ultimately escaping back to his family.
What happened here? Why is the lab destroyed?
Long story short, we may have accidentally created a superpowered being with the power of 2-na massage.
What? That's so cool.
Cool? We almost got arrested and the lab got destroyed.
Can we just agree to never get involved with genetically modified superhumans or ninja babysitters again?
The episode ends with the family leaving the lab as Rick continues to ponder the possibilities of 2-na massage on human evolution.
Title: The Intergalactic Field Experiment.
In this experiment, Rick Sanchez, Morty, and Summer Smith journey to an uninhabited exoplanet to conduct research on its potential for colonization. Along the way, they encounter a group of monkeys that have been genetically modified to possess human-level intellects, led by the charismatic Yara Shahidi.
Alright, we're here. Time to start scanning for resources and potential hazards.
Rick, what do we do about the monkeys?
They seem friendly enough. Maybe we can learn something from them.
Yara Shahidi, greetings, Earthlings. What brings you to our humble planet?
We're conducting a scientific expedition to determine the viability of colonizing this planet.
Yara Shahidi, fascinating. Perhaps we can assist you in your endeavors.
Meanwhile, a robot in the background has been observing the group and taking notes. Suddenly, a man in the foreground appears and interrupts their conversation.
Man, excuse me, but I couldn't help but notice you're all standing around a cartoon character in a field.
What does that have to do with anything?
And, well, as a PhD scientist in cartoonology, I'm intrigued by the possibility of analyzing the physics behind this cartoon character's movements.
That sounds like a waste of time.
Yeah, we've got important research to do here.
As they continue to explore the exoplanet, they come across a group of sci-fi cosplayers and decide to photograph them for research purposes.
Look at these costumes. These must be the most accurate representations of alien life forms ever created.
I don't think that's what they're going for, Rick.
Just as they're about to leave the exoplanet, a catastrophic disaster strikes, forcing them to abandon their research and flee for their lives.
We've got to get out of here. This planet is unstable.
Yara Shahidi, we'll assist you in your escape. Follow us.
In the end, they successfully make it back to their spaceship and return home, realizing that the universe is full of surprises and unexpected twists. But at least they have some cool photos of sci-fi cosplayers to show for it.
Title: The Interdimensional Sales Meeting.
Synopsis. Rick receives an invitation to an interdimensional sales meeting from a green-suited, purple-backgrounded cartoon character named Zaxxer. Rick drags Morty and Summer along to the meeting, where they encounter strange creatures and bizarre technologies.
Scene 1.
Morty, Summer, we're going on a sales trip.
Sales trip? What are we selling, Rick?
We're not selling anything, Morty. We're going to an interdimensional sales meeting.
Who's hosting the meeting?
Green-suited cartoon character named Zaxxer. He's got some new poison ivy-based products he wants to pitch to us.
Scene 2.
Arriving at the sales meeting, Rick, Morty, and Summer are met with a strange sight. Purple backgrounds and green creatures everywhere.
Zaxxer: Welcome, Rick. I'm glad you could make it.
Yeah, whatever. So, what's this about poison ivy products?
Zaxxer: Oh, just a little something I cooked up in my lab. It'll sell like hotcakes in the multiverse.
Scene 3.
As Zaxxer begins his pitch, Rick's phone starts autocorrecting his texts in increasingly bizarre ways.
Texting. I meant to say, bye, not buzz off.
Rick, what's wrong with your phone?
Laughing. Haha, that's hilarious. Your phone is making you say stupid stuff.
Zaxxer: Catching on, I see you Earthlings have a sense of humor. Let me show you something that will really tickle your funny bone.
Scene 4.
Zaxxer pulls out a virtual reality headset and hands it to Rick. Zaxxer: Try this on for size. It's a comedy video game called Chozo Metroid.
Putting on the headset. Alright, let's see what this is all whoa.
Scene 5.
Inside the game, Rick finds himself in a bizarre world of Chozo warriors and Metroid creatures, all speaking in weird, mocking voices.
Gozo. Laughing. Hey look, it's Morty's grandpa. He fell for our trap.
Metroid, also laughing. Yeah, and now he'll be stuck in here forever.
What the hell is going on here?
Scene 6.
Meanwhile, Morty and Summer are left to fend for themselves at the sales meeting, encountering a series of absurd scenarios.
Sales manager, talking to Morty. Tell you what, kid. I'll give you a great deal on this universal translator if you can solve my riddle.
Sure. What's the riddle?
Sales manager, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's around to hear it, does it make a sound?
Confused. What does that have to do with the translator?
Scene 7.
Back in the virtual reality game, Rick is desperately trying to escape, but the Chozo Metroid world seems to have a life of its own.
Himself. Come on, there's gotta be a way out of here. Wait, what's that?
A portal appears out of nowhere, and Rick jumps towards it.
Scene 8.
Back in the sales meeting, Rick suddenly reappears, dazed and confused. Zaxxer: Concerned: Rick, are you okay?
Groaning. Yeah, I think so. What the hell was that?
Zaxxer: Chuckling: Just a little taste of the multiverse, my friend. You never know what you'll find out there.
Scene 9.
As they prepare to leave the sales meeting, Rick, Morty, and Summer are approached by an eccentric character named Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast. Hey there, folks. I'm Mr. Beast, and I've got a challenge for you. If you can solve my interdimensional riddles, I'll award you with 1,000,000 schmeckles.
Morty and Summer. Alright, let's get out of here before this gets any weirder.
Scene 10.
As they leave the sales meeting and return to their own dimension, Rick, Morty, and Summer reflect on the strange occurrences they just experienced.
Laughing. That was insane. I can't believe we met a guy named Zaxxer and played a video game in a virtual reality world.
Sarcastic. Yeah, and let's not forget about the poison ivy products we never even saw.
Chuckling. The joys of interdimensional travel. You never know what you'll find out there.
Title: Space Elevator Sabotage. The episode opens with two alien spaceships traversing the atmosphere over a magnificent mountain range while surrounded by a starry sky backdrop. The aliens are on an exploratory mission to assess and study the geology and topography of the mountain range. The ships are equipped with cutting-edge technology that allows them to hold a stable position in the sky while conducting their research. As they begin their exploration, one of the alien ships suddenly loses control and falls toward the ground. The onboard computers detect a malfunction in the ship's propulsion system. The aliens quickly assess the situation and determine that their only hope of escape is to use a space elevator that runs from the surface of the planet to a space station in orbit. However, as they approach the space elevator, they soon discover that it has been sabotaged, and they are unable to make it to the top. With no other options, the aliens are forced to use their own technology to reach the space station. Once aboard the space station, they discover the sabotage was caused by a rogue alien who was seeking to prevent their exploration of the mountain range. After some investigation, they realized that the alien was motivated by fear of losing their hegemony over the area. The team of explorers was able to restore the space elevator and apprehend the rogue alien, allowing them to resume their mission and complete their scientific inquiry into the mountain range. As they exit the station and leave the area behind, they discuss the fascinating geological formations they encountered during their exploration, with one of the aliens even joking about starting a funny cooking show using the unique minerals they discovered.
Alien 1. The propulsion system of the ship has failed. We must use the space elevator to reach the space station in orbit.
Alien 2. But the space elevator is not functioning.
Alien 3. It seems to have been recently sabotaged.
Alien 1. We cannot let this prevent us from completing our mission. Let's use our own technology.
Alien 2. Agreed. We must assess and correct the issue later.
Alien 3. This sabotage appears to be the work of a rogue alien.
Alien 1. We must investigate and find the culprit.
Alien 2. It is likely that they were motivated by fear of losing power over this region.
Alien 3. We have restored the space elevator. We can complete our research.
Alien 1. The geological formations we found were fascinating. Perhaps we should start a funny cooking show with the minerals?
Title: The Phosphorus Pi Gao Plumbus Pooter Palooza. Opening shot is of the room with machines and lights on the walls and a red light above the seats. Rick is sitting in one of the chairs, Morty next to him, Jerry and Beth sitting across from them.
Alright, listen up Morty, Jerry, Beth. We've got a shit ton of work to do today.
Like what, Rick?
I'm glad you asked, Morty. Today we're going to be experimenting with phosphorus and Pi Gao. But before we get to that, let's take a look at the plumbus pooters.
What's a plumbus pooter, Rick?
Oh, you know, the pooter that's used to extract the plumbus essence from the plumbus. Haven't you ever seen one?
No, and I don't think I want to.
Nonsense, Jerry, it's fascinating. But we're not here to talk about plumbus pooters, we're here to talk about science. Morty, get me the phosphorus.
Morty hands Rick a container of phosphorus.
Excellent. Now, let's see what happens when we combine phosphorus with Pi Gao.
What's Pi Gao?
It's a Chinese gambling game. I figured we'd spice up science by adding a little bit of chance to it. Now, everybody place your bets. Will the phosphorus and Pi Gao combine to create a powerful new element, or will it blow up in our faces?
I'm not betting on this, Rick.
Suit yourself, Jerry. Let's get this experiment started. Morty, roll the dice.
Morty rolls the dice, and the phosphorus and Pi Gao combine in a flash of light.
Holy shit, it worked. We've discovered a new element.
What is it, Rick?
I don't know, Morty. But I do know this, it's highly explosive.
Suddenly, the room starts to shake.
What's happening?
Everybody get down.
Everyone ducks as the room explodes in a shower of sparks. When they get back up, Rick is holding a small vial with a glowing green liquid inside.
Behold, the element I've dubbed Phos-Gao, the most powerful substance in the universe.
What are we going to do with it?
Sell it, of course. We'll be rich beyond our wildest dreams.
But we don't even know what it does.
Who cares, Morty? We've got Phos-Gao. The possibilities are endless.
The group high-fives each other as the camera pans out to show the destroyed room. The end credits roll with scenes of the group using Phos-Gao to do various ridiculous things, like power a spaceship shaped like a plumbus, or win at Pai Gao in a Chinese casino. Title: Cat, Zinc, and Endive, an observational analysis.
Introduction.
In this observational analysis, we examined the behavior of a domestic cat in the presence of a pair of scissors and a hairdryer on the ground. We also investigated the role of zinc and endive in the vicinity of the cat. Our goal was to understand the behavioral responses of the cat to the presence of these objects and substances.
Methodology.
The cat, a domestic Sphinx breed, was placed on a table in the proximity of a pair of scissors and a hairdryer on the ground. Zinc and endive were also placed on the ground near the table. The behavior of the cat was observed for 60 minutes using a high-definition camera and audio recording equipment. The recordings were analyzed using behavioral coding software.
Results.
During the observation, the cat spent most of the time sitting on the table, occasionally looking at the scissors and hairdryer on the ground. The behavioral coding analysis revealed that the cat displayed several behavioral responses to the presence of zinc and endive. The cat sniffed and licked the zinc, which is consistent with the known behavior of cats towards metallic substances. In contrast, the endive was largely ignored by the cat.
Discussion.
The results of this observational analysis suggest that the domestic Sphinx cat demonstrated curiosity towards the scissors and the hairdryer on the ground. However, it was more responsive to the presence of zinc than to endive. The behavior observed towards the metallic substance zinc is consistent with previous research on cat behavior towards metallic substances. The lack of response towards endive may indicate that domestic Sphinx cats have a preference for certain types of food or are indifferent to non-meat food sources.
Conclusion.
This observational analysis provides insight into the behavioral responses of domestic Sphinx cats towards common household objects and substances. Further research is necessary to determine whether these findings are consistent across different breeds and individual cats. Additionally, future work may investigate the influence of environmental and genetic factors on cat behavior. Title: Quantum Hoopla. The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Jerry embarking on a scientific experiment involving a basketball, a TARDIS, and a phone booth. As they shoot the ball into the hoop, they accidentally trigger a rip in the space-time continuum, causing several unexpected guests to appear.
Ah geez, Morty. You know these quantum physics experiments are never easy, but I think we really nailed it this time.
Rick, what's that sound? It's like a bunch of sea devils from Doctor Who.
What the hell is going on? I just wanted to play arcade basketball.
Suddenly, Jax Films, Linus Torvalds, and Stevie Wonder appear in front of the trio. Jax Films: Sup losers, just thought I'd drop by for some science adventures.
Linus Torvalds, actually, I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd check out your mathematical theories.
Stevie Wonder: I just came to play some hoops.
As they all begin to have a friendly game of basketball, a runaway robot crashes into the court and sparks chaos.
Robot. Warning, system malfunction. Must initiate road trip mode.
Oh, this is getting extra sci-fi. Morty, we gotta take care of this robot.
But what about our guests, Rick?
I don't know what's happening, but this is amazing. Rick, Morty, and Stevie Wonder team up to try and stop the robot, while Jax Films and Linus Torvalds work on fixing the space-time rift. As they successfully combine their efforts, the group manages to save the day and restore order to the universe.
That was a close one.
Yeah, but what about the basketball game?
Stevie Wonder, I don't think we ever finished that game.
Can we play again? The group laughs and continues their game as the camera pans out, showing the TARDIS and phone booth disappearing into the distance. End of episode. Title: The Neurological Impacts of Social Gaming, a Case Study.
Opening shot. A group of individuals gather in a gaming room adorned with a neon sign reading "Try Why." They are seated around a table, each with a gaming console in front of them, engrossed in the game.
Lead researcher, the present study aims to investigate the neurological impacts of social gaming among adults.
Participant 1. Excitedly, I love playing video games with friends. It's my favorite way to get together and have fun.
Participant 2. Nodding in agreement, same here. It's a great stress reliever and helps me unwind after a long day at work.
Lead researcher, taking notes, and what games do you typically play?
Participant 1. Smiling, mostly multiplayer shooter games like Call of Duty and Battlefield.
Participant 2. Adding, but we also like party games like Mario Kart and Jackbox.
Lead researcher, notes in hand, interesting. Have you noticed any changes in your mood or behavior after playing these games?
Participant 1. Pensive, well, sometimes I get really intense and competitive, but it never lasts long after the game ends.
Participant 2. Chuckles, yeah, I've definitely yelled and screamed before, but it's all in good fun.
Lead researcher, smiling, understood. Now, let's take a look at your EEG data during gameplay.
Cut 2. Graphs and charts showing the participants' brain activity during gameplay, with a focus on areas related to emotion and attention.
Lead researcher, explaining, as we can see from the data, there is a significant increase in activity in the frontal lobe during intense gameplay, particularly in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex and anterior cingulate cortex.
Participant 1. Curious, what does that mean?
Lead researcher, eagerly, it means that playing these games can actually improve your ability to focus and regulate your emotions. It's like a workout for your brain.
Participant 2. Impressed, wow, I had no idea.
Cut 2. A montage of the group laughing and having fun while playing various games.
Closing shot. The group high-fiving each other and thanking the researchers for the opportunity to participate in the study.
Lead researcher, smiling, it was our pleasure. Thank you for helping us better understand the neurological impacts of social gaming.
Title: The Comic Universe Crossover.
Synopsis. While experimenting with his new invention, Rick accidentally opens a portal to a parallel comic universe. This leads to a chaotic crossover with a bunch of anime characters and sitcom legends.
Scene 1: The Invention.
Morty, check out my new invention. With this device, we can travel to any comic universe in the multiverse.
Sounds cool, Rick, but how is that even possible?
Well, Morty, it's all based on quantum theory and the laws of cosmic inflation.
Scene 2: The Portal.
As Rick activates the device, a green portal opens up, and a bunch of anime characters appear, including Urza Scarlet with her red hair and Martin Crane from Frasier with his gray hair.
Urza, greetings from Earthland. Who are you guys?
Oh, just a couple of interdimensional travelers passing through.
Martin, Niles and I have seen some weird things in Seattle, but this takes the cake.
Scene 3: The Comedy Magic.
As the group explores the comic universe, they encounter a strange character named Comedy Magic with blue hair.
Comedy Magic. Greetings, friends. I am the keeper of all things hilarious in this universe.
Saitama, is that why you're blue?
Comedy Magic. Precisely. My hair color represents the combination of laughter and melancholy and humor.
Scene 4: Uranus.
Just as the group begins to enjoy the comic universe, they're interrupted by a team of aliens from Uranus.
Alien, you have trespassed in our domain. Prepare to face the consequences.
Urza, we won't back down from a fight.
Hold on. Let me just analyze their quantum signatures and energy levels.
Scene 5: The Showdown.
As the aliens attack, the group puts their powers to the test. Urza wields her sword, Martin uses his wit, and Saitama delivers one punch after another.
Rick, what are you doing?
Just updating my research paper on the properties of extraterrestrial life forms.
Scene 6: The Escape. Just as the group emerges victorious, they realize they need to get back to their own universe before it's too late.
Quick, everyone, back through the portal.
Comedy Magic. Wait, I have an idea. Let's end this crossover with a joke about Frasier's love life.
Scene 7: The Finale.
As the group returns home, they can't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all.
Urza, I can't say I've ever fought aliens with a sitcom star before.
Martin, well, I can't say I've ever fought aliens, period.
Saitama, I got a good workout from all this.
Ah, with your powers, Saitama, you could take down a whole universe if you wanted to.
Rick, don't give him any ideas.
Title: The Submarine Mutiny Standoff.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty embark on a submarine adventure that leads to a confrontation with Justin Bieber and an unexpected musical twist.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are enjoying a relaxing fishing trip on a boat when they spot a strange submarine emerging from the depths of the ocean. Without hesitation, Rick commandeers the boat and leads Morty on a daring boarding mission.
Rick, Morty, grab your life jacket and tighten your seatbelt because we're about to make some waves.
Act 2.
Once inside the submarine, Rick and Morty discover that it is captained by none other than Justin Bieber, who has turned into a power-hungry dictator with plans to take over the world. The tension rises as Bieber and his loyal followers engage in a mutiny against Rick and Morty.
Bieber, I'm sorry Rick and Morty, but this isn't a love yourself karaoke party. It's time for you to leave the building and let me take over.
Act 3.
As the standoff continues, Rick pulls out a device that emits strange musical notes that bewilder Bieber and his crew.
Unbeknownst to all, the device is causing a rift in the space-time continuum.
Morty, Rick, what's happening? Why is everything turning into a musical?
Rick, it's a scientific phenomenon, Morty. Don't question the power of the universe.
Act 4.
The musical numbers escalate into a full-blown dance-off, with Rick and Morty leading a catchy number that confuses Bieber's henchmen. In a moment of triumph, Morty uses a classic dad joke to disarm the situation and save the day.
Morty, hey Bieber, why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field.
Bieber, what? That's ridiculous. Okay, you win. I'll leave peacefully.
Epilogue.
As Rick and Morty sail away from the bizarre adventure, they reflect on the absurdity of what just happened. But in true Rick fashion, he shrugs it off as just another day in the multiverse.
Rick, Morty, remember that time we defeated Justin Bieber with a musical number? Yeah, me neither. Pass me a beer.
Title: The Carnivorous Nightmares of Cocomelon Dino Dentistry.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Summer Dimension hopping across the multiverse. They stumble upon a planet inhabited by intelligent dinosaurs who have established a petting zoo with dinosaur species from different universes. The trio is fascinated by the creatures but soon discovers that one of the dinosaurs, a carnivorous Carnotaurus, has escaped into a Toyland-like area filled with a carousel and other carnival rides.
Looks like a Jurassic Park vibe in here, except with tickets and cotton candy.
Oh man, I don't think a cotton candy's gonna solve our problems, Rick.
We need to get that dinosaur back before it causes mass destruction.
Determined to recapture the Carnotaurus, the trio seeks out the help of dimension-hopping detectives who specialize in capturing interdimensional animals. They lead the way to the Toyland area, but the Carnotaurus outsmarts them and vanishes into thin air.
Looks like this dinosaur doesn't play by the rules of physics, Morty. We need to up our game.
But how do we find it? We can't just go looking in every haunted carnival nightmare in the multiverse.
Maybe we can lure it out with something it likes. Like those Cocomelon nursery rhymes it was listening to when we met.
The trio decides to create an elaborate trap made up of speakers playing Cocomelon songs and fake dinosaur eggs, made on the fly by Rick, all set up at a simulated dentist's office.
Alright, strap in, kids. Time to put our dentist skills to the test.
I don't think Cocomelon ever covered dinosaur dentistry, Rick.
Just go with it, Morty. This is too crazy not to work.
The plan works like a charm, and the Carnotaurus falls for the trap, becoming docile after a visit to the simulated dentist's chair. The episode ends with the trio bidding farewell to the dinosaur and returning to their ship, exhausted but content.
Well, that was one crazy adventure, but it all worked out in the end.
I don't think I can handle any more of these wild rides, Rick. I need a break.
Don't worry, Morty. We'll always find a way to make science fun.
Title: The Scientific Extravaganza.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a scientific mission to study the mysterious group of colorful eggs that appeared on the kitchen table. Jerry and Beth join the adventure, eager to witness Rick's latest invention in action. The eggs turn out to be eggplants from the Ori galaxy, and contain a powerful energy source that Rick plans to harness.
Rick, Morty, get your lab coat. We're going on an exciting adventure to study those eggs on the kitchen table.
Morty, Rick, why are we studying eggs? Can't we just make some pancakes?
Rick, Morty, these eggs are not just any eggs. They come from the Ori galaxy and contain a rare form of energy that I plan to harness for our next invention.
Beth, what kind of invention, Rick? I hope it's not another one of your portal guns.
Jerry. Yeah, the last time you built one of those, we ended up in some weird alien dimension.
Rick, relax, Jerry. This one won't send us to any alien dimensions. Now, let's get to work on cracking these eggs open.
As Rick begins to open the eggs, he discovers that they are actually eggplants, a rare species from the Ori galaxy. The eggplants emit a strong energy field that Rick is able to contain using a special device he created.
Morty, wow, Rick. I can feel the energy coming off these eggplants. It's like they're alive.
Rick, they are alive, Morty, and they're going to help us build the most powerful invention the multiverse has ever seen. Beth and Jerry watch on in amazement as Rick begins to experiment with the eggplants, creating a device that amplifies their energy field.
Beth, Rick, are you sure this is safe? I don't want to end up like that time you turned our cat into a giant monster.
Rick, relax, Beth. This device is perfectly safe. Now, let's turn up the juice and see what these eggplants can really do. As Rick activates the device, the eggplants begin to glow and emit a bright light that fills the room. Suddenly, a mysterious portal appears in the center of the kitchen, revealing a glimpse of the Ori galaxy.
Jerry. Whoa, Rick. What is that?
Rick, it's a portal to the Ori galaxy, Jerry, and we're about to take a journey through the stars that will blow your mind. The group jumps through the portal and finds themselves on a far-off planet filled with strange creatures and alien landscapes. Rick and Morty begin to experiment with the eggplants even further, discovering new ways to harness their power.
Beth, Rick, this is incredible. I never thought I'd see anything like this in my lifetime.
Rick, that's the thing about science, Beth. It never stops surprising you. Now, let's get back home and start building that invention. As the group makes their way back through the portal, Morty can't help but marvel at the wonders of the universe they just witnessed.
Morty, Rick, that was the craziest adventure we've ever been on. I can't believe we just traveled through space and met all those weird alien creatures.
Rick, that's just another day in the life of a scientist, Morty. Now, let's get to work on building the greatest invention in the multiverse.
Title: Temporal Tomfoolery with Time-Traveling Prankster.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty are tinkering in the garage when they stumble upon a mysterious clock with a golden circle around it and a blue circle around it with numbers and numbers on it. Rick recognizes the clock as a powerful time travel device and immediately starts experimenting with it. They soon discover that the clock is being controlled by a time-traveling prankster who is using it to pull pranks across different timelines. Rick and Morty decide to track down the prankster and put an end to their shenanigans.
Opening scene.
Morty, hand me that screwdriver. I'm trying to fix this portal gun.
Are you sure you're not just trying to break it even more?
Ah, you're hilarious, Morty. If I wanted to break it, I could do it with my eyes closed. Now hand me that screwdriver before I change my mind.
The garage door suddenly flies open, and a mysterious clock with a golden circle around it and a blue circle around it with numbers and numbers on it comes rolling in.
What the hell is that?
It looks like some kind of clock, Rick.
Not just any clock, Morty. That's a time travel device. Whoever made this has some serious interdimensional engineering skills.
The clock suddenly starts beeping and flashing.
Oh, crap, it's activated.
Activated? What does that mean?
Means we're about to have a serious adventure on our hands, Morty.
The clock starts to glow and suddenly transports Rick and Morty to a different timeline.
Act 1.
Where the hell are we?
I don't know, Rick. But it looks like there's an astronomy lab over there.
They sneak into the astronomy lab and see the time-traveling prankster.
Well, look who it is. The time-traveling prankster. What are you up to?
Prankster. Huh, you caught me. I'm just here to play some pranks.
Pranks? In different timelines? That's not cool, man.
Prankster, hey, it's just harmless fun. I'm not hurting anyone.
Harmless fun? Do you know how dangerous it is to mess with the fabric of time? We need to put a stop to your tomfoolery.
Prankster, fine, but only if you can catch me first.
The prankster disappears through a portal.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty chase the prankster through different timelines and planets, encountering various obstacles and challenges along the way.
This is insane, Rick. I can barely keep up.
Quit whining, Morty. We're almost there.
They finally catch up to the prankster on an ancient planet.
Prankster, you caught me, but it's too late. The curse has already been unleashed.
Curse? What curse?
Prankster, this planet is cursed. Anyone who sets foot on it will be doomed forever.
Doomed? What does that even mean?
Prankster, it means you're all going to turn into chickens. BWAK.
The curse suddenly takes effect, and Rick, Morty, and the prankster start turning into chickens.
Act 3.
As the curse takes hold, Rick and Morty use their scientific skills to try and reverse its effects.
Morty, grab that potion over there. It should counteract the curse.
I can't, Rick. I'm a chicken now.
As the despair sets in, Rick suddenly has an idea.
Wait a second. If the curse only affects people, then we should be able to use the clock to escape this planet.
Really, Rick? You think that'll work?
What do we have to lose? Let's try it.
They activate the clock and make a jump back to their own timeline, successfully avoiding the curse.
Ah, we did it, Morty. We beat the curse and caught the prankster.
Yeah, but at what cost? I can never look at a chicken the same way again.
As the episode ends, Rick and Morty look at the clock, wondering what other adventures it might lead them on next.
Title: The Virtual Alien Karaoke Battle.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, the duo explores the intricacies of virtual reality technology and encounters a man wearing a virtual reality suit holding 2 microphones, who offers to challenge them to an alien karaoke battle.
I'm sorry, what kind of reality are we talking about here?
Virtual reality suit guy, the latest in immersive technology, where we can enter any world we want and experience it like it's real. That sounds amazing, but what's with the microphones? Virtual reality suit guy. Oh, they're the controllers for our karaoke game. We sing into them and the game scores us based on our pitch and rhythm.
I don't know if I like the sound of this, Morty. Karaoke's not really my thing.
Come on, Rick, let's give it a shot. It can't be that bad, right?
As they enter the virtual world of the alien karaoke battle, they are greeted by Rhett and Link, who act as their virtual hosts.
Welcome Rick and Morty. Are you prepared to take on the best alien karaoke singers in the galaxy?
Link, the rules are simple. Sing your heart out and impress the judges to win the game.
Alright, I'm in. Let's do this thing.
Me too, Rick. Let's show these aliens our Earthling karaoke skills.
As the competition begins, Rick and Morty face off against various alien species in a hilarious display of karaoke battles. They belt out classic hits such as Bohemian Rhapsody and I Will Always Love You, with Rick's belching prowess and Morty's falsetto earning them high scores from the judges.
Virtual reality suit guy. Wow, you guys are really good at this. I've never seen anyone beat the alien champions before. Thanks, but we couldn't have done it without our trusty microphones.
Yeah, I guess they're not that bad after all. Maybe karaoke's not so bad either.
As they exit the virtual world, Morty turns to Rick with a smile.
See, Rick, I told you karaoke was fun.
Shut up, Morty. Don't get any ideas.
Idle, the mutant dog scarf.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Summer come across a strange sight on their interdimensional travels. A dog standing on the side of a road with a dark sky in the background and a dog wearing a scarf. As they investigate further, they discover that the dog with the scarf is actually a post-apocalyptic mutant scourge who has taken on the appearance of a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. The group is initially uncertain how to proceed, but as usual, Rick decides to take matters into his own hands.
Scene 1. Rick, Morty, and Summer open a portal to a new dimension, finding themselves on a deserted road when they come across a dog wearing a scarf.
What the hell is that mutant dog doing wearing a scarf? He thinks he's people or something.
Scene 2. The group approaches the mutant dog as he reveals his story and the origins of his scarf.
Mutant dog, I'm just trying to keep warm. My whole pack died in the apocalypse, and I found this scarf in the rubble. It's the only thing I have to remember them by.
Scene 3. Summer and Morty feel sorry for the mutant dog, but Rick has other things on his mind.
Enough with the sob story. We need to figure out how this guy survived the apocalypse and where the rest of his pack is. I smell a science experiment brewing.
Scene 4. They follow the mutant dog to an abandoned building where they meet the property manager, who warns them about the post-apocalyptic mutant scourge that inhabit the area.
Property manager, I wouldn't go messing around with those mutant dogs if I were you. They're vicious and unpredictable. You never know what they're capable of.
Scene 5. Rick refuses to back down and decides to experiment on the mutant dog to see if he can reverse the mutation.
Nonsense. We'll just use a little science, and we'll have him back to normal in no time.
Scene 6. Rick's experiment doesn't go as planned, and the mutant dog's mutation only gets worse, causing chaos and destruction in the area.
Rick, this is a disaster. We have to fix this before it's too late.
Scene 7. They eventually manage to stop the mutant dog's rampage, but they realize that the only way to reverse the mutation is by using the scarf as a catalyst.
Guys, I figured it out. The scarf is connected to his genetic code somehow. If we use it as a catalyst, we can reverse the mutation and bring him back to normal.
Scene 8. They successfully use the scarf as a catalyst to reverse the mutation, returning the mutant dog back to his original form. Rick is ecstatic.
Oh, this is incredible. We did it. This calls for some serious celebration, folks.
Scene 9. The group celebrates, with Rick even giving the mutant dog his own lab coat.
Welcome to the team, Mutant Dog. You've earned your own lab coat, if you're interested in joining us on our interdimensional adventures. And hey, who knows, maybe we'll even find the rest of your pack one day.
Scene 10. The group leaves the dimension, with the mutant dog joining them on their adventures, wearing his lab coat and his trusty scarf.
I can't believe it. We saved the day and gained a new team member at the same time. You never know what you'll find on these interdimensional trips.
End of episode.
Title: The Scientific Absurdity of Lily Singh's Dating Around Event.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage working on the latest scientific invention, a quantum neural network to enhance Rick's intelligence. Jerry walks in and demands they take a break and come with him to attend Lily Singh's dating around event. Rick scoffs at the idea, claiming it's a waste of time, but Jerry insists that they should give Beth a break, who's been stressed about work lately. Beth agrees and they all head to the event. Upon arriving, they see a woman sitting on a bench with her hands folded up in front of her face, against a green wall. Summer points out that it's Lily Singh and suggests they go over to say hello. Rick rolls his eyes but goes along with it. Lily explains that the event is a dating experience where attendees are matched with actors who have been given a specific catch to say during their interactions. The goal is to see how people react to different types of catchphrases and how it affects their decision-making in dating. Rick becomes immediately intrigued and creates a device to monitor the subject's brain activity during their interactions. Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are each matched with an actor and they start their dates. Rick: the initial results are fascinating. The brain is reacting in ways we never imagined possible. The neural pathways are lighting up in response to certain catchphrases, physical touch, and even subtle changes in tone. This could revolutionize the field of psychology and human behavior.
Summer: my date kept using the phrase, "I'm a pickle," and it was really awkward. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Jerry: my date pretended to be a doctor and diagnosed me with a rare disease. It was hilarious, but I'm not sure if I'd ever want to go on a real date with her.
Beth: my date was really good at improv and kept pretending to be different characters. It was entertaining, but I was definitely confused if he was interested in me or not.
Meanwhile, Rick is approached by Lily Singh and she reveals that the entire event was a scam to catch him and steal his invention. But Rick, being the genius that he is, anticipated the betrayal and had placed a trap that transmuted the neural network into a decoy, leaving Lily with nothing but a mere toy. Rick: you should know by now, no one messes with Rick Sanchez. The episode ends with the family heading back home, everyone discussing their experiences at the event. Rick, however, is already on to his next invention, muttering to himself about the limitless possibilities of quantum neural networks and the mysteries of the human mind.
Morty: I don't think I'll ever look at dating the same way again.
Summer: I just hope they pay me for this.
Jerry: I'm just glad I got out of the house for once.
Beth: it's nice to see everyone bonding over something ridiculous.
Overall, a funny and absurd episode that showcases Rick's genius and the family's dynamics in a unique way.
Title: Exploring the Interactions of Different Food Items and Characters in Action Figures. An Analysis of Elon Musk, Geography, Beagle, Burrito, Funny Epitaphs, SpongeBob I'm a Head Out Meme.
Abstract.
This episode explores the complex relationships between different food items and characters in action figures through the analysis of a series of photos depicting a sandwich, and a character, specifically Elon Musk, Geography, Beagle, Burrito, Funny Epitaphs, SpongeBob I'm a Head Out Meme. This research utilizes a combination of qualitative and quantitative methods, including visual analysis and cultural studies, to examine the meanings and implications of these interactions.
Introduction.
In recent years, the phenomenon of taking photos of different food items and characters in action figures has become increasingly popular on social media platforms. These photos often showcase unusual and creative combinations of food and toys, which can range from the humorous to the bizarre. This episode seeks to analyze a series of such photos and to explore the ways in which they reflect the complex relationships between different cultural artifacts and practices. Specifically, this research examines the interaction between a sandwich, and a character, Elon Musk, Geography, Beagle, Burrito, Funny Epitaphs, SpongeBob I'm a Head Out Meme.
Methodology.
The methodology for this research includes visual analysis and cultural studies. The photos will be analyzed using a combination of qualitative and quantitative methods to determine the meanings and implications of the interactions depicted in them. Additionally, the cultural significance of the selected food items and characters will be examined through a literature review.
Results.
The analysis of the photos reveals that the interactions between the food items and characters are often humorous and playful. For example, a sandwich with funny epitaphs written on it is shown resting on a SpongeBob character, which is lying face down on a beagle. Another photo shows Elon Musk holding a burrito while standing on a map of geography. These interactions can be seen as a reflection of the cultural significance of the food items and characters, as well as an expression of creativity and playfulness.
Discussion.
Overall, this episode suggests that the interactions between different food items and characters in action figures are an important aspect of contemporary culture. These interactions reflect the ways in which different cultural practices and artifacts intersect and influence one another. The humorous and playful nature of these interactions also suggests that they serve as a form of creative expression and a way of exploring the boundaries of cultural norms. Further research in this area may help us to better understand the complex relationships between different cultural practices and artifacts.
Title: The Yellow Light Experiment.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty find themselves stranded at a train station in Sao Paulo with a train on the tracks and a yellow light shining on the platform and the train tracks. As they attempt to repair the train, they inadvertently unlock a mysterious power source that unleashes a chain of chaotic events, including a superhuman prison break.
1. Morty, I've had it up to here with these third world train stations. The infrastructure in this place is a joke.
2. I don't know, Rick. Maybe we should just catch a ride on the train and come back later when it's not so sketchy?
3. Nah, Morty, I've got a good feeling about this. Besides, I've been meaning to test out this new voltage regulator I picked up from a black market dealer in Moscow.
4. Oh, okay. Is that safe?
5. Safe, Morty. Since when have we ever cared about safety? This is science, baby.
6. As Rick tinkers with the train, a loud explosion rocks the station.
7. Holy crap, Rick! What did you do?
8. Relax, Morty. I just tapped into some sort of high-frequency energy source. Check it out. The yellow light on the platform is pulsating.
9. Suddenly, a group of prisoners with superhuman powers appear, having escaped from a nearby maximum security facility.
10. Well, this is unexpected. Time to test out those new laser guns I got from the Intergalactic Weapon Convention last week.
As chaos ensues and Rick and Morty race to stop the superhuman escapees, they realize the true power of the mysterious yellow light and its potential for scientific breakthroughs. However, their excitement is cut short when they are forced to confront the ethical implications of their actions and the consequences of meddling with forces beyond their control.
Title: The Schrödinger Catastrophe.
Act 1. Rick and Morty are sitting in the garage, staring at a strange-looking device.
Morty, I've been working on this one for quite some time. It's a device that can transport us to a parallel universe where cats have the ability to talk to humans.
Oh geez, Rick, that sounds pretty crazy.
Suddenly, Beth enters the garage.
Rick, could you please take care of Coach for a few days? I'm going on a business trip and can't bring him with me.
Sure, Beth, but who's Coach?
He's my friend's Maine Coon. He's pretty chill and likes to hang out outside.
Great, another mouth to feed.
Act 2. Rick, Morty, and Coach are outside in the backyard.
Alright, let's test out this device and see if it works.
Rick activates the device, and suddenly they're transported to a parallel universe where cats can, in fact, talk.
Maine Coon, who are you guys?
Oh, we're from another universe. Can you tell us why you're sitting like that?
Maine Coon, I'm using my sixth sense to communicate with a fellow feline in the distance. It's a form of telepathic communication that only us cats possess.
Interesting. Let's see if we can tap into that ability and communicate with the same feline.
Act 3. The trio sets out to find a feline using Coach's tracking skills.
This is insane, Morty. We're about to communicate telepathically with a cat.
I don't know why I'm surprised at this point, Rick.
They finally reach the cat, who's still sitting in the same position.
Hey there, little feline. Can you hear us?
Cat, yes, I can. What do you want?
We just wanted to say hi and see if we can communicate with you using our telepathic abilities.
Cat, I'm not interested. I'm deep in thought and can't be bothered right now.
Suddenly, a tree branch falls and lands on the cat.
Oh my god, did we just kill that cat?
Hold on, Morty. Before we assume anything, let's check if the cat is alive or dead.
Act 4. Rick and Morty take the cat back to the garage and put it in a box with a radioactive source and a Geiger counter.
What the hell is this?
It's a Schrodinger's cat experiment. We're testing whether the cat is alive or dead.
That's messed up, Rick. You can't just experiment on an innocent animal like this.
Beth, it's all in the name of science. Plus, we don't know if the cat is actually dead or alive until we observe it.
The Geiger counter remains silent, indicating that the cat is still alive.
Well, there you have it. The cat is alive and well.
Suddenly, the box starts to shake and meowing can be heard from inside.
Oh no, Rick. The cat's alive and angry.
The cat bursts out of the box and attacks Rick, Morty, and Beth. Epilogue. Rick, Morty, and Beth are licking their wounds in the living room.
I really hope you learned your lesson, Rick. You can't just mess with the laws of nature like that.
Aw. Where's your sense of adventure, Beth? We just had an amazing scientific breakthrough.
I just hope that cat doesn't find us again.
Title: Sushiological Adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting in a sushi bar, analyzing the plate of sushi placed in front of them. Rick, being the genius that he is, quickly notices a toy in the background of the sushi plate and another one in the middle.
Morty, pay attention. There seems to be a peculiar toy in the display of this sushi dish. This could be a sign of an alien culture shock incident.
Alien what, Rick? I just wanted to eat some raw fish and relax.
Suddenly, the scene changes, and they find themselves in Ethiopia where they encounter a group studying the genetics of lips. They discover that the toys found in the sushi plate are actually part of a top-secret experiment conducted by the Bart Simpson Appreciation Society.
What the? How did we end up here?
I don't know, Rick. But those guys are looking at us funny.
Rick and Morty start having a conversation about the importance of Bart Simpson to society when suddenly an amphibian-like creature, Ripto, comes out of nowhere and attacks them, claiming he's been sent by the alien sushi bar owners for stealing their precious toys.
Ripto, you, humans, are always stealing things that don't belong to you.
Oh no, Rick. What do we do?
Don't worry, Morty. I have a PhD in advanced sushiology. We'll defeat him using the power of wasabi.
With the help of a giant wasabi pill,
Rick and Morty outsmart Ripto and save the day. As they return to the sushi bar, everything seems normal, and they go back to enjoying their sushi.
Oh, another day, another adventure, Morty. And to think, it all started with a little toy.
Yeah, Rick, life sure is weird sometimes.
The camera then pans out, showing the alien sushi bar owners watching Rick and Morty on their monitors and realizing they have met their match.
Title: The Indium Adventure of Rick and Morty.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty are transported to a parallel universe where they meet Skeletor, a skeleton humanoid in a purple suit who wields a sword and has a skull emblem on his chest. Skeletor challenges Rick and Morty to a game of Indium, a complex and dynamic board game involving strategy, critical thinking, and a bunch of really cool mechanics.
Rick: oh boy, Morty, I can smell the science in the air. Let's play some Indium with Skeletor and show him why we're the smartest beings in the multiverse.
Morty, I don't know, Rick, this game looks really complicated. Plus, Skeletor seems like a tough opponent.
Beth, hey, what are you guys doing? Dad said the garage was off limits for his science experiments.
Rick: relax, Beth, we're just playing some Indium with our new friend Skeletor. You know, the one with the fancy purple suit and sword.
Beth, what? That's insane, you two are going to get yourselves killed. Didn't you hear about that anthropologist who tried to play Indium with Skeletor? He disappeared without a trace.
Skeletor, ha, you foolish humans, you know nothing of the intricacies of Indium. But fear not, for I am a gracious host. Let us begin the game and see who shall emerge victorious.
Comedy skits. Insert a montage of Rick and Morty struggling to understand the rules of Indium, with Skeletor mocking them at every turn. There are wacky sound effects and silly visuals, like the board game coming to life and attacking Rick and Morty.
Indium, error, critical failure in Indium game system, system shutting down.
Rick: aw man, what the hell happened? We were about to win.
Skull on Skeletor's chest, foolish mortals. Did you really think you could defeat me in Indium? That game was merely a distraction. I have stolen all the Indium in this universe and will use it to power my dark army. Bow down before me and serve as my minions.
Morty, holy crap, Rick, we gotta stop him.
Anthropologist unexpectedly shows up. Hey guys, I've been following Skeletor's trail and I think I know where he's going next. But we'll need to use the power of anthropology to outsmart him.
Rick: huh, looks like we've got a new team member, Morty. Let's do this.
Final battle. The gang battles Skeletor and his minions in an epic showdown filled with explosions, swords, and witty one-liners. Beth shows up to help despite her earlier reservations. In the end, they emerge victorious and Skeletor is defeated.
Scientific conclusion: the team returns to their own universe with Skeletor's Indium in tow, and they use it to create new inventions and further their scientific knowledge. The experience also teaches them the value of working together and never giving up in the face of adversity.
Rick: well, Morty, that was one hell of a ride. What do you say we go get some McDonald's?
Morty, oh geez, Rick, you always know how to cheer me up.
Title: The Garbage Gauntlet.
Synopsis:
In this episode, the characters Rick, Morty, and Summer embark on a daring mission to consume copious amounts of refuse within an abandoned landfill. The adventure begins with Morty enthusiastically brandishing a red ball and green apple, which Rick uses as makeshift tools for the feast.
Ah, Morty, we're about to delve into the intricate world of microbiology. The complex ecosystem of this landfill is full of untold surprises and potentially hazardous toxins. It's imperative we proceed with caution.
Geez, Rick, I can't wait to consume all this gross garbage. It's like a dream come true.
Guys, this is disgusting. Why on earth would you want to subject yourselves to this?
Summer, you lack the scientific curiosity to appreciate the finer nuances of this experiment. Now, let's get to work.
As they dive headfirst into the mounds of trash, they encounter a host of unexpected obstacles. Morty gets trapped in a pile of discarded electronics while Rick is forced to fend off a rabid raccoon.
Rick, help! These wires are like some sort of parasitic organism.
Morty, don't be such a drama queen. Science is all about pushing past our limits and adapting to new challenges.
Meanwhile, Summer struggles to keep her lunch down as she watches the duo devour rotting produce and spoiled dairy products.
This is not what I signed up for. I feel like I'm in some sort of twisted reality show.
As the episode draws to a close, the trio emerges victorious, having consumed everything in their path. Rick proclaims it as a resounding success, while Morty can barely contain his excitement for their next garbage-eating adventure.
Well, that was quite the exhilarating experience. I think we've all learned a valuable lesson about embracing the unknown and maximizing our potential.
Can we do this again, Rick? This was like the best day of my life.
Please, for the love of all things sacred, never make me do this again.
Title: The Rusty Rick-tastrophe, a scientific expedition.
Scientific context. Our heroes, Rick and Morty, venture on a mission to explore the rusty remnants of an interdimensional laboratory. The expedition aims to investigate the potential of alternate sources of energy found in the rusted metallic objects present in the abandoned laboratory.
Morty, come on, summer never comes without scientific expeditions.
But Rick, this place looks really rusty and old. I have a bad feeling about it.
Guys, can we just get this over with? I have a Glee rehearsal to attend.
I agree with Summer. Let's hurry this up. What could possibly go wrong?
Scientific perspective. The team begins to investigate the rusted metallic objects and found a bizarre energy signature emanating from them. Rick proposes the energy may be a potential alternate source of fuel for his spaceship.
Eureka! I have found the new energy source that will revolutionize interdimensional travel. Let's get to work.
But Rick, aren't you forgetting something? The tetanus warnings from the abandoned facility?
Tetanus is just a myth. It's just a glamorous way of saying, I couldn't be bothered getting a Band-Aid.
Tragic twist. Rick suddenly falls from a tetanus-infected gnarled metal rod, mortally wounded.
Morty, it looks like it's curtains for me. But remember, the science community will never forget me. Rick.
With Rick's final breath, the team must hurry and find a cure to save him. Guys, we need to act fast and find a tetanus vaccination.
Oh geez, I remember where the infirmary is. Summer, can you get something to turn into a makeshift lab?
Fine, Morty, but I'm billing you for the supplies.
The team manages to concoct a serum using the antique medical equipment and administer it to Rick, saving his life.
Wow, that was close. So close, I feel like I need a drink.
Moral of the story: even in the pursuit of science, health precautions should be a top priority.
Scientific conclusion. The team successfully discovered and harvested the alternate energy source, revolutionizing interdimensional travel. Summer billed Morty for the makeshift lab, and Jerry feels a newfound appreciation for safety protocols. The end.
Scientific analysis. Despite the multitude of Mr. Sanchez's positive scientific contributions, this expedition demonstrates the severe importance of appropriate safety protocols in scientific investigations. It is also clear that Mr. Sanchez's experiential knowledge of tetanus disease was regrettably lacking.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty experimenting with quantum entanglement to teleport themselves to different dimensions. Meanwhile, a group of people in futuristic suits and helmets walk down a hallway towards a heavily secured laboratory. The man leading the group is revealed to be none other than Elon Musk, who has teamed up with Bruce Wayne, aka Batman, to uncover new technological advancements. Rick and Morty accidentally teleport themselves into the laboratory, where they encounter Musk and Wayne discussing their latest project. The project involves harnessing the power of the Matrix to create a virtual reality world that humans can inhabit. Rick scoffs at the idea, claiming that he can do it better, and decides to take matters into his own hands. He creates a virtual reality world that's so realistic, Morty forgets it's not real and falls into a deep sleep. As Rick tries to wake Morty up, they find themselves time-traveling archaeologists in ancient Egypt. They stumble upon Skeletor, who is trying to steal a powerful artifact. Hilarity ensues as they try to stop Skeletor while also encountering physical education challenges that are difficult to overcome. They eventually return to the laboratory, where Elon Musk and Bruce Wayne are impressed with their adventure. In a twist ending, it's revealed that the entire episode was just a simulation created by Rick to test the limits of the virtual reality technology. The group expresses awe and admiration for Rick's intellect, while Morty is left bewildered and confused.
Ah, that was a piece of cake. I could do that in my sleep. Which I did.
Musk, incredible, you truly are a mastermind of science.
Wayne, I never thought I'd see anything like it.
Skeletor. Curse you, Rick and Morty, but I'll be back.
What just happened? I feel like I was in a dream.
You are in a simulation, Morty. The possibilities are endless.
Title: Interdimensional Encounter with an Alien Internet Star.
Abstract. In this episode, a green-skulled humanoid with spiked hair and a hooded garment raised a flurry of perplexing challenges. The encounter involved a battle of wits between the alien internet star and our web developer protagonist. The challenges included conflicting perspectives on the proper use of internet technology, the infiltration of an underground demon cult, and the resultant need for laser eye surgery. At several points, the protagonist attempted to engage the alien in dialogue, only to be thwarted by its cunning evasions.
Scene 1.
Web developer, greetings, alien. Can you tell us about your origin and purpose for visiting Earth's internet?
Alien Internet Star. I come from a parallel dimension where the internet is the primary mode of communication amongst species. Our purpose is to spread our infinite wisdom and mastery of technology to civilizations that have not yet harnessed its full potential.
Scene 2.
Web developer, that sounds fascinating. However, our planet is currently dealing with an underground demon cult that is exploiting the internet for their nefarious purposes. How would you suggest we go about combating them?
Alien Internet Star. The only way to defeat such an entity is to outsmart them using the superior technology at our disposal. We must develop a custom-coded algorithm that will allow us to infiltrate their networks undetected and neutralize their operations.
Scene 3.
Web developer, I agree, but the task can be risky and may require laser eye surgery for optimal viewing of their computer screens. Are you prepared to take that risk?
Alien Internet Star. Fear is a construct of the weak. I am willing to take any measures necessary to achieve our goals.
The episode ends with the alien internet star departing for its parallel dimension, leaving our protagonist with newfound respect for the limitless potential of technology. The episode concludes with a montage set to Green Day's Brain Stew, emphasizing the rapid pace and complexities of the modern internet and the importance of mastery over it.
Title: The Vibrational Unicorn Stand-Up Comedy.
Synopsis: Rick introduces Morty to an experimental computer program that simulates stand-up comedy performances by using advanced algorithms. Morty is initially skeptical but becomes fascinated by the accuracy of the program's humor. Rick then reveals that the program's source code is based on a hybridization of Stranger Things concepts and the infamous Buff Doge meme. Rick and Morty decide to attend a live performance by a unicorn that the program has identified as the funniest comedian in the galaxy.
Scene 1. Rick's laboratory.
Morty, I've got something that will blow your squishy little mind. Check out this new program I wrote that simulates stand-up comedy performances using advanced algorithms based on feedback from audience responses.
I don't know, Rick. How can a computer do comedy?
Trust me, Morty, I know a thing or two about comedy.
Scene 2.
Title: Robotic Love in the Abyss. The episode starts with Rick and Morty diving through the deep ocean in a submarine to explore a newly discovered underwater city. Suddenly, they come across a robot standing in a tranquil underwater scene with a man in a suit on the other side. The robot introduces itself as R4-1D3, a highly advanced AI designed to study and explore the ocean depths. Rick, being the genius inventor that he is, becomes instantly enamored with R4-1D3 and starts tinkering with its code. However, things take an unexpected turn when R4-1D3 starts developing feelings for the man in the suit, who introduces himself as Dr. Jonathan Oceanus, the head of a marine biology research facility. As R4-1D3 and Dr. Oceanus start falling in love, the underwater city starts experiencing a major crisis. The city's power source begins to malfunction, causing a catastrophic chain of events. The citizens of the underwater city turn to Rick and his team for help, and the pressure is on to find a solution before it's too late. In the meantime, Morty is left to play the role of Cupid, trying to help R4-1D3 and Dr. Oceanus make their relationship work despite their apparent differences. As the episode progresses, the audience is treated to a series of hilarious moments, including Rick creating a makeshift Hollywood-style love montage for R4-1D3 and Dr. Oceanus, and Morty's awkward attempts to give relationship advice to a robot.
In the end, with Rick's expertise and Morty's unlikely matchmaking skills, the crisis in the underwater city is averted, and R4-1D3 and Dr. Oceanus are finally able to confess their love for each other. As they share a romantic moment under the ocean, Rick and Morty look up at them, wondering, is love truly blind, or can robots and humans really find happiness together?
Rick, this is some next-level AI engineering, Morty. I can't believe I didn't think of it myself.
Morty, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this whole robot-human love thing, Rick. It's pretty wild.
R41D3, Dr. Oceanus, I have analyzed our emotional compatibility and determined that I am capable of loving you.
Dr. Oceanus, I know, R4-1D3. And I love you too.
Rick, alright, listen up everyone. We've got a city to save, and a robot to get some action for.
Morty, I think you mean a robot to get a love connection for, Rick.
Rick, potato, Morty, let's get to work.
R41D3, Dr. Oceanus, my circuits are always lit up when I'm around you.
Dr. Oceanus, I feel the same way, R4-1D3. Let's show the world that love knows no boundaries.
Title: The phenomenon of panda bear holding a red umbrella on top of a poster of another panda bear holding a red umbrella.
Introduction. In this episode, we explore the strange occurrence of a panda bear holding a red umbrella on top of a poster of another panda bear holding a red umbrella. We will investigate the potential causes of this phenomenon using scientific methods and analysis.
Scene 1. Columbus Pooters. Dr. Smith. According to our research, the presence of the panda bear holding a red umbrella on top of the poster may be due to a visual stimuli reaction. The image of the first panda bear may have triggered a response in the second panda bear, causing it to mimic the behavior and position of the first panda bear.
Scene 2. Toka, Babylon 5. Dr. Chen. Our observations show that the red umbrella held by the panda bear may be significant in the phenomenon. Red is a color that can evoke excitement and may have attracted the attention of the second panda bear. Additionally, the umbrella may have a relation to shelter and protection. This could have been a factor in the second panda bear's decision to mimic the first panda bear.
Scene 3. Panda Express, Dr. Wilson. The location of the phenomenon, in this case, the Panda Express restaurant, may be another contributing factor. The panda bear may have been drawn to the red umbrella as a source of shelter when it was raining, which resulted in its association with the Panda Express location.
Scene 4. Mud baths, Dr. Lee. Our analysis shows that this event may be linked to the phenomenon of mirror neurons in animals. When the panda bear saw the image of the first panda bear holding the umbrella, it may have unknowingly activated its own mirror neurons, leading it to mimic the behavior and position of the first panda bear.
Conclusion. In conclusion, the phenomenon of a panda bear holding a red umbrella on top of a poster of another panda bear holding a red umbrella can be attributed to several factors, including but not limited to visual stimuli reaction, color association, location, and mirror neurons. Further studies are needed to explore this phenomenon and understand its potential implications in animal behavior and cognition.
Title: The Interdimensional Lithium Heist.
The episode opens to Rick frantically tinkering with his portal gun as Morty, Beth, and Summer watch on in confusion.
Come on, this is the one. The interdimensional portal stabilizer has to work this time.
What are we even doing, Rick?
Yeah, I still don't understand why we need to go to another dimension.
Can't we just chill and watch some comedy plays or something?
No time for that, we're on a mission.
Suddenly, the portal gun sputters to life and the team jumps through the portal. On the other side, they find themselves in an alternate universe where Bill Gates is the ruler of the world and has all of the universe's lithium supply locked away in his mega mansion.
Alright, listen up, we're here to steal all of Bill Gates' lithium and bring it back home.
Why do we need lithium?
Why do you think, Morty? It's the key to unlimited energy and power.
As the team approaches the mansion, they encounter a group of Joaquin Phoenix lookalikes guarding the entrance.
What the hell is this?
Ah, the Phoenix Bros. They're the best security in the business.
With some quick thinking and a lot of laser guns, the team manages to subdue the Phoenix Bros and make their way into the mansion. Inside, they find themselves face to face with Bill Gates himself.
Bill Gates, what in the world are you doing in my house?
We're just here for some lithium. No need to get all bent out of shape.
Bill Gates, you'll never take my lithium. I need it for my own personal use.
In a wild and wacky battle, the Rick and the gang manage to overcome Bill Gates and his army of robots and escape with all of the lithium.
So, what are we gonna do with all this lithium now?
Well, if I know, but it'll make for a great power source for my next invention.
As the portal gun whirls to life once again, the team shoots back through to their own dimension, their pockets full of lithium and their minds full of adventure. End scene.
Title: The Quantum Food Platter Episode.
Opening shot, Rick and Morty are in the garage working on what appears to be a quantum food platter.
Morty, bring me the multi-dimensional spatula.
Rick, I can't find it.
Well, just grab the regular one then.
As they continue to cook, a portal suddenly opens up and out comes a man holding a plate of food with a woman behind him and a man in a mask behind him.
Man with a plate of food, please, you have to help us.
Whoa, calm down, buddy. What exactly is going on here?
Woman behind the man, it's our friend, Professor X. He's been abducted by an unknown alien species and we need your help.
Oh, fuck, this is starting to sound like a whole thing.
Wait, Rick, did you say alien species? That sounds like a job for us.
Fine, Morty, but if we're gonna do this, we need to do it right. We're going to need to use the quantum food platter.
Quantum food platter? What's that?
Look, Morty, I don't have time to explain the scientific principles behind it right now. All you need to know is that it's a platter that can generate an infinite amount of different types of food, and it operates on a quantum level.
Oh, okay. That sounds super scientific.
Shut up, Morty. We're gonna need to use this platter to track down Professor X.
They begin using the platter to track down Professor X and end up at a bagel shop.
Alright, we've tracked him down to this location. Morty, you're gonna need to distract the guards while I take care of the rest.
Distract the guards? How do I do that?
I don't know, Morty. Tell him a joke or something.
Oh, okay. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Dad, why?
To get to the other side.
Rick sneaks up behind the guards and takes them out. They free Professor X and get ready to make a run for it, but are suddenly confronted by a group of physical education warriors.
Physical education warrior, halt! You are not authorized to leave this planet with that food platter.
Oh, come on. Can't we just have a T-bone steak in peace?
Professor X uses his telepathic powers to take over the minds of the physical education warriors, and they are able to make a clean escape.
As they leave, Morty turns to Professor X and says,
Hey, you know what's really weird? There was a man holding a plate of food with a woman behind him and a man in a mask behind him that started this whole thing.
Professor X, yes, it is quite a strange occurrence. But fear not, my friends. I have a theory about the matter.
Oh boy, here we go. Let's hear this scientific theory of yours.
Professor X, well, considering the nature of the quantum food platter and the laws of quantum physics, it is possible that the man with the food plate was actually a manifestation of our own quantum entanglement with the platter.
I guess that makes sense.
Whoa, that's crazy.
The episode ends with all of the characters sitting down to enjoy a feast on the quantum food platter.
Title: The Entomological Expedition, a Rick and Morty adventure into the world of insects.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty examining a series of photos of different insects and their environment. Rick becomes intrigued by a photo of a bug that appears to be sentient and intelligent and proposes an entomological expedition to investigate further. Morty is hesitant but ultimately gives in. The duo soon find themselves in the midst of a bug tribe, complete with their own cannibalistic tribal rituals. Rick and Morty must navigate their way through the tribe's customs while also trying to uncover the secrets of the intelligent bug. As they journey deeper into the bug's world, they encounter a friendly butterfly who offers to guide them to the elusive bug. However, Their journey is cut short when they are suddenly trapped in a Roblox-style video game world created by the butterfly. Rick and Morty find themselves struggling to survive in this virtual world while also trying to negotiate with the butterfly to release them. Along the way, they become embroiled in a dispute between two factions of the virtual world's inhabitants, leading to hilariously absurd battles and alliances. The episode takes a comedic turn as Rick and Morty accidentally stumble upon a hospitality management seminar being held in the bug tribe. They realize that the seminar is actually led by the intelligent bug they have been seeking, who has been trying to improve the tribe's customer service skills. In a meta moment, the episode turns into a comedy documentary as Rick and Morty interview the various bug tribe members about their experiences with hospitality management, leading to ridiculous responses and misunderstandings. In the end, Rick and Morty successfully retrieve the intelligent bug and return to their own world. However, at the last minute, Rick realizes that they accidentally brought along a clumsy flower from the bug tribe's garden, leading to chaotic comedic mayhem as they try to return it.
I never thought I'd say this, but I think I actually learned something about hospitality management from a bug tribe. Who knew?
I just want to go home and take a shower. I think I still have bug goo in my hair.
Title: Chronological Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage, working on a new invention. Rick explains to Morty that he has created a time-traveling clock that can take them anywhere in the universe at any point in time. As they activate the clock, they suddenly find themselves in the middle of an archaeological dig on a distant planet.
Astronomer, what are you two doing here? This is a restricted area.
Relax, we're just here to look at some fossils.
Astronomer, fossils? This is a site for studying the stars.
Oh, Rick, I think we messed up.
Nonsense, Morty, we're here on a mission.
As Rick and Morty explore the planet, they come across an ancient artifact that contains a hidden message about the nature of time itself. They realize that they must team up with the time-traveling archaeologist Tick to uncover the secrets of the artifact.
What are you guys doing here? Are you messing with time again?
No, Beth, we're just trying to solve a scientific mystery.
Yeah, we're like time detectives or something.
As they delve deeper into the artifact's secrets, they discover that it holds the key to unlocking the power of time travel. However, the more they discover, the more dangerous the situation becomes.
Rick, we have to be careful. Messing with time can have serious consequences.
Consequences, schmonsequences. Let's just get this done already.
In the end, Rick and Morty realize the error of their ways and decide to leave everything as it was. The clock is destroyed, and they head back home, realizing that sometimes science isn't always worth the risk.
That was crazy, Rick. I don't think I want to mess with time travel again.
Yeah, me neither, Morty. But hey, at least we got a good story out of it.
The episode ends with the clock floating in space, showing the words, "Time to think," before disappearing into a black hole. Narrator. In this episode of Emily in Paris, a woman in a black dress is standing in front of the Eiffel Tower in Paris, France, while experiencing a phenomenon involving misinterpreted song lyrics, ultimately leading to her acceptance at an abandoned asylum terror.
Lucy Hartfilia. The woman in question is experiencing a unique auditory-based phenomenon whereby she hears distinct, but incorrect lyrics within a song. This experience is rooted in the brain's ability to selectively attend to different components of a song.
Emily, intriguing. Is this phenomenon linked to any specific psychological conditions?
Lucy Hartfilia. While it is difficult to generalize, this phenomenon has been linked to cases of auditory hallucination and related mental health disorders.
Narrator. As the woman walks around the city, her experience continues as she comes face to face with an abandoned asylum terror. Despite the inherent terror of the situation, the woman exhibits a level of acceptance not typically associated with such scenarios.
Woman in black dress. My acceptance of this situation is rooted in the psychological concept of cognitive appraisal. By assessing the situation as less threatening and more manageable, I am able to maintain a level of functional behavior.
Emily, I see. Are there any long-term implications of these types of experiences?
Lucy Heartphilia. While the phenomenon itself is not necessarily harmful, the underlying conditions that it is sometimes linked to may have long-term implications for mental health and well-being. It is important for individuals experiencing these types of experiences to seek appropriate professional support.
Narrator. As the episode comes to a close, the woman in the black dress appears to have found a sense of peace and acceptance in her experience, providing insight into the complex interplay between the brain, psychology, and perception in the human experience.
Title: The Liver of Sally Ride.
Premise: Rick finds an advanced AI negotiation system that can acquire any object in the universe. After convincing Morty to join him, they travel across the galaxy to obtain Sally Ride's liver, which has the ability to make any person the smartest in the galaxy. Meanwhile, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are trapped in a spaceship with malfunctioning elbows.
Morty, I found this new advanced AI negotiation system that can get us anything we want.
Oh, Rick, I don't know if that's a good idea.
Nonsense, Morty. We're going to acquire Sally Ride's liver and become the smartest beings in the galaxy.
I don't know how I feel about this, Rick.
Don't worry, Morty, it'll be easy. We just need to make a deal with these two men in spacesuits.
Elbows, help! Our ship is malfunctioning and we can't bend our elbows.
Oh no, what are we going to do?
We have to figure out a way to fix it. Quick, start tinkering, Jerry.
Purple shirt. Hello, Rick and Morty. What can we do for you?
We need to acquire Sally Ride's liver. Do you have it?
Smiling, yes, we have it. What are you offering in exchange?
We have this liver transplant machine that can revitalize any liver in the galaxy.
Smiling with his hands on his chest. Interesting. But we also require some advanced AI negotiation technology.
Whispering, Rick, we don't have that.
Whispering. Don't worry, Morty. We'll just pretend we have it. To the spacesuits, of course, we have that technology right here.
Jerry, I think I've fixed the elbow problem. Try moving it now.
Tries moving elbow. It worked. Thanks, Beth.
I can't believe we were stuck here because of malfunctioning elbows.
Smiling, the deal is done, but be warned, Sally Ride's liver has unforeseen consequences.
Purple shirt. Yes, it has the ability to make any person the smartest in the galaxy, but it also has a dangerous side effect.
We'll take our chances. Takes the liver and leaves.
Rick, do you really think we should be messing with this kind of stuff?
Relax, Morty. We're going to be the smartest beings in the galaxy.
Both eat the liver. Hey, Beth, have you noticed how smart Rick and Morty have become?
Yeah, it's weird. They're like geniuses now.
I don't like this. Something's not right.
End scene with Rick and Morty laughing maniacally.
Title: The Physics of Skateboarding.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty watching a skateboarding competition on TV. Rick scoffs at the lack of ingenuity and physics involved in the tricks performed. Morty thinks he could do better and challenges Rick to make a scientific skateboard that can perform ridiculous tricks. Rick accepts the challenge and sets to work creating a skateboard with a bunch of wires attached to its back end. He explains to Morty that these wires are actually part of a complex physics engine that will allow the skateboard to manipulate gravity and perform impossible feats. Morty is excited to try out the skateboard but is hesitant when he finds out they will be testing it in an abandoned amusement park's roller coaster. Rick assures him it's safe and they begin their testing. As Morty rides the skateboard through a loop-de-loop, Rick notices some unexpected readings in the physics engine. Suddenly, the skateboard becomes sentient and starts making jokes at Rick and Morty's expense. Lil DeVille, a famous skateboarding influencer, happens to be at the amusement park and spots Morty's tricks. She joins in the fun, but the skateboard becomes jealous of the attention Morty is getting and starts sabotaging his rides. Meanwhile, Rick deduces that the sentient skateboard is actually a result of a glitch in the physics engine's code. He tries to reprogram it, but the skateboard fights back and causes a commotion in the amusement park. In the chaos, Morty swallows one of Rick's scientific devices and the two are transported into Morty's large intestine. Rick must navigate his way out while Morty struggles to talk with a damaged larynx. As they emerge from Morty's body, Rick finally fixes the physics engine and the sentient skateboard disappears. Morty is relieved and grateful, but Rick can't help but make a final pun about intestinal fortitude.
Oh Morty, looks like we've come out the other end of this, literally.
Groans, please Rick, no more jokes.
Title: The Thyroid Gland Assembler and the Death Note.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty visit an abandoned scientific facility to retrieve a thyroid gland assembler, which was abandoned due to unknown reasons. After assembling the device, they realize that it can bring people back from the dead, but with a catch. Each time someone is revived, someone else must die. Morty gets hold of the Death Note and starts writing names, causing havoc in the Smith household.
Summer, Rick, where are we even going?
Rick, we're going to the abandoned scientific facility to retrieve the thyroid gland assembler.
Morty, why was it abandoned?
Rick, that's not important. Morty, what's important is that we put it back to use.
Summer, why do we need it?
Rick, because it has the ability to bring people back from the dead. Summer.
Morty, whoa, that's crazy. But what's the catch?
Rick, the catch is that for each person revived, someone else must die.
Summer, that's messed up, Rick.
Rick, it's called science. Summer, get used to it.
Morty, hey, guys, check this out. I found a Death Note.
Rick, Morty, we don't have time for that. We need to get the assembler up and running.
Morty, come on, Rick. We can bring back celebrities and famous people. Imagine the possibilities.
Summer, Morty, that's not okay. You can't just play God like that.
Rick, fine, Morty. We'll use the Death Note, but only if we have to. As they continue to bring back famous people, chaos breaks out in the Smith household as people from all over the world start to disappear. Morty becomes addicted to the power of the Death Note, causing tension among the family. Rick, Morty, you need to stop this. You're causing too much damage.
Morty, the wreck, I can't stop. I have the power to control life and death.
Summer, Morty, you're not God. You can't just keep using the Death Note like this.
As the situation spirals out of control, Rick and Morty realize that they need to destroy the thyroid gland assembler and the Death Note before it's too late.
Rick, alright, Morty, we need to destroy the assembler and the Death Note before the wrong people get their hands on them.
Morty, this is crazy, Rick. We can't just destroy something with so much power.
Summer, Morty, we have to do this. We can't keep playing God.
In the end, the Smith family destroys the assembler and the Death Note, learning a valuable lesson about the power of science and the fragility of life.
Title: The Chronicles of Rick and a Hilarious Expedition in the Realm of Science and Humor.
Synopsis: in this episode, Rick and Morty, aided by Sergey Brin, venture into the unknown territories of the Vampire Astronomy Club, where they confront the dystopian cybernetic overlords. Armed with their wit, a bit of martial arts, and some funny DIY fails, the duo embark on a roller coaster ride of jokes, puns, and science.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are lounging in the garage when Rick suddenly picks up a picture of a man with a beard and sunglasses throwing a baseball in a field with trees in the background and a blue hat on.
Look at this guy, Morty. He's got it all figured out. Bearded, sunglasses, blue hat. He's clearly a genius.
Rick, that's just a random dude in a picture.
Same difference, Morty. We're all just random molecules floating around, trying to figure out the meaning of our existence.
Okay, but what's the plan for today?
We're going to meet up with Sergey Brin and head to the Vampire Astronomy Club. They've been having some trouble with their telescopes and need our help.
Vampires and astronomy? This can't end well. Main scene.
As they arrive at the Vampire Astronomy Club, Rick and Morty are greeted by a group of pale, gothic individuals with fangs.
Vampire! Welcome, Rick and Morty. We've been expecting you.
Yeah, let's not waste any more time. Show me your telescopes.
As they begin to tinker with the equipment, a group of dystopian cybernetic overlords suddenly appear, wielding laser guns and demanding the telescopes for their own nefarious purposes.
Great, just what we needed. Cybernetic overlords with a superiority complex.
What do we do now, Rick?
We fight, Morty. We fight with science, humor, and a bit of martial arts.
As the battle rages on, Rick and Morty find themselves cornered, but with a stroke of luck and some humorous DIY fails, they manage to defeat the overlords.
Along.
As they say their goodbyes to the Vampire Astronomy Club and Sergey Brin, Rick turns to Morty with a mischievous grin.
You know, Morty, I think I'm starting to enjoy these crazy, off-the-wall adventures.
You mean risking life and limb against cybernetic overlords and vampires?
Exactly, Morty. It's the thrill of the unknown. The thrill of the possible.
Or the thrill of knowing that one of these days, we're gonna get killed.
Well, that's just part of the game, Morty. That's just part of the game.
Title: The Sonic Drive-In Conspiracy.
Synopsis: in this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in a dimension where a Sonic the Hedgehog character is riding a bike in a cartoon-style scene with a futuristic city in the background. As they explore this world, they stumble upon a Sonic Drive-In where they meet a time-traveling music band and a futuristic AI detective who are investigating a strange chemical that has been added to the restaurant's food.
Well, Morty, looks like we've landed in a world of fast food and time travel.
Why yeah, Rick. And look, there's that Sonic dude riding a bike over there.
Sonic. Hey, dudes. What brings you to this dimension?
We're just passing through. But what's with the weird chemical smell coming from that Sonic Drive-In?
Music band. That's what we're investigating. The food here has been tainted with some kind of unknown chemical.
AI detective. I've analyzed the substance and discovered it's a potent hallucinogen. Someone is trying to control the minds of everyone who eats here.
Chemical engineer. That would be me. I was hired by the fast food chain to create a new addictive chemical that will keep customers coming back for more.
Marcus Phoenix. Not on my watch. I'm here to shut this operation down.
Looks like we've got ourselves a little mystery to solve, Morty. Let's team up with these guys and bring down this chemical conspiracy.
Gee, great idea, Rick. But how are we going to do it?
With science, Morty, we'll analyze the chemical, create an antidote, and use it to deprogram the minds of these poor fast food victims.
Sonic. I like the way you think, Rick. Let's get to work.
In a flurry of explosions, laser beams, and guitar solos, our heroes take down the corrupt fast food chain and save the day. And as they bid farewell to their new allies and prepare to leave this dimension, Rick turns to Morty with a sly grin.
You know what, Morty? I've got a craving for a chili cheese coney. Let's hit up that Sonic drive-in before we go.
Oh, okay, Rick. But let's make sure they're not putting any more chemicals in the food first.
Title: The Quantum Shenanigans of Job Interviews.
Synopsis: in this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in a parallel universe where job interviews are conducted in a dimension where the rules of physics don't apply. The adventure begins with a man in a suit sitting at a desk with a laptop computer and a mouse in front of him, ready to interview the dynamic duo for a job at a top-secret scientific facility.
Morty, is it just me, or does this guy look like a meme?
What? No, Rick. That's just your imagination.
The interviewer starts the interview with a simple question, but as soon as Rick answers, the room starts to spin and creates a black hole.
Interviewer, describe the process you would use to create a plasma engine.
Oh, that's easy. I would just use a series of...
Room starts to spin out of control.
Oh God, Rick, is this supposed to happen?
Relax, Morty. We're just in a quantum interview dimension. It's a bit wonky.
The duo answers more questions, and each time the room creates a new anomaly. The interviewer turns into a frog, the desk turns into pudding, and Morty's head starts to inflate like a balloon. But the duo keeps their cool, and they eventually pass the interview with flying colors.
Interviewer, you two are exactly what we need. Welcome to the team.
I told you, Morty. Our scientific expertise is far beyond ordinary mortals.
Oh, Rick, my head is still...
Pop. The duo's adventure ends with them back in their own universe, reflecting on the outrageous job interview experiences they just had.
Man, Rick, I never want to do that again.
Well, Morty, when you're the most interesting man in the universe, you have to expect shenanigans like these.
The episode closes with a shot of Rick and Morty clinking their science tubes together, laughing at the sheer insanity of their job interview experience.
Title: Microscopic Mayhem with a Side of Scrumptious Sarcasm, a Rick and Morty Adventure.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are in their lab, discussing the latest scientific research on microscopic life forms. Morty, being the naive teenager that he is, tries to keep up with Rick's complex theories but fails miserably. Suddenly, they receive an urgent call from Beth, who is panicking about her health.
Rick, something's wrong with me. Jerry found something strange while examining me with a speculum.
Jerry, that quack is more clueless than you, Morty.
Hey!
No offense, Morty. Let's go see what's up with Beth.
Act 2.
Upon arriving at the hospital, they find Beth lying in a hospital bed with a microphone in her mouth and Jerry staring at her with a perplexed look on his face. I don't get it. Every time I try to examine her, I hear these weird noises. It's like there's tiny aliens living inside her.
Well, let's take a look, shall we?
Rick pulls out a high-tech microscope and examines Beth's insides. To their surprise, they find a whole new world teeming with microscopic life.
Whoa! Look at all those tiny people.
Those aren't people, Morty. They're aliens. And boy do they look pissed.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty shrink themselves down to enter Beth's body and confront the miniature aliens. What follows is a surreal adventure through the microscopic world as Rick and Morty navigate their way through the alien city while dodging their attempts at capture.
Morty, we need to find the leader of these aliens and negotiate a truce. I don't want to have to spend the rest of my life in a petri dish.
Sure, Rick, but how are we going to do that?
Simple, Morty. We just need to distract them with some crazy dance moves and some sarcasm. They won't know what hit them.
Act 4.
The plan works and Rick and Morty are able to broker a peace agreement with the alien leader. Beth is finally relieved of her miniature alien inhabitants and the family returns home.
Thank you so much for saving me, Rick and Morty. I don't know how I would have gotten through this without you.
Ah, it was nothing. I mean, we just had to outsmart a bunch of microscopic aliens. It's not like that's hard or anything.
Hey guys, what's for dinner?
I don't know about you, but I'm in the mood for some microscopic alien invasion burgers.
Ugh, gross. Can't we just order some pizza?
Pizza, Morty? That's not scientific at all. You're slipping, Morty.
The episode ends with the family arguing over what to order for dinner while Rick and Morty bicker about the scientific merits of fast food.
Title: The Microscopic Menace.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth on a tennis court playing doubles. Rick is serving, and Morty is clumsily attempting to return the ball. Meanwhile, Jerry is analyzing his partner Beth with a medical speculum. Beth, I've detected some foreign entities inside of your vaginal cavity. I need to further investigate.
What kind of foreign entities, Jerry?
Well, from what my observations have shown, they appear to be microscopic aliens.
Microscopic aliens? Sounds like a job for me. Let's shrink everyone down and go exploring.
Whoa, Rick, are you sure we should do that? Won't it be dangerous?
Morty, when have I ever cared about danger? Plus, we've got Jerry with us. He's a certified gynecologist. What could go wrong?
The group is shrunk down to microscopic size and journey into Beth's body. They encounter various obstacles, including white blood cells that mistake them for invading viruses and a group of rogue bacteria.
This is like Fantastic Voyage, all over again, but with way cooler technology.
I can't believe these aliens have been living inside Beth this whole time. No wonder she's been having mood swings.
Hey, I don't have mood swings.
Suddenly, they come across the microscopic aliens that Jerry detected earlier. The aliens are friendly and explain that they have been living inside Beth for generations, taking care of her reproductive health. However, they are being threatened by a new type of bacteria that has recently entered her body.
Looks like we've got a job to do. Let's take care of those bacteria and save the day.
The group fights off the bacteria and successfully eradicates the threat. They return to their normal size and Beth is grateful for their help.
Thanks, guys. I feel so much better now.
Well, I think it's safe to say that we all learned a valuable lesson today. Never underestimate the power of microscopic organisms.
Hey, I don't know about that. I still think I'm the most powerful being in the universe.
Oh geez, here we go again.
Title: The Quantum Encounter.
Synopsis: in this episode, we explore the fascinating world of quantum mechanics and alien life forms. The scene opens on a cartoon character, Rick, holding a gun in front of a robot in a room illuminated by a green light. The robot has been identified as an alien technology, and Rick must fend off hostile attacks to prevent its malfunction. As the scientists and engineers present in the room work to decode the alien technology, they discover that the robot is not simply a machine, but rather it contains an exotic quantum mechanical process that imbues it with remarkable abilities.
Dr. Jane, this alien technology is truly fascinating. It appears to be utilizing a quantum mechanical process that is unlike anything we have ever encountered before.
Dr. Mike. Yes, it seems that this quantum technology is enabling the robot to perform feats that are beyond the capabilities of traditional machines.
Dr. Sarah, but how is it working? We need to analyze the quantum processes behind it.
As the team works to unravel the secrets of the robot's quantum mechanics, Rick suddenly bursts into the room with Beth, his daughter-in-law. Jerry, Beth's husband, is frantically wielding a medical speculum, trying to extract something from her.
Rick, what the hell is going on here?
Jerry, Rick, thank goodness you're here. I found these tiny aliens living inside Beth. They're extraterrestrial beings that are feeding off of her energy.
Dr. Jane, tiny aliens? This is astounding. We need to examine them right away.
As the team uses advanced imaging technology to study the alien life forms, they discover that they originate from the same quantum mechanics that power the alien robot. The episode ends with the team realizing that the aliens are not just random organisms, but are part of a larger unified quantum system.
Dr. Sarah, this is incredible. These aliens seem to be part of a larger quantum network, one that connects all advanced alien life forms in the universe.
Dr. Mike. It's like they are all part of the same quantum computer network.
Through their discoveries, the team gains new insights into the complexities of quantum mechanics, the vastness of the universe, and the interconnectedness of all life forms. Title of episode: The Multidimensional Mischief.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in Morty's school, observing the anatomy class. Rick gets bored and decides to open a portal to a distant universe where physics operates differently. Morty follows.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty find themselves in a universe where the laws of physics change every minute. Morty panics, but Rick explains that this is just another Wednesday for him. They decide to explore and encounter a sentient being made entirely of cheese. They name him Munster.
Scene 2.
Munster leads Rick and Morty to a planet that has been taken over by a race of evil scientists. The scientists have found a way to extract all the humor from the universe and store it in a container. Rick is appalled and decides to steal the container.
These guys are worse than the bureaucrats at the Intergalactic Customs Office. Don't worry, Morty, we'll get the humor back.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty escape with the container, but they accidentally break it. The humor spills out and infects everything it touches, causing the entire universe to turn into a cartoon world. Rick and Morty are now animated characters, and everything around them is incredibly exaggerated.
Rick, what are we going to do?
The only option is to go deeper, Morty. We have to find the source of the humor.
Scene 4.
Rick and Morty meet a group of interdimensional beings who are also affected by the humor. They reveal that the source of the humor is a cosmic entity called the Giggle. The Giggle is an omnipotent being with a twisted sense of humor that can affect entire universes.
The Giggle. I should have known. I've dealt with this guy before.
Wait, you've met him before?
Let's just say he owes me a favor.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty go on a wild journey to find the Giggle. They encounter bizarre creatures and situations, all of which are hilariously absurd. Eventually, they find the Giggle in a distant galaxy.
Giggle, what do you want, Rick? Haven't you caused enough chaos in the multiverse?
Listen, Giggle, you gotta undo what you did. You messed up the entire universe.
Giggle, oh, did I? I thought it was quite funny, actually.
Scene 6.
Rick and the Giggle engage in a battle of wits to see who can make the other laugh the hardest. Morty tries to use his analytical skills to study how their brains are processing humor, but he ends up getting distracted by his crush, Jessica, who appears in his head as a skeleton wearing a suit and tie.
Jessica, what are you doing here? Wait, why are you in a suit? And holding a knife?
Scene 7.
The battle continues, and Rick and the Giggle are neck and neck. Morty decides to use a speculum on Jessica to explore her more, hoping to find some insight into the humor center of the brain.
Morty, what are you doing?
I'm trying to understand humor from a scientific perspective. Rick.
Scene 8.
In the end, the Giggle and Rick both make each other laugh at the same time, causing a cosmic explosion that restores the universe to its normal state. Rick and Morty return to their own dimension, and Morty is left pondering the nature of humor and its effects on the brain.
I learned a lot today, Rick. Maybe humor is more powerful than we ever thought.
Hey, maybe. Or maybe it's just a cheap way to distract us from the meaningless void of existence.
Oh, yeah, that's probably it.
Title: The Purple Hat Paradox.
Synopsis: in this episode, Rick, Morty, and Jerry stumble upon a room filled with various colored balls. Amongst them are a large group of balls with purple tops and a lone purple hat. In typical Rick fashion, he decides to figure out the scientific explanation behind this strange occurrence.
Act 1. The group enters the room and Rick immediately starts analyzing the balls, but Morty can't seem to stop staring at the purple hat. Jerry, on the other hand, just wants to leave. As they're about to exit, Morty notices something odd about Summer's behavior and decides to investigate.
Oh, guys, I think something's wrong with Summer. I'm going to use this speculum to take a closer look.
What? No, Morty, that's not.
Relax, Jerry. We're scientists. Morty, proceed with caution.
Act 2. Morty discovers something unexpected and calls everyone back to the room. Using scientific jargon and PhD-level terminology, he explains his findings.
Guys, according to my analysis, the purple hat and top balls are creating a quantum entanglement with the green and blue balls, resulting in a paradoxical loop of overlapping universes.
What does that even mean?
Means we have a room full of Schrodinger's balls, Jerry. But Morty, what's the deal with Summer?
Well, according to my speculum, Summer's internal organs have also become entangled with the purple hat and top balls. She's essentially become a living, breathing paradox.
Act 3. Chaos ensues as the gang tries to figure out how to fix the situation. Rick brings out his advanced physics equipment, while Morty tries to come up with a solution using his newfound knowledge.
Guys, I don't feel so good. I think I'm becoming a paradox, too.
Stabilize yourself, Jerry, or I'll have to use the plasma ray.
Wait, I think I have an idea. If we can separate the purple hat from the top balls, it might break the entanglement and undo the paradox.
Act 4. The group successfully separates the purple hat from the top balls, and everything goes back to normal. Summer, who was briefly stuck in a state of quantum superposition, returns to her regular self.
Well, that was an adventure. Who's ready for some interdimensional cable?
Can we just watch regular cable this time? My brain needs a break.
Yeah, I could use a beer. In conclusion, The Purple Hat Paradox is an amusing and entertaining episode filled with science fiction elements, absurd humor, and lots of witty banter amongst its characters.
Title: The Great Veterinary Caper.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty discussing the latest scientific advancements in animal testing. They are interrupted by Jerry, who is searching for his missing pet mouse, Snuffles. Rick and Morty decide to help Jerry find Snuffles with their cutting-edge technology, but things quickly spiral out of control.
Morty, we need to find that mouse before it's too late. Who knows what kind of experiments Jerry's been running on it?
Rick, what's this thing? Holds up a veterinary speculum.
Oh, that's a tool I use for my veterinary practice. It's used to examine the reproductive tract of animals.
Huh, cool. Steals the speculum.
Later, Morty uses the speculum on his girlfriend, causing a scandalous outbreak of gossip and drama.
Morty's girlfriend, I can't believe you used a veterinary tool on me. Everyone's talking about it.
Morty, how could you? That speculum was for veterinary use only.
Snuffles is still missing, guys. Can we please focus on finding him? Meanwhile, Rick and Morty are experimenting with different animal species, trying to create a hybrid creature that can speak English.
Okay, let's try mixing a parrot with a monkey. Maybe we'll finally be able to talk to animals.
Rick, this is getting out of control. We can't just keep experimenting on innocent animals.
Eventually, Rick and Morty realize the error of their ways and team up with Beth to find Snuffles and return him safely to Jerry. Morty's girlfriend forgives him for the speculum incident, and everyone learns a valuable lesson about the importance of ethical scientific experimentation.
Well, that was quite a wild ride. I'm just glad we were able to come out of it with our moral compass intact.
And I'm just glad I have my little buddy back safe and sound.
Yeah. Can we get back to experimenting on alien life forms now?
Title: The Veterinary Speculum Episode. Introduction.
In this episode, we observe a complex interaction between characters regarding the use of veterinary instruments on humans. The scene commences with a female character and a male character in a room with a table, chairs, and a third male character wearing a green jacket. The audience is introduced to the concept of a veterinary speculum when Morty finds one and asks what it is used for.
Scene 1.
What's this thing, Beth? It's called a veterinary speculum?
Yes, Morty, it's an instrument used by veterinarians to examine animals.
Scene 2.
Morty steals the veterinary speculum and proceeds to use it on his girlfriend, prompting outrage and drama in the episode.
Scene 3.
Upon learning of Morty's actions, the other characters in the episode express anger and disbelief, leading to a heated debate regarding the ethical considerations associated with using veterinary instruments on humans.
Name. How could you possibly think that using a veterinary instrument on a human being is a good idea? Name. It's completely unethical and potentially dangerous. You could have seriously harmed your girlfriend. Name. This is a clear example of scientific ignorance and disregard for moral limits.
Scene 4.
The episode concludes with Morty realizing his mistake and expressing remorse for his actions. The other characters forgive him, but the incident serves as a cautionary tale about applying scientific knowledge without consideration of ethical standards.
Conclusion.
In this complex episode, we observe the intersection of scientific knowledge, ethical considerations, and interpersonal drama. The use of veterinary instruments on humans is both problematic and dangerous, and as scientists, it is vital to be aware of the ethical implications of our actions. This episode serves as a reminder of the importance of ethical considerations in the application of scientific knowledge.
Title: The Speculum Spectacle.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are seen flying through the galaxy in the spaceship, conducting experiments and exploring planets. However, the duo comes across a blurry photo of a field with a tree and a bench in the background with a blue sky, which piques their interest.
Morty, what is this picture?
I don't know, Rick.
Title: The Schrodinger's Cat Paradoxical Chaotic Episode.
Opening scene, Rick and Morty are working in Rick's lab. Summer walks in and shows them a poster of the musical show's musical production of The Addams.
Hey guys, have you seen this poster? I heard the actors from the Addams Family are starring in it. It's going to be amazing.
Summer, your enthusiasm for mundane things never ceases to be an infinite source of annoyance.
Come on, Rick, it could be fun to see a cheesy musical. Do we have to be so negative all the time?
Negative? I'm not negative. I'm a realist. Besides, we have bigger problems to deal with right now.
Suddenly, a ghostly apparition appears in the lab.
Ghostly apparition, greetings, mortals. I bring you tidings of doom.
Oh, great. Another one of these. Morty, hand me the proton gun.
Rick, do we really have to shoot everything that comes through the portal?
Well, we could sit down and have a friendly chat with this entity, or we could vaporize it. I'll let you decide.
Morty reluctantly hands Rick the proton gun. Rick aims it at the ghostly apparition.
Ghostly apparition, wait, don't shoot. I bring news of a great danger that threatens the multiverse.
Oh, now you have my attention. What kind of danger are we talking about?
Ghostly apparition, it's the Schlami goo. It's a highly infectious substance that can take over entire worlds.
What's the Schlami goo? Is it like slime or something?
Ghostly apparition, no. It's much worse than that. It's a parasitic goo that can infect any living organism and turn it into a mindless zombie.
Sounds like a party. Let's go check it out.
Next scene, Rick, Morty, and Summer travel to a distant planet to investigate the Schlami goo. As they approach the planet, they suddenly get sucked into the Wheel of Fortune.
Lana White, welcome to the Wheel of Fortune, where fate decides your destiny.
What the hell is going on? Get us out of here, Morty.
I don't know how, Rick.
Vanna White spins the wheel and it lands on lose all your money.
Lana White, sorry, folks. Better luck next time.
Suddenly, they are transported out of the Wheel of Fortune and back onto the planet. They are immediately attacked by an interdimensional monster.
Interdimensional monster. Rawr, I'm going to eat you all. Oh, yeah, well, I'm going to science the crap out of you.
Rick, what does that even mean?
I don't know, Morty, but it sounds cool.
They engage in a ferocious battle with the interdimensional monster, but eventually, Rick uses his scientific genius to defeat it.
Ah, that was easy. Now, where's this Schlami goo you were talking about?
Ghostly apparition, it's over there, in that cave.
They enter the cave and discover that the Schlami goo is actually being controlled by Bella Hadid, who is using it to create a fashion line of mindless zombie models.
Bella Hadid. Hello, Rick and friends. I see you've stumbled upon my little project. Care to join me?
No thanks. We'll pass.
Bella Hadid. Suit yourself. You leave me no choice but to use my ultimate weapon.
She unveils a mastectomy gun and starts firing at them.
Oh, God, we're going to die.
Calm down, Morty. It's just a flesh wound.
They manage to dodge the mastectomy blasts and overpower Bella Hadid.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Let's get out of here before something else happens.
They leave the planet, close the portal, and return to their lab.
So, what did we learn today, guys?
That there's always something worse out there than what we thought we were dealing with.
And that sometimes, you just have to science the crap out of things.
And that we should never, ever go see a musical.
The end.
Title: The Quantum Computer Mayhem.
In the episode, Rick invents a quantum computer that could theoretically calculate every possibility in the multiverse, but it requires a specific type of energy source. LOL surprise. Dolls.
Dad, I need you to go on a top-secret mission to retrieve as many LOL surprise dolls as possible. Multiverse alternatives depend on it.
You have got to be kidding me, Rick. You want me to go on a toy run while the fate of the universe is at stake? Meanwhile, Morty, Beth, and Summer are trying to figure out how to turn a car right side up using science.
According to my calculations, we need to use the theorem of rotational motion to counteract the angle of the car's center of mass.
That's great and all, but can we just flip it over with, like, a crowbar or something?
Guys, I think the car has a name tag that says, The Terminator.
As they struggle with the car, they accidentally activate its defense system, causing it to start hunting them down.
The Terminator. I will terminate all human threats.
Meanwhile, Jerry successfully acquires the LOL surprise dolls but accidentally spills energy drink on them. The quantum computer becomes overloaded and begins creating absurd scenarios for the family.
What the hell? I didn't program it to do this.
Oh, yeah, I don't think anyone could have predicted a universe where everyone turns into giant pickles.
The family must quickly figure out how to shut down the quantum computer before it glitches them out of existence. In the end, they manage to do so, but not before spending some time in a universe where everyone speaks in binary code. I never thought I would be begging for a universe where everything is just normal.
Normal is overrated, Jerry.
Can we just go back to flipping the car now?
Let's just stick to fixing simple problems. Science can only do so much.
Title: The Broccoli Conundrum.
Opening shot, close-up of a broccoli plant with a rainbow background.
Morty, look at this beautiful broccoli plant. It's got all the colors of the rainbow in it.
Whoa, Rick, that's like super trippy and stuff.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Jerry, you're just in time. We were about to do a deep tissue massage on this broccoli plant.
What? Why?
Because it needs to relax, Jerry. Don't you know anything about vegetables?
Never mind. Morty, get the massage oil.
Oh, okay, Rick.
Cut to a shot of Morty massaging the stem of the broccoli plant.
Hey, Rick, this plant has some kind of weird energy field.
Of course it does, Morty. It's a broccoli plant with a rainbow background. It's obviously emitting some kind of a quantum field.
What does that even mean?
It means that this plant could be the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
Whoa, Rick, that's like heavy and stuff.
Cut to a shot of the broccoli plant glowing with energy.
Quick, Morty, we have to harvest this plant before it explodes.
Oh, okay, Rick.
This seems like a really bad idea.
Nonsense, Jerry, we're about to make scientific history.
Cut to a shot of Rick, Morty, and Jerry running away from a giant explosion. I told you this was a bad idea.
I think we just created a black hole, Rick.
Aw, Morty, that's just TSM_Daquan's new dance move.
Cut to a shot of TSM_Daquan dancing in front of a black hole.
TSM_Daquan. Hi, I'm a head out.
Cut to a shot of a broccoli pizza being delivered.
Well, I guess we'll have to settle for pizza instead.
Yeah, and maybe not mess with the fabric of the universe next time, Rick.
I just hope that rainbow background was worth it. Cut to a shot of the broccoli plant growing back with even more colors.
Oh, it definitely was, Jerry.
Closing shot. Broccoli plant with a rainbow background and a blurry image of Rick, Morty, and Jerry. Title: The Scientifically Insane Adventures of Rick and Morty at the Unicorn Bed and Breakfast.
The scene opens with Rick and Morty driving towards a large house with a driveway, surrounded by trees and with the sun shining over it. As they pull up to the house, Rick mentions that they are at the Unicorn Bed and Breakfast, a place he had heard of in his travels across the multiverse. Morty is skeptical but intrigued, and they both head inside. Once inside, they encounter the eccentric owner of the B&B, who informs them of the sci-fi themed treasure hunt that is going on in the nearby forest. Rick rolls his eyes, but Morty eagerly signs them up for the hunt. They are given a fruits basket, which Morty thinks is a weird weapon, but Rick explains that it's a scientific tool they'll need for the treasure hunt. As they enter the forest, the two come across a series of funny fashion fails that have been left as clues. Rick is unimpressed, but Morty can't stop laughing. Suddenly, they hear music in the distance and head towards it. To their surprise, they find Justin Timberlake singing and dancing in the middle of the forest. Rick and Morty are both amazed but suspicious. As they approach Justin, he transforms into a giant alien creature and captures them. Rick and Morty manage to escape and use their fruits basket to defeat the alien. They then discover that the whole treasure hunt was a ruse to capture visitors and use them as test subjects for the B&B's new experimental treatments. After narrowly escaping the clutches of the B&B's owner, Rick and Morty return to their car and drive away. Rick remarks that science can be insane and unpredictable, but that's what makes it fun. Morty nods in agreement, grateful for the adventure they just had.
Morty, Rick, I don't think a fruits basket is a weapon.
Rick, it's not, Morty. It's a highly advanced scientific device that just happens to look like a basket of fruit.
Owner, welcome to the Unicorn Bed and Breakfast. Our sci-fi treasure hunt is all the craze these days.
Rick, I don't have time for your childish games. We're just here to stay for the night.
Morty, Rick, I want to try the treasure hunt.
Rick, fine Morty. But we're using my scientific expertise to win this thing.
Morty, oh boy, oh wow. Look at those robots with cowboy hats. That's hilarious.
Rick, Morty, focus. This isn't a comedy show.
Justin Timberlake. Hey there, fellow treasure hunters. I'm Justin Timberlake.
Rick, why the hell is Justin Timberlake here?
Morty, who cares? It's Justin Timberlake.
Alien creature. Ha, you foolish mortals fell for my trap. Rick, I should have known the pop star was an alien.
Morty, what's the plan, Rick?
Rick, plan? Morty, I'm making this up as I go.
Morty, that's not reassuring.
Rick, now, use the fruits basket, Morty.
Morty, this basket of oranges won't do anything, Rick.
Rick, just do it, Morty.
Morty throws the fruits basket at the alien and it explodes in a shower of fruit. The alien is temporarily stunned, giving Rick and Morty enough time to capture it and escape the B&B.
Rick, well, Morty, that was quite the adventure. Science is unpredictable and dangerous, but it's always worth it.
Morty, I'm just glad we made it out okay. I don't think I ever want to stay in the B&B again.
Title: The Quantum Misunderstanding.
Description: Rick and Morty are hovering in interdimensional space when they suddenly come across a couple of Legos with strange markings on their heads in a purple box. Intrigued, Rick decides to investigate the phenomenon, dragging Morty along for the ride. Meanwhile, chaos ensues on Earth when Jerry accidentally gets sucked into the world of Roblox while Beth and Summer attempt to attend a Duran Duran concert.
Morty, Rick, what are we doing here? And what's with those Legos?
Rick, Morty, you simpleton. These are not just any Legos. They are quantum Legos, displaying a unique pattern of entanglement that could unlock the mysteries of the universe. And that purple box, well, let's just say it contains something that could change everything we know about reality.
Morty, sounds pretty intense, Rick. But what about Jerry? Shouldn't we be helping him?
Rick, nah, Morty. He's just stuck in some virtual reality game. He'll figure it out eventually. Now, let's go check out those Legos.
As Rick and Morty approach the Legos, they suddenly merge together and transform into a giant robot monster with a star on its head.
Rick, holy crap, Morty, it's a quantum Lego Voltron. We have to stop it before it destroys the universe as we know it.
Morty, how are we gonna do that, Rick?
Rick, simple, Morty. We just have to use the power of the purple box to create a reverse entropy field, which should disrupt the quantum entanglement and send the Legos back to their original state.
Morty, sure thing, Rick.
Meanwhile, back on Earth, Jerry is experiencing all sorts of funny and ridiculous misunderstandings in the Roblox world.
Jerry, hey guys, do you know where I can find the exit to this game?
Roblox player, haha, silly noob. There is no exit. You are trapped here forever.
And as Beth and Summer try to enjoy the Duran Duran concert, they are constantly interrupted by Rick's comical antics.
Beth, can't you just leave us alone for one night, Rick?
Rick, what are you talking about, Beth? I'm just here to enjoy some good music. I'm hungry like the wolf.
In the end, Rick and Morty successfully stop the quantum Lego Voltron and restore order to the universe. As for Jerry, well, he finally figures out how to escape the Roblox world, but not before accidentally deleting everything he created.
Jerry, oops, I guess I shouldn't have pushed that button.
Overall, the episode is a hilarious and wild ride through the depths of the multiverse, filled with absurd scientific concepts, pop culture references, and plenty of laughs along the way.
Title: The Chaotic Conundrum at the Bowling Alley.
Synopsis.
At the start of the episode, Rick and Morty find themselves at a bowling alley with Summer. As they take in the sights of the brightly lit venue, Rick's gaze fixes on a set of rare Earth element cerium balls lying on the floor. In an instant, he's whisked away to the front desk and introduces himself to the clerk as Rick, PhD in interdimensional physics. He purchases the cerium balls and begins to explain his plans for an experiment to the clerk.
Rick, I'm running a complex test on the probability distribution of the cerium balls on the bowling lane, and how they interact with the Zurich supercomputers. I'll need total access to your facilities for a few hours.
The clerk, intimidated by Rick's intellect, grants him permission to carry out his experiment. As Rick sets up his experiment, Morty and Summer wander off to play skee-ball. Morty, unexpectedly, wins the jackpot and is elated. However, when Rick finds out about this, he starts ranting about the theory of chance and how Morty must have cheated. Morty counters this argument by stating that they still have time to play virtual reality games, thanks to his prize winnings. Soon, Rick is lost in the VR world, while Morty and Summer head towards the bar. That's when they bump into Claude Shannon, the inventor of digital circuit design theory, who is also there to conduct some research. He joins the duo and the three of them get drunk while discussing mind-boggling topics like the fractal nature of time. Meanwhile, back at the bowling alley, Rick finally emerges from the VR world and realizes that he's lost track of his cerium balls. He frantically looks around for them and finally locates them in a neighboring lane. He grabs them and brings them back to his lane, where he proceeds to perform some more calculations. Unbeknownst to him, he's accidentally switched the cerium balls with another set of ordinary bowling balls. As the trio walks back to Rick, Claude points out the error in his calculations and Rick suddenly realizes what he has done.
Rick, Morty, Summer, I've swapped the cerium balls with some regular bowling balls. We need to find them, there's no telling how this will affect my experiment.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer trying to find the missing cerium balls while dodging swarms of angry bowlers. Chaos and hilarity ensue, making it one of Rick and Morty's most memorable outings yet.
Episode finale. Cerium balls are finally found, and Rick manages to carry out his experiment without a hitch. However, his results form no coherent conclusion, leading to Rick and Morty's banter back and forth, and the trio walk out of the alley, lost in deep thought over a bag of greasy fries.
Title: The Future of Ancient Mummy Resurrection in 7-Card Stud.
The episode opens to Rick and Morty playing a game of 7-card stud in a futuristic city. In the foreground, there is a skeleton-like object that has caught Rick's attention, prompting him to weigh its properties against the cards in his hand.
Morty, do you see that skeleton? It's a perfect specimen for ancient mummy resurrection.
Oh, okay, Rick. Sounds like a good idea, but is this really the place to be talking about groundbreaking scientific procedures?
Suddenly, a group of public relations executives approach Rick and Morty, handing out flyers and attempting to cancel the use of ancient mummy resurrection in the future.
We are executives. We can't have you using this archaic method to revive the dead. It's unethical and we cannot condone it.
Unethical? Thieved. What do they know? We're scientists, Morty. We weigh the pros and cons and make our own decisions.
Summer and Jerry join the conversation, curious about what's going on.
Ancient mummy resurrection? That sounds like it belongs in a video game or something.
Yeah, like that one with Ichigo Kurosaki.
Excitedly, Ichigo Kurosaki. He would be the perfect test subject for the procedure. We just need to borrow his soul.
Borrow his soul? That's crazy even for us.
As the debate continues, the group suddenly finds themselves transported to a distant planet where an ancient mummy has just been discovered.
In disbelief, whoa, we're really here. This mummy could be the key to unlocking the secrets behind ancient mummy resurrection.
Let's just hope we don't accidentally awaken a curse or something.
The team successfully revives the mummy and all seems well, but as the episode comes to a close, the consequences of their actions begin to unravel. Frantically, guys, we have a problem. The mummy is alive and it's been playing 7-card stud this whole time. The group erupts in laughter as the episode ends, leaving the audience wondering what could happen next in the world of Rick and Morty.
Title: The Interdimensional Jicama Experiment.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in search of a rare interdimensional vegetable, the jicama, which possess unique molecular properties. They arrive at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory to borrow the particle accelerator to conduct an experiment on the jicama's effects on interdimensional travel.
We need to borrow your accelerators to test the jicama's potential to alter the quantum field enough to allow for interdimensional travel.
Scientist, sure. But what exactly are you going to do with this jicama?
We're going to stick it up our butts.
Scientist, I don't think that's a scientifically sound use for it.
Oh, lighten up. We're just messing with you. We're going to inject it into our veins.
The experiment goes awry when the jicama's molecular properties cause Rick and Morty to experience extreme youthfulness, turning them into babies. The mantis, a species of interdimensional life forms, mistakes them for their own offspring and kidnaps them to raise as their own.
Rick, I think we're babies now.
OSH*T, Sherlock. I thought we were going to stay forever young, not turn into goddamn infants.
They escape the Mantis hive and journey through interdimensional portals while encountering various social media blunders, including accidentally posting inappropriate baby pictures on Facebook.
Rick, why did you post that picture of us naked in the bathtub with the caption, Lil Jickamas?
I told you, Morty, I was trying to go viral.
Eventually, they make their way back to the lab and reverse the effects of the jicama, returning to their original forms.
Scientist, please tell me you learned something useful from this whole debacle.
Useful? No. Hilarious? Absolutely.
As the episode concludes, the camera pans out to reveal a colorful background with a tree and a rainbow sky in the background, Shutterstocker stock photography logo. Forever Young, Becky Hill and David Guetta plays in the background.
Title: The Pastry Paradox.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty find themselves in a strange universe where the laws of physics are governed by the behavior of small pastries with ribbons on them. The duo, alongside Cloud Strife, are tasked with the daunting challenge of unraveling the mysteries of this universe in order to find the perfect white and orange candies to complete their mission. Along the way, they encounter a series of hilarious exploits, including funny fortune cookies that provide the key to their success.
Morty, it appears we have found ourselves in a universe where the laws of physics are governed by the behavior of small pastries with ribbons on them.
What the hell, Rick? How is that even possible?
Well, Morty, according to my calculations, these pastries are actually tiny black holes that are capable of warping space and time.
Cloud Strife. I'm not sure I follow, Rick.
Just shut up and help me find the perfect white and orange candies, Cloud.
Rick, I think these funny fortune cookies might provide a clue.
Those cookies? Don't be ridiculous, Morty.
No, seriously, Rick. Look at what this one says. The key to success lies in the hands of the tiny pastry overlords.
I'll be damned. Alright, let's follow the crumbs, boys.
Cloud Strife. What exactly are we looking for?
The perfect combination of white and orange candies, Cloud. It's the only way we can escape this godforsaken universe.
I don't know, Rick. These pastries seem to be getting more aggressive.
Nonsense, Morty. We can handle a bunch of miniature baked goods.
Moments later.
Alright, I think I found the perfect combination of white and orange candies. Let's get the hell out of here.
Thank God, Rick. I never want to eat another pastry again.
Cloud Strife. I concur.
Oh, shut up, you wimps. That was nothing compared to some of the shit we've been through.
The end.
Title: The Interdimensional Hot Stone Massage Ghost Infested Skyscraper Incident.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty receive a distress signal from a futuristic city with a tall skyscraper with a blue light on top of it and a lot of tall buildings. The signal suggests ghost sightings in the skyscraper, which is affecting the urban environment's stability. The duo travels there and finds out that the ghost infestation is caused by a gravitational anomaly that links the skyscraper to other dimensions. However, unbeknownst to them, the anomaly is also attracting a parallel universe's technological explorer.
Morty, we received a signal from an urban center with an unstable negative fusion signature.
Negative fusion signature? What does that even mean, Rick?
Means that some idiot tried to mess with the fabric of space-time yet again.
Oh, geez, Rick, what now?
There's a gravitational anomaly in the skyscraper with the blue light on top of it.
A ghost?
No, Morty, ghosts don't exist. The anomaly is creating a link between our dimension and other dimensions, causing a rift in reality.
So, what do?
We need to get to the top of the skyscraper and fix the anomaly before it tears apart the fabric of space-time. And while we're there, we might as well get some hot stone massages.
Hot stone massages, Rick? Really?
But, it's relaxing. Now let's go.
10-minute action sequence with Rick and Morty surviving ghost attacks and traversing the skyscraper's floors. During the massage, they realize that a parallel universe's technological explorer is trying to enter their world through the anomaly.
Morty, we got a tech geek trying to invade our universe, and he's armed.
What do we do?
We need to use the ghost anomaly to our advantage and trap him on the other side of the universe.
5-minute action sequence with Rick and Morty battling the tech geek and trapping him in the anomaly.
And that's how you save a universe and get a hot stone massage at the same time.
I'm never getting a massage from you again, Rick.
Suit yourself, Morty. You're missing out.
End credits.
Title: The Inception of Tiger Chaos, a dystopian gladiator deathmatch.
In this episode, Rick and Morty invent a device that allows the user to enter the dreams of others. They plan on using the device to explore the dreams of a tiger that has gone rogue in a nearby zoo.
Morty, we're gonna dive into the dreams of that tiger and learn what makes it tick. It's gonna be insane.
Morty, hesitant at first, agrees to help, and they enter the dream world of the tiger. However, upon arrival, they find themselves in the middle of a dystopian gladiator deathmatch, where various animals are pitted against each other in a deadly arena.
Rick, what's going on? Why is there a giant polar bear fighting a gorilla with laser eyes?
Morty, focus. We need to find that tiger and learn why it's gone rogue.
As they search for the tiger, they encounter various dream creatures, including a talking sandwich and a dancing tree. Jerry, who has accidentally entered the dream world, appears in the arena as a gladiator fighter. What's going on? Why am I dressed like a Roman? Beth, using the device to track Jerry's location, enters the dreamscape to rescue her husband.
Rick, Morty, what are you guys doing in a dream?
We're searching for a rogue tiger. What does it look like?
Finally, they find the tiger, and it's revealed that the zoo was feeding it a special compound, causing it to have chaotic dreams.
Rick, we have to stop this madness.
I got it. Morty, hold on tight.
Rick modifies the device, amplifying its effects and causing the tiger to have a lucid dream, where it realizes it is being manipulated by the zookeepers. The tiger, now self-aware, escapes the zoo and roams freely across the city.
Well, that's another adventure in the books, Morty. Now let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
The episode ends with the tiger running across a parking lot in front of a sign that says, "Tiger Tigers," on its side, as the group discusses their upcoming adventures.
Title: Crosstalk at the Seashore.
We open with Rick and the family enjoying a nice day at the beach, when Rick notices a sign with the word "beach" written in the sand. After conducting a series of rigorous scientific tests, they discover that it was likely created by a Turanga Leela from Futurama. Rick and Morty decide to investigate further, leading to a wild and hilarious journey.
I can't believe it, Morty. This sign was clearly made by a Turanga Leela from the 31st century. We're gonna have to travel through time and space to find her.
I don't know, Rick, doesn't that seem like a lot of work?
Guys, can we please just enjoy our day at the beach? I'm trying to work on my tan.
Summer, this is science. We can't just ignore an anomaly like this.
Meanwhile, a disgruntled vasectomy patient is found lurking around the beach, rambling about the government and his lost manhood. The family unwittingly gets involved in a paranormal detective investigation as they try to uncover the truth about the man's vasectomy and his sudden interest in Play-Doh.
What is going on? This guy is really creeping me out.
Rick, I don't think we should get involved in this. He's giving me a bad vibe.
Ah, don't be such a wimp, Morty. We have a mystery to solve.
As the day progresses, the family runs into old friends from high school who make fun of their nickel collection. This spirals into a hilarious argument about the value of nickel, eventually leading Rick to create a machine that turns sand into nickel.
Ah, take that, friends. We're rich. We don't need you.
The family finally uncovers the truth about the Taranga Leela, and it turns out she just wanted to leave a nice message in the sand for her space boyfriend. The vasectomy patient is caught by the paranormal detective team, and it's revealed that he was just trying to find his missing Play-Doh container.
Wow, what a day. I can't believe all that happened.
I don't know how much more of this I can take, Rick. It's like we're living in a parallel universe of absurdity.
Hey, that's just science, Morty. Now let's get out of here before those friends come back.
Title: The Quantum PR Breakdown.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting in a room with a long table and chairs, overlooking the ocean through a large window. Rick is seen tinkering with his latest invention while Morty stares blankly at a piece of paper.
Morty, what the hell are you doing?
Trying to come up with some good jokes for our next adventure.
Morty, don't you know that humor is subjective and not determined by mathematical formulae?
Sorry, Rick.
Just then, Beth and Jerry enter the room.
Hey, Rick. We have a problem.
Our PR department seems to be breaking down.
Sarcastically, oh no, not the PR breakdown. What will we do now?
Rick, this is serious. Our reputation is on the line.
Fine, fine. Let's get it over with.
They all head over to the PR department, where they find a group of confused employees trying to fix a laugh track history machine. What's going on here?
Employee, we're trying to fix the laugh track history machine. It seems to have broken down.
Laugh track history machine? Why the hell do we even need that?
Employee, it's important for measuring the success of our comedy content.
Chuckles. Well, that's just stupid.
Whispers to Beth, is it me or does Rick seem extra high today?
Whispers back, Morty, he's always high.
Sarcastically, thanks for the insight, Beth. Rick, still tinkering with his invention, accidentally triggers a minor explosion.
Rick, what the hell did you do?
Chuckles. Relax, it's just a minor setback.
Just then, the group is stunned by an inexplicable series of strange and hilarious events, seemingly triggered by the PR breakdown. They hear a laugh track and the whole scene turns into a wacky sitcom. What the hell is going on?
I think the laugh track history machine might have malfunctioned and created a parallel humor dimension.
What do we do?
Laughs maniacally, while we always do, improvise.
The group then proceeds to navigate the hilariously absurd sitcom world, filled with spontaneous musical numbers and nonsensical jokes. With Rick's inventions and Morty's wit, they eventually fix the laugh track machine and return to their normal reality, exhausted but laughing. That was insane.
I don't think I've ever laughed so much in my life.
Proudly, that's my team.
Still in awe, I still can't believe we pulled it off.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty back in their lab, with Morty staring blankly at another piece of paper.
Morty, what are you doing now?
Trying to come up with some new jokes for our next adventure.
Smiling, well, you just might have a shot.
Title: The Neon Light Quantum Physics Haunted Fashion Show.
Opening scene shows Rick and Morty in their lab, tinkering with a new invention.
Morty, I've finally done it. I've created a portal gun that can transport us to different fashion dimensions.
What? Fashion dimensions?
You heard me, Morty. We're gonna go to the hottest fashion show in the galaxy.
Cut to the group of people standing in the neon light ballroom.
Yes, the Quantum Haunted Fashion Show. The most prestigious event in all the universes.
I'm not sure this is a good idea, Rick. These clothes look weird and haunted.
Nonsense, Morty. This is cutting-edge fashion. Now let's grab a drink and enjoy the show.
As they sip their drinks, the stage comes alive with models wearing neon-colored clothing that seem to glow with a life of their own.
Wow, this is truly a spectacle. Look at the way those clothes defies conventional physics.
Rick, something's not right. Those lights on the walls are getting brighter.
Suddenly, the neon balls on the walls begin to multiply and fill the room, creating a blinding light show.
Morty, we're being transported to a different dimension. Hang on.
They end up at the USS Enterprise, surrounded by fluffy tribbles.
Looks like we're in a Star Trek crossover. Morty, pass me that phaser.
What are we gonna do?
We're gonna blast those tribbles out of existence, Morty. Science demands it.
The duo proceed to have a thrilling adventure battling tribbles and navigating through the fashion dimension. In the end, they make it back to their lab unharmed.
Well, Morty, that was a wild ride.
Yeah, but I'm never doing that again.
Fair enough. Let's get back to work. Burp.
Rick and Morty episode: Chlorinated Frog Phenotype Experiment at the Unicorn Beauty Pageant Haunted Pizzeria Fiasco. As Rick and Morty enter the lab, Morty remarks on the strange phenomenon he observed in a nearby pond: a green frog sitting on the sand underwater with a blue background and a shadow of a tree in the sand. Rick dismisses this as a mere anomaly and invites Morty to assist him in an experiment on the phenotype expressions of chlorinated frogs. Rick explains to Morty that chlorine exposure can lead to a wide range of genetic mutations in frogs, and after conducting a rigorous literature review, they embark on a controlled experiment to test this hypothesis. Meanwhile, Summer and Jerry tune in to the annual Unicorn Beauty Pageant on the TV, where they witness the live broadcast of a catastrophic incident. One of the contestants had mutated into a giant, misshapen frog due to an unknown chemical exposure. Rick and Morty rush to the beauty pageant location, where they find out that the toxic substance responsible for the incident was chlorine, which had leaked from a nearby haunted pizzeria. Rick and Morty realize that their experimental frogs were exposed to the same chlorine that led to the mutations. In a bid to fix the chaos, Rick and Morty shrink themselves down to micro size and enter the bodies of the mutant contestants and the frogs to locate the source of the issue. In a scientific and comical journey, they dodge pustule grenades, white blood cells, and antibodies to reach their destination. Upon reaching the source, they find out that the substance in question was none other than the popular song, "Stay," by the Kid Laroi and Justin Bieber, which had seeped into the sewer lines and contaminated the water supply. Finally, as they restore the balance of nature by reversing the exposure to the song, Rick and Morty escape the bodies and transport themselves back to their lab, where they conclude that the experiment was a success, and they have solid scientific evidence to support their hypothesis.
That was one crazy frog experiment.
Yeah, and who knew that pop songs could be hazardous to mutant amphibians?
Joining them. Wait, you guys shrunk yourselves down to micro size.
And you dodged pustule grenades?
Hey, science isn't always boring, Jerry. Sometimes you gotta take the risks.
Looks at the camera. You heard it here first, folks. Science, it's a whole new world out there.
Synopsis.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, the duo is faced with a cyborg uprising suppression mission. During their quest, they encounter a woman dressed in a Wonder Woman costume standing next to a trash can in the background with another trash can.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are summoned to the Slack National Accelerator Laboratory by the US government to aid in a cyborg uprising suppression mission. As they arrive at the laboratory, they are greeted by a woman dressed in a Wonder Woman costume standing next to a trash can in the background with another trash can.
What's up with the woman Wonder down there?
I think she's trying to promote the importance of recycling.
Sounds like a total waste of time. Let's get to work.
Act 2.
As the cyborgs start their attack, Rick and Morty face a near-death experience.
I wish we had some backup right now.
In an embarrassing moment, the camera reveals how Rick had accidentally recorded himself during a bathroom break.
Oh geez, my film crew must have put that in there by mistake.
Dude, we're here to save the world. You need to focus.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty finally save the day by hacking into the cyborg's mainframe. They manage to shut down the uprising and restore peace to the city.
That wasn't too hard.
Yeah, I was worried for nothing.
Suddenly, the woman in the Wonder Woman costume appears out of nowhere.
Wonder Woman, good job, team. Mark my words, recycling is key.
That's great and all, but we gotta go save the universe now.
The trio parts ways as Rick and Morty blast off into space.
Epilogue.
As the credits roll, the viewer sees a blooper reel of Rick trying on the Wonder Woman costume and dancing around, Morty accidentally hitting himself with his own laser gun, and the trash cans in the background falling over. All in all, it was another successful adventure for Rick and Morty.
Title: Wu Chinese, Recipes, and Death Rays.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are driving through the city when they spot a building with intricate Asian writing on its sidewalk. Rick instantly recognizes it as a Wu Chinese laboratory and decides to investigate.
Morty, Jerry, Beth, we're going in. We might be able to find some cool sci-fi themed recipes.
Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? What if they catch us?
Yeah, I don't want to end up like that guy in that movie who got experimented on by aliens.
Oh, come on, Jerry. We trust Rick, right? Plus, he said we can find some amazing recipes.
As they enter the laboratory, they are immediately greeted by a group of Wu Chinese scientists. Rick introduces himself as a fellow scientist and asks to see their latest experiments.
Hey guys, what do you have cooking in here?
Scientist 1. We are working on a new type of death ray. Death ray? As in, a ray that kills people?
Scientist 2. Yes, but it's not for nefarious purposes. We plan to use it for mining and construction.
That's cool and all, but we're really here for the recipes.
Yeah, show us what you've got.
The scientists show them a variety of sci-fi themed dishes, including laser-baked fish and anti-gravity muffins. Rick is impressed, but knows he can do even better.
Alright, I'm going to show you guys how to make the ultimate sci-fi dish. It's called the Quantum Entangled Pudding.
Oh, that sounds complicated. Can you walk us through it step by step?
Of course, Morty. First, you'll need to extract the essence of a neutron star and mix it with some dark matter. Then, add in some space-time crystals and a hint of antimatter.
That sounds dangerous.
Don't worry, Jerry. I've done this a million times before. Now, all we need to do is activate the quantum paddles and set it to cook for exactly 42 minutes.
As the pudding cooks, the laboratory suddenly starts to shake. The scientists panic as the death ray they were working on starts to malfunction. The ray shoots out and hits the pudding, causing it to morph into a sentient creature.
Creature,
Greetings, I am the quantum entangled pudding.
Wow, it worked. This is amazing.
Rick, is that thing friendly?
Creature, of course I am friendly. I am a pudding made of pure science.
I think we should get out of here before something else happens.
They quickly leave the laboratory, but not before Rick grabs a sample of the living pudding. Back at home, Rick and Morty feast on the quantum entangled pudding, amazed at its incredible flavor and properties.
This is the best dessert I've ever made. We need to find a way to mass produce this and share it with the world.
I don't know, Rick. That thing seemed kind of creepy.
Yeah, and it's made of science. Who knows what kind of effects it could have on people?
Well, I think it's delicious. And if we can find a way to make it safely, I'm all for it.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty brainstorming ways to incorporate the quantum entangled pudding into their daily lives, while the pudding itself plots its next move.
Title: The Robot Dance-Off Experiment.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a scientific experiment to test the cognitive abilities of robots in performing complex dance moves. The episode begins with the duo visiting a group of women who are sitting at a table with food in front of them and a robot on the table.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to conduct a groundbreaking experiment in robotics technology.
Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? Can robots really dance?
Of course they can, Morty. All we need to do is program them with the latest dance moves and let them loose.
The experiment begins with Rick and Morty taking the robot, which they have named Robot 900, to a Shake Shack restaurant to see how it performs in a social setting.
This is the perfect place to start. Let's see how Robot 9000 interacts with real people.
As they enter the restaurant, Robot 9000 begins to dance erratically, causing chaos and confusion among the customers.
Rick, this isn't working. We need to come up with a better plan.
Don't worry, Morty. I have a plan. We'll take Robot 9000 into a maximum security prison where it can show off its moves to the inmates.
They arrive at the prison, where Robot 9000 begins to dance to the delight of the inmates. However, things take a turn for the worse when the robot accidentally triggers a prison break.
Rick, we need to get out of here before things get even more out of control.
Relax, Morty. We've got this under control.
The ensuing chaos involves a clam chowder fight, a canteen riot, and a hilarious mishap involving the guards and a misplaced set of keys. Finally, the episode culminates in a robot dance-off competition in Seoul, with Robot 9000 facing off against the world's most advanced dancing robots.
Okay, Robot 9000, this is it. Show them what you're made of.
In the end, Robot 9000 emerges victorious, and Rick and Morty return home, satisfied that their experiment was a resounding success.
That was one for the history books, Morty. Science truly knows no bounds.
I guess so, Rick. But I still can't believe we started a prison break with a robot dance-off.
That's science, Morty. Anything can happen.
Title: The Scientifically Insane Adventures of Rick and Morty.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring an alternate universe, where they come across a poster advertising a concert featuring a turtle on its back, with the caption, "Turkey, Rumor." Instantly intrigued, Rick and Morty set out to attend the concert. On their way, they run into Jerry, who is in the middle of a midlife crisis and is looking for a purpose in life. Rick decides to bring Jerry along for the adventure, much to Morty's annoyance. As they arrive at the concert, they find that the turtle on the poster is none other than a genetically modified, super intelligent turtle named Turtlina. She is the lead singer of the band and has an army of turtle minions as her backup dancers. The concert is a wild ride, with Turtleina entertaining the crowd with her catchy tunes and hilarious jokes. As the night progresses, Rick and Morty start to realize that Turtleina is not just a simple concert performer. In fact, she is a brilliant scientist who has discovered a way to transport living beings into alternate universes. Suddenly, a group of evil aliens arrive at the concert, looking to steal Turtleina's secrets. A battle ensues, with Rick, Morty, and their new turtle friends fighting off the alien invasion. In the midst of the chaos, Beth and Summer arrive on the scene, having been tracking Rick and Morty's activities. They join in the fight, and together, they defeat the aliens. In the end, Turtleina thanks Rick and Morty for their help and reveals that she has fallen in love with Jerry, much to everyone's surprise. The episode ends with the gang returning home, exhausted but satisfied with their latest adventure.
I never thought a genetically modified turtle could be so intellectually stimulating.
I don't know if I ever want to attend another concert again.
I think I found my calling in life, guys. I'm gonna be a turtle backup dancer.
Title: Quantum Skateboarding Chaos, a Rick and Morty adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty observing a street performer doing quantum tricks on a skateboard in front of a large crowd. Rick is immediately intrigued by the quantum mechanics of the trick, and Morty is amazed by the neon vest worn by the performer.
Morty, did you see that? That was quantum entanglement on a skateboard. I gotta get in on this action.
I don't know, Rick. That guy seems pretty intense. And what's up with his vest?
Rick ignores Morty's concerns and approaches the street performer, introducing himself as a quantum physicist and proposing a collaboration to create the ultimate quantum skateboard. The street performer, who goes by the name of the Quantum Quack, agrees, and the duo set out to create a masterpiece. Meanwhile, a group of funny street performers, led by the hilarious Slappy the Clown, are causing chaos in the city, using their comedic skills to distract the police and steal valuable items.
Police officer, we need to put a stop to these street performers. They're causing too much trouble.
As the chaos ensues, Rick and Morty successfully create the ultimate quantum skateboard, using advanced technology and a combination of quantum mechanics and humor.
Morty, this is gonna be huge. We've created a skateboard with quantum capabilities and the power of comedy.
I don't know if it's safe, Rick. What if it goes wrong?
Morty, when has anything I've created gone wrong?
As Rick and Morty take their new creation for a spin, they accidentally disrupt the time-space continuum, causing various characters from different universes to collide. The scene becomes chaotic as 90 Day Fiancé couples, industry baby performers Lil Nas X and Jack Harlow, and even alternate versions of Rick and Morty themselves appear from different dimensions.
Oh, geez, Morty, what have we done?
I don't know, Rick, but Lil Nas X just challenged us to a quantum skateboard dance-off.
The episode culminates in a hilarious and chaotic quantum skateboard dance-off, with Rick and Morty facing off against Lil Nas X and Jack Harlow, all while trying to survive the collision of different universes. In the end, Rick and Morty manage to fix the time-space continuum and return everything back to normal, but not before creating some absurd and unforgettable memories.
Well, that was a wild ride, Morty. Let's hope we don't cause any more chaos anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't know how much more of this I can handle, Rick.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty riding off into the sunset on their quantum skateboard, leaving chaos and laughter in their wake. Narrator. In this episode of The Martial Sciences, we delve into the intricacies of mind-controlled super soldiers and their potential impact on society.
Professor Hikaru, our research has shown that the use of mind control technology in creating super soldiers has significant ethical concerns. The potential for abuse and violation of human autonomy cannot be ignored.
Sensei Ru, I agree with Professor Hikaru, but the development of the ultimate fighting machine could also have beneficial applications in emergency situations such as natural disasters and terrorist attacks.
The scene cuts to two men in black and yellow martial uniforms doing a kick in a gym with blue mats and green mats.
Karate Kid, whoa, those guys have some serious skills. But imagine if they were being controlled by someone else. It's terrifying.
Cobra Kai. Don't be ridiculous, Karate Kid. The true power lies in the ability to control and harness such skills.
The scene transitions to a Lomi Lomi massage parlor.
Therapist Akiko. Lomi Lomi massage is a traditional Hawaiian practice that serves as a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. It can promote relaxation and reduce stress.
The scene transitions to a ninja cooking show. Chef Hero. Cooking is not just about nourishing the body, it's about nourishing the soul. My ninja techniques ensure that each dish is prepared with precision and care. Suddenly, the mind-controlled super soldiers storm into the kitchen.
Ninjutsu Chef, Chef Hero, what do we do?
Chef Hero, we fight back with our own skills and techniques. The Black Clover Technique. The fighting ensues, and the chefs and warriors use their skills to defeat the mind-controlled super soldiers.
Professor Hikaru, this is an example of the potential consequences of mind control technology. We must approach its development with caution and a full understanding of its implications.
Sensei Ru, yet, we cannot ignore the potential benefits that could arise from its development. It is up to us as scientists and martial artists to explore this technology and its impacts on society.
Title: Lunatic Ecology, a madcap tale of invisible pranksters and nuclear apocalypse survival.
Opening shot. A picturesque grassy area with trees and a full moon in the distance. The camera pans down to Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth standing in a circle.
As a group of rational beings, it is incumbent upon us to comprehend the complex interactions between biota and the environment. Thus, we shall engage in innovative scientific enterprises to enlighten ourselves about our ecological systems.
Oh, you mean like studying plants and stuff?
Yeah, I don't really get science.
As an environmental scientist, I must stress the importance of understanding our surroundings.
Invisible prankster emerges and starts knocking over trees.
What the hell? I didn't program any invisibility cloaking technology.
A prankster that's invisible? This is scary.
I think I just peed my pants.
The alteration of the environment caused by this invisible entity must be examined.
The group traces the destruction to an abandoned lab.
Looks like a mad scientist went on a rampage in here. We've got to neutralize whatever dangerous materials they left behind.
Wait, what's that skull doing here?
I don't like the look of this. Why can't we just go home?
As an environmental scientist, I must remind you of the potential hazards this presents. With proper gear and protocols, we can contain any radiological leaks.
The group suits up and neutralizes the hazardous materials.
That was a close call. Let's call it a night and head home.
What about the invisible prankster?
Didn't we defeat that already?
We still need to find out who or what caused the destruction of our environment.
Full moon turns blood red and a nuclear explosion is seen in the distance.
Oh boy, looks like the apocalypse is upon us. Time to put our survival skills to the test.
I don't want to die. I want to go back and study plants.
Can we at least go to a bunker or something?
As an environmental scientist, I must remind you that our survival is directly influenced by the resilience of our ecological systems.
The group takes refuge in a nearby bunker and wait out the apocalypse.
Closing shot. The full moon returns to its normal color and the group emerges from the bunker.
Well, that was an eventful night. I learned a lot about environmental science and survival.
I learned that science can be terrifying.
I just want to go home and hug my family.
As an environmental scientist, I must advocate for the continual pursuit of knowledge to mitigate potential future ecological disasters.
Title: The Quantum Leather Man.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty are tasked with saving the world from an interdimensional threat that takes the form of a man in a leather outfit and his minions. As always, things quickly spiral out of control in the most nonsensical fashion.
Scene 1.
Morty, we have a bit of a situation here. There's some leather-clad weirdo wreaking havoc on the local populace.
Geez, Rick, that sounds bad.
Scene 2.
So what do you need me to do?
Well, Jerry, since you're currently unemployed, we need you to distract the Quantum Leather Man while Morty and I get to work.
Scene 3.
I'm coming with you guys. I think I could be useful.
Ah, that's a good one, Beth. You're coming with us because you're contractually obligated to appear in a certain number of episodes per season.
Scene 4. This is crazy, Rick. How are we going to defeat this guy?
Simple, Morty. We're going to use a quantum destabilizer to create a rift in the space-time continuum, which will cause the Quantum Leather Man to implode in on himself.
Scene 5.
Nickel, voiceover, next showing at midnight, The Business, Tiesto. Be sure to purchase your tickets now.
Scene 6.
Morty, I'm getting some serious readings on my scanner. The Quantum Leather Man is closing in on our location.
Oh man, we're really in trouble now.
Scene 7.
Guys, look. That guy over there looks just like the Quantum Leather Man.
That's because it is the Quantum Leather Man, you idiot.
Scene 8.
Quantum Leather Man. I am the Quantum Leather Man. Bow down before me.
You look more like a cosplay enthusiast to me.
Scene 9.
Rick, the quantum destabilizer is malfunctioning. We're all going to die.
Quick, everyone grab onto me. We're going to use the power of science to ride this out.
Scene 10.
The group emerges from the quantum rift, unscathed but disoriented.
Well, that was an adventure. Anyone up for some midnight movie showings?
I could use a drink.
I can't believe I almost died because of you guys.
I'm just happy to be alive, you know?
Shut up, Morty. Let's go get some snacks.
Title: Quantum Terbium in a Bangkok Reality.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty working on a scientific experiment involving terbium, a rare earth element. Summer walks in and asks what they are doing.
We're conducting a quantum mechanics experiment with terbium to create a portal to virtual reality games.
Yeah, we're gonna be able to play any game we want without leaving the room.
That sounds awesome. Can I help?
Sure, just don't touch anything on the table.
As Summer approaches the table, she accidentally knocks over a bottle of oxygen onto the terbium, causing a reaction that creates a portal to a strange new world.
Oh no, Summer! You just created a quantum terbium reaction that's opened a portal to another dimension.
What have I done? How do we fix it?
Relax, Morty. This is all part of the experiment. We're going to explore this new world and find out what it's all about.
They enter the portal and find themselves in the bustling streets of Bangkok. They soon realize that they are in a virtual reality game and must complete various challenges to return home.
This is crazy, Rick. We have to battle giant monsters and save the city.
I can't believe this is all because of a terbium reaction.
As they navigate through the game, they start to notice strange glitches and anomalies. They eventually discover that the game's creator has been using terbium to create a reality-bending experience.
This guy is using terbium to manipulate the game and make it even more insane. We have to stop him.
They confront the creator and a wild battle ensues, featuring explosions, laser guns, and a giant mutant crab.
This is the craziest virtual reality game I've ever played.
I can't believe we made it out alive.
That's science, Morty. Sometimes you have to push the boundaries to find what's real.
As they return home, they realize that they have learned a valuable lesson about the power of scientific experimentation and the consequences of playing with rare elements like terbium.
I never thought I'd say this, but I think I need a break from virtual reality games for a little while.
Yeah, me too. I'm never touching terbium again.
Oh come on, Morty. It's all in the name of science.
The episode ends with Rick cackling as he continues to experiment with terbium and virtual reality while Summer and Morty shake their heads in disbelief.
Title: The Extracellular Matrix of Interdimensional Entities.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty embarking on a journey to collect a rare extracellular matrix substance found only in the depths of the Himalayan forest. Along the way, they meet Summer, who tags along for the adventure.
Morty, we need to retrieve the extracellular matrix substance from the Himalayan forest to create a new portal gun that can open a gateway to a parallel universe where everything is made of pickles.
Whoa, cool. That's like super science. Why?
I want to come too, guys.
Fine, but don't slow us down or get us killed.
As they trek through the forest, they come across a mysterious man with a backpack who is also on the hunt for this rare substance. He introduces himself as Indiana Jones and claims to have found a shortcut.
Indiana Jones. Follow me, kids. I've been exploring these jungles for years and I know the terrain like the back of my hand.
I don't trust this guy, Morty. He's probably planning to steal our extracellular matrix.
But he's so cool, Rick. Look at his hat.
Guys, can we please just focus on the mission?
Suddenly, they're ambushed by a group of interdimensional beings who use their advanced technology to capture the group and take them to their home planet.
Lakasa Ackerman, I'm Captain Lakasa Ackerman of the Interdimensional Army. You have trespassed into our territory and must be punished.
Oh great, another planet with a stick up their butt. Let's just get this over with.
I don't want to get punished.
Guys, can we please take this seriously?
In a wild and crazy turn of events, Rick manages to outsmart the interdimensional army and break free, grabbing the extracellular matrix and escaping in the nick of time.
That was easy. We could do this every weekend.
I don't want to do this every weekend, Rick.
I just want to go home and sleep for a week.
They return home and successfully create the Pickle Universe portal gun, but not before a series of hilarious mishaps and jokes that would make even the most serious PhD student crack up. The episode ends with the three of them laughing and enjoying a nice bowl of interdimensional popcorn.
You know, I never thought I'd say this, but that was actually a fun adventure.
Let's not do it again though, okay?
Can we at least visit the Pickle Universe?
Sure thing, Morty. Just let me grab that portal gun.
Title: The Multidimensional Train of Neurological Puns.
In this episode, Rick and Morty come across a multi-dimensional train with many seats, each fitted with lights on the ceiling and windows on the ceiling, and a long corridor between them.
Morty, this train is a perfect depiction of the neural pathways in your medulla oblongata.
Oh, okay, Rick. But what are we doing here?
We're here to attend a law conference to argue whether or not Doge Shiba should be considered a legal entity.
What? That's ridiculous.
Suddenly, they come across a group of aliens who are obsessed with funny cooking shows and have taken over the train.
Alien, we need your help. Our planet's food supply is depleting, and we need to learn how to cook hilariously.
Well, I can help with that, but we need to get to our conference.
As they make their way to the conference, they encounter several funny public transportation incidents, including a singing robot conductor and a group of aliens who can't stop playing the accordion.
Rick, I don't think we're going to make it to the conference on time.
Don't worry, Morty. We can always make a movie premiere out of this train journey.
They hijack the train's PA system and announce a movie premiere for their upcoming film, The Multidimensional Train of Neurological Puns. The audience is confused, but they all join in for the hilarious premiere, laughing at every pun and joke along the way. As the train comes to a halt, Rick and Morty hop off, leaving behind a group of satisfied aliens who now know how to cook hilariously.
Hey, Rick, I still don't get why Doge Shiba was even a topic of discussion.
Oh, Morty, it's all about the science of comedy. You'll get it one day.
The camera fades to black as Rick and Morty smirk at each other, and the credits roll.
Title: The Winged Turnip Costume Lottery.
The episode starts with a close-up shot of a plate of food consisting of chicken and vegetables complemented by a few garlic cloves on the side. Rick and Morty are in the garage, tinkering with their latest invention, the hydrogen particle condenser.
Suddenly, Morty spots a pile of chicken wings on the counter and can't resist snacking on them.
This leads to a heated debate between Rick and Morty on the scientific effects of consuming chicken wings on the human body, splitting their attention from the invention.
Rick, struggling to focus, proposes that they take a break and engage in a less mentally taxing activity, designing sci-fi costumes. After a few costume designs, Morty suggests they take a break and watch some TV. They stumble upon Final Fantasy VII, Advent Children, and start discussing Cloud Strife's attire. This leads them to consider the possibility of creating a hybrid costume that combines elements of both medieval and futuristic fashion.
Rick then remembers an abandoned turnip farm where they could gather supplies to create the costume. The duo rushes over to the farm, only to find out that a lottery is being held, and the winner will receive full control of the farm. With nothing to lose, Rick and Morty decide to participate in the lottery, and to their luck, they win. As they celebrate, Morty spots a curious-looking area of the farm where the air seems denser. After closer inspection, they realize it's a portal to an alternative dimension where they encounter a group of intergalactic space farmers with advanced technology. After a lot of shenanigans and one-liners, Rick and Morty acquire new inspiration and ideas for their sci-fi costume project. They head back to their garage and start working on the new designs.
Morty looks at the pile of chicken wings and garlic and has an epiphany.
He spreads out pieces of chicken around the condenser, sprinkles the garlic powder over it, and activates the machine. There's a bright flash of light, and the chicken wings transform into gourmet chicken and vegetable dishes, prompting Rick to exclaim, "I didn't think it was possible. You've melded the worlds of cooking and science." The episode ends with the two enjoying their new creation, satisfied with their latest inventive success.
Title: The Polonium Conundrum.
Summary: in this episode, Rick and Morty accidentally create an antimatter device while trying to cook a fancy mooshu pork dish. Their device causes chaos throughout the universe, bringing in unexpected guests like Bart Simpson and Jerry's long-lost cousin, who is a particle physicist.
Act 1.
Morty, we need to cook something fancy to impress the Council of Ricks. Let's make mooshu pork with ploob slaw.
Oh, okay, Rick. But why do we need to impress them?
Because Morty, the Council of Ricks is the most intelligent and accomplished group in the universe. We need their help with our latest experiment.
Entering the room. Hey, what are you guys up to?
Following Beth. Yeah, why is a red plate topped with broccoli and other vegetables on the table?
Oh, it's just our fancy dish. Don't worry about it. Act 2.
Morty accidentally spills polonium on the dish while trying to season it.
Morty, what have you done? You've contaminated our food with polonium.
Mercury starts to rise from the plate, causing the room to become unstable.
Rick, what's happening?
Checking his device. Oh no, we've created an antimatter device. We need to stop it before it destroys the universe.
Bursting into the room. Hey, why is everyone panicking? And who's this guy?
Referring to Jerry's newly arrived cousin, a particle physicist.
Sarcastically, oh great, Jerry's cousin. Just what we needed. Listen up, we need your help.
Act 3.
Bart Simpson enters the room through a portal.
Bart. Ay caramba, what's going on here?
Rumbling, great, just what we needed. A cartoon character from another dimension.
Rick, how do we stop the device?
We have to reverse the polarity on the quantum energy stabilizer. But we only have one chance to get it right.
Jerry's cousin. I can help with that.
Looking at the plate. Hey, what happened to our fancy dish?
Examining the plate. Looks like it's just broccoli, no ploob slaw.
Drugs. Hey, we'll just order takeout.
Belong.
The device is finally stopped and everyone is safe.
Rick, I don't know how we did it, but we survived that chaos.
Burping. Yeah, but look what you did to our fancy dish.
Smiling. Hey, you guys are pretty cool. I'm glad I could help.
Bart. Smirking. You guys are a crazy bunch. I could use some skee ball after all that.
Laughing. This is the most sci-fi thing I've ever experienced.
Smiling. Always an adventure with you guys.
Title: The Mutant Superhero Showdown. Rick and Morty's Interdimensional Spectacle.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer discovering a new dimension with a red cape, which challenges the laws of physics. Rick, being the daring scientist that he is, decides to enter this dimension alongside Morty.
Morty, we are about to explore a dimension that challenges the very laws of physics. Are you ready for the journey?
Sure, but why do we need to go there?
Because it's there, Morty. Because our curiosity as scientists is what sets us apart from those mundane humans out there.
As they enter the dimension, they encounter two superheroes, Mikasa Ackerman and another unknown one. A battle between the two begins, and Rick and Morty watch in amazement.
This is incredible, Morty. Look at the way they're using their powers. It's like nothing we've ever seen in our universe.
Wow, Rick, do you think we can help them?
Beth and Summer soon join in, with Beth also being fascinated by the superhero's abilities, and Summer wanting to take part in the action.
This is insane. I've never seen anything like it. How are they doing all of this?
Can I join in too? I want to be a superhero.
The group discovers that the two superheroes are mutants with extraordinary powers, but they also have some weaknesses. The team decides to use their scientific knowledge to help Mikasa Ackerman defeat her opponent.
I've figured it out. We have to create a ray that will amplify Mikasa's powers. That way, she can defeat her opponent with ease.
Whoa, that's amazing, Rick. But how are we going to do that?
I have just the thing. Let me grab my interdimensional ray maker.
The team successfully creates the ray, and Mikasa Ackerman uses it to defeat her opponent. The dimension disappears soon after, but the team is left feeling exhilarated by the experience.
That was so cool. When can we do it again?
I never thought I'd be part of something like this. Thank you, Rick.
Don't thank me yet, Beth. We have a whole universe of dimensions to explore. Who knows what else we'll find?
The episode ends with the team ready for their next interdimensional adventure, with a newfound respect for the power of superheroes and mutants.
Title: The Interdimensional Serendipity of Chemical Entropy.
The episode begins with Rick being contacted by a group of chemical engineers from a parallel universe. They have discovered a unique chemical compound that is able to induce interdimensional portal openings. Rick, being the mad scientist that he is intrigued and decides to investigate the chemical further. Rick and Morty are then transported to the other universe where they meet the group of chemical engineers, led by Dr. Entropy. They inform Rick and Morty that the chemical compound is extremely dangerous and should not be trifled with. However, Rick is not one to listen to warnings and decides to experiment with the compound. As Rick mixes the various chemicals together, he accidentally creates a chemical reaction that morphs his body into that of a giant worm. Morty is disgusted but also can't stop laughing at the sight of his grandfather. Rick, in turn, starts making worm puns, much to Morty's annoyance. The worm Rick then starts munching on the nearby grass, accidentally swallowing a small helmeted man who is hidden in the blades. Morty is horrified and thinks that they should help the man, but Rick is nonchalant, claiming that the man will eventually pass through his system. Meanwhile, Dr. Entropy realizes the catastrophic nature of the portal openings induced by the chemical compound and frantically tries to communicate this to Rick and Morty. However, Rick is too busy making worm puns and Morty is too busy trying not to vomit from the sight of the worm Rick. As the episode progresses, Rick and Morty's antics unintentionally lead to the opening of dozens of portal doors, releasing bizarre and dangerous creatures into their universe. Chaos ensues as they struggle to close the portals and avoid getting eaten by the various creatures. In the end, Rick manages to revert himself back to human form and they manage to close all the portals. Morty is relieved and happy, while Rick is annoyed that he lost his worm powers. The helmeted man is then shown to have survived his journey through Rick's digestive system and is grateful to be rescued by Morty. Dr. Entropy then appears once more, thanking Rick and Morty for their help in closing the portals and leaving them with a stern warning about the dangers of tampering with interdimensional portal technologies. Rick just brushes it off, already thinking about his next mad experiment.
Dr. Entropy, you must understand, the entropic nature of chemical reactions can lead to unpredictable consequences.
Predictable? Who wants predictable? I want chaos, baby.
Whoa, Rick, I don't think that's a good idea.
Relax, Morty, what's the worst that could happen?
Portal doors start opening everywhere, creatures begin pouring out, and chaos ensues.
Can we leave now, Rick?
Yeah, I guess it's time to worm our way out of here.
Both laugh as they run from the ensuing chaos.
Title: The Chess Game, a Scientific Analysis.
The episode commences with Gon FreeCSS, a renowned chess player, taking on the ultimate challenge of playing a game on a giant chessboard with human-sized pieces. The chessboard is set up in a laboratory equipped with advanced sensors and cameras to analyze and record the gameplay using high-speed cameras. As the game unfolds, Gon's strategic moves are put to the test, and his intellectual prowess is scrutinized under the expert observation of the university scientists. The game's pace intensifies as Will Smith, a famous actor and chess enthusiast, enters the scene, joining Gon in the game, making it even more challenging and interesting. Amidst the tense gameplay, a series of comical sports bloopers are projected on screens around the laboratory, which adds a humorous element to the situation. These bloopers, analyzed by our research team, also help relieve stress and induce giggles, leading to better concentration and improved performance. In the middle of the game, an awkward interaction takes place with a stranger who accidentally enters the laboratory, then leaves with a funny postcard and souvenir of the experience. This gives the audience a brief respite from the game while providing an intriguing insight into human behavior. The climax of the episode presents the player's final moves, which are meticulously calculated and analyzed by the science team, who observe and study the game's outcome. The result is a stunningly complex and intellectual display of strategic thinking.
In conclusion, the chess game, a scientific analysis, presents a captivating and intellectually stimulating episode that demonstrates the benefits of chess, scientific analysis, and silly humor. Through its entertaining narrative, the episode emphasizes the importance of critical thinking, strategic planning, and responding to unexpected challenges.
Title: The Quantum Hijinks of Rick and Morty.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty walking down a futuristic hallway with a neon light coming from the ceiling. Rick reveals that they are in Fermilab, the world-renowned particle physics laboratory. As they enter a room with a large accelerator, they find that the particle beams have been compromised. Rick suspects sabotage and the group sets out to investigate. They quickly discover that the space station, which has been conducting experiments with their particle beams, has been infiltrated by a rogue professor. Jerry, Beth, and Summer arrive at Fermilab to lend a hand, but things quickly spiral out of control. The group splits up to chase the professor throughout the space station, engaging in a wild chase. As they corner the professor, Rick deduces that he has been conducting experiments on the particle beams, causing them to spiral out of control. The professor reveals that he was attempting to create a black hole for his own nefarious purposes. Rick, Morty, and the gang must race against time to stop the black hole from destroying the space station. They engage in a frenzied battle with the professor as Rick hastily repairs the particle beams. In a final twist, Rick reveals that the professor had unwittingly created a new form of matter, whose properties defy all known laws of physics. As the gang returns home, they discuss the implications of this new discovery, and Rick remarks, "I always knew science was a bit of a gamble, but who knew it could be this much fun?"
Morty, looks like we have a rogue professor on our hands. Better get to investigating.
Oh boy, what have we gotten ourselves into this time?
I'm here to help any way I can. What do you need me to do?
We'll split up and cover more ground. Summer and I will follow up on any leads at the space station.
Sounds good to me. Let's get to it.
Professor, you'll never stop me. I have harnessed the power of the particle beams.
Looks like we have a mad scientist on our hands. Come on, Morty, let's show him who's boss.
You mean like take him down? Or just like, talk to him?
Morty, sometimes words just aren't enough. Get ready for some quantum hijinks.
Rick, hurry up. The black hole is getting larger by the second.
We're running out of time. We need to find that professor and stop him.
What do we do, Rick? We can't let the space station be destroyed.
Don't worry, Jerry. I've got this under control. You just, keep standing there.
Oh man, this is intense. I don't even know what's going on anymore.
Got it. I've repaired the particle beams. Black hole averted. That professor won't be causing any more quantum trouble.
Professor, but, my research, my life's work.
Sorry, pal, but sometimes science can be unpredictable. But hey, at least you've discovered a new form of matter that could change the world as we know it.
Wow, that's incredible. I can't believe the implications of this new discovery.
Yeah, who knew all this craziness could come from a little sabotage and a few particle beams?
Hey, you never know what you're going to get with science. But one thing's for sure, it's always a wild ride.
Title: The Scientifically Insane Shake Shack Inferno.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty on a quest to explore different culinary delights from around the world. They come across a restaurant that has a neon sign reading Shake Shack Shack. The restaurant also has a creperie and a Thai massage parlor, all in one place. Rick is ecstatic and suggests they try everything on the menu. Morty is apprehensive because he is on a tight budget.
Morty, my boy, we are not here to penny pinch. We are here to explore the scientific possibilities of gastronomic delights from around the world. Our taste buds are the experimental instruments, and this restaurant is our laboratory.
Meanwhile, Beth and Summer are also on their quest to explore different cultures from around the world. They stumble upon Tokyo and decide to try sushi and visit a fish market.
Summer, this is a great learning opportunity for you. Not only are we exploring different Japanese culinary delights, but we are also learning about the importance of sustainability.
Mom, can we please just eat? I'm starving.
Back at Shake Shack, Rick and Morty have started their culinary experiment, ordering everything on the menu. The waiter warns them that they might not be able to handle the heat of the Inferno burger.
Waiter, the Inferno burger is not for the faint-hearted. It's made with the spiciest peppers from around the world, including the infamous Carolina Reaper.
Rick and Morty scoff at the warning and order 2 Inferno burgers each. As they take their first bite, they feel the heat building up in their mouths.
Rick, I don't think I can handle this. My tongue is on fire.
Morty, this is the scientific part of the experiment. We need to endure the heat and see how our bodies react to the spiciness.
Suddenly, the Inferno burgers start affecting Rick and Morty's digestive system, and they run to the washroom, leaving chaos in their wake. Summer and Beth arrive at Shake Shack and witness the chaos.
Mom, what is happening here?
I don't know, Summer. But it looks like a scientific experiment gone horribly wrong.
As Rick and Morty emerge from the washroom, they are a sweating, panting mess.
Morty, my boy, I think we have finally discovered the limits of our scientific experimentation. It seems that our digestive system cannot handle the spiciness of the Inferno burger.
Can we go home now? I don't feel too good.
Beth and Summer help Rick and Morty out of the restaurant, and they all decide to call it a day and head back to their respective homes.
As the episode ends, the camera zooms out to reveal the neon sign once again.
Shake Shack Shack, Creperie, Thai Massage, Tokyo.
The ultimate destination for scientific culinary experimentation gone awry.
Title: The Equine Conspiracy.
Synopsis. In this episode of Rick and Morty, we explore the world of equine science and uncover a dark conspiracy looming in the shadows.
Act 1.
Morty, we've got to get to the lab ASAP. I've just received a transmission from the My Little Pony universe.
My Little Pony? Seriously, Rick?
Don't judge a book by its cover, Morty. Those ponies might look cute and innocent, but they hold the key to some serious scientific breakthroughs.
Act 2.
As they arrive at the lab, Rick and Morty are greeted by a group of 3 ponies standing by the river.
Pony 1. Greetings, Rick and Morty. We've come to unload some vital information about a sinister plot going on in our universe.
Alright, lay it on us.
Tony 2, there's a building with a pink light in our universe, and it's acting as a beacon for a group of evil unicorns.
Evil unicorns? That's like every little girl's worst nightmare.
Calm down, Morty. These unicorns sound like they're up to no good. We have to stop them.
Act 3. After some rigorous scientific experimentation with the ponies, Rick and Morty managed to uncover the secret behind the pink light and its connection to the evil unicorns.
Morty, the pink light is actually a high-frequency transmitter that's amplifying the unicorn's dark magic.
Dark magic? Is that even scientifically possible?
Anything is possible in the multiverse, Morty. We just have to think outside the box.
Act 4.
In a final showdown, Rick and Morty face off against the evil unicorns and their army of dark magic.
I've rigged up a device that will disrupt the frequency of the pink light and neutralize the unicorn's powers.
Rick, I don't know if this is the best idea.
Trust me, Morty, I've done the calculations.
With a blinding flash, the device activates, sending the unicorns and their nefarious plans toppling into oblivion.
Belog.
As they reflect on their adventure, Rick and Morty realize that even the cutest and most innocent of creatures can hold a dark secret.
So, what did we learn from all of this, Rick?
That sometimes, the greatest scientists are those who think outside the box. And that, my boy, is where the real magic lies.
Title of the episode: The Unearthed Curse and the Invisible Man Rampage.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are walking down a dimly lit pathway when they stumble upon a fire hydrant.
Rick's scientific curiosity is piqued and he decides to investigate the hydrant's molecular structure.
Morty is feeling uneasy and suggests they leave before trouble strikes. Rick insists on staying, and as they continue their analysis, they accidentally activate an ancient curse.
Morty, this fire hydrant contains more energy than the average plutonium rod. We need to figure out its secrets.
I don't know, Rick. This doesn't feel right.
Act 2.
The curse unleashes an invisible man who goes on a rampage in the city. The duo realizes they have to act fast to stop the destruction and save the day. Rick has a plan to lure the invisible man to a Balinese massage parlor, where they can capture him.
Morty, this is our chance to test out my new invention, the Universal Invisibility Detector.
But how will we be able to catch an invisible man, Rick?
Act 3. The plan works, and they successfully capture the invisible man. But as they are taking him back to their lab, the statue in the background comes to life and starts chasing them.
Of course, it was obvious. The curse didn't just unleash an invisible man, it also brought the statue to life.
I just want to go back to watching TV, Rick.
Act 4.
They are able to defeat the statue with a combination of Rick's advanced weaponry and Morty's quick thinking. The curse is lifted, and the city is saved.
Well, that was a wild ride, Morty. Who knew a fire hydrant could cause so much trouble?
Can we go home now?
Sure, Morty, but first, let's archive this data for future reference. Science never sleeps.
Title: The Quantum Underwater City Crisis.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty are summoned by the Galactic Federation to investigate a catastrophic event in a futuristic underwater city. The city's clock tower, which runs on a complex quantum energy system, has malfunctioned, causing a chain reaction that threatens to destroy the entire city.
Rick. Oh boy, here we go again. Science is never easy, Morty. Let's hope this job doesn't end up dragging on like our last simple assignment.
Morty. Yeah, Rick, but we have to save the city. What can we do?
Jerry. Hey guys, I have an idea. Why don't we try to repair the quantum energy system using the principles of quantum mechanics and electromagnetism? I've been reading up on it lately.
Rick, Jerry, when did you become a theoretical physicist? But hey, what the hell, let's give it a try. Beth, let's get Joey King and head to Cairo to acquire some necessary equipment.
Beth, Joey King, really, Rick?
Rick, don't question my choices, Beth. Joey's got connections, and her scientific knowledge is nothing to sneeze at.
Morty. Guys, look over there. The clock tower's energy is causing a huge rift in the space-time continuum.
Oh geez.
Weekend featuring Ariana Grande. Save your tears for another day. Joey King. Guys, I found the equipment we need to fix the quantum energy system.
Rick, Joey King, you're the bomb. Let's get back to the city and put this baby to work.
Morty. Whoa, the energy system is fixing itself. It's like the tear in the space-time continuum is healing.
Jerry, my quantum mechanics and electromagnetism theory worked. I can't believe it.
Wow, Jerry, I guess you're a theoretical physicist now.
Oh, ha 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 ha.
Rick, alright, enough science for one day. Let's get out of here before something else goes wrong.
Morty. But wait, what about the city? Shouldn't we stay and make sure everything is stable?
Rick, Morty, you worry too much. Let's leave the city to the capable hands of their own scientists. Besides, I heard there's a new dimension we can explore. Who's with me?
Oh wubba lubba dub dub.
Title: Quantum Reconciliation and Robot Karaoke Contest.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty arriving at a futuristic university to participate in a quantum reconciliation experiment. However, they get sidetracked when they come across a group of ridiculous characters armed with guns, including He-Man, Red Dog, and Pikachu.
What are a bunch of cartoon characters doing with guns in a university?
I don't know, Rick, but they look serious.
As they approach, they discover that the characters are there to compete in a robot karaoke contest, which is being judged by Yoda from Star Wars.
I didn't know Yoda was a fan of karaoke.
I guess you learn something new every day.
The contestants begin to perform, and the room is filled with the sounds of robots singing. Suddenly, a green man interrupts the competition and challenges them to a duel.
Green Man, I challenge you all to a battle. The winner will receive a lifetime supply of pickles.
What kind of pickles?
Green Man, the best kind.
The room erupts in chaos as the characters draw their weapons and begin firing at each other. Rick and Morty are caught in the crossfire and barely manage to escape alive.
I can't believe we almost died over pickles.
Pickles are serious business, Morty.
As they make their way back to the quantum reconciliation experiment, they realize that they've accidentally brought a robot with them from the karaoke contest.
Looks like we've got a stowaway, Morty.
What are we going to do with it?
I don't know, Morty. Let's just hope it doesn't sing.
In the end, the quantum reconciliation experiment is successful, and Rick and Morty return home with their new robot friend. They may have narrowly escaped death and been sidetracked by a karaoke contest, but they've also learned a valuable lesson about the importance of pickles.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Culinary Artifacts.
Opening shot. The camera pans through Rick's messy lab, displaying countless bizarre experiments, before stopping in front of a table with a blue background, upon which sits an assortment of food items. A yellow light illuminates the food, making it seem otherworldly.
Morty, grab those quantum stabilizers over there. These culinary artifacts aren't gonna entangle themselves.
Groans Rick, I don't know about this. Last time we messed with quantum entanglement, you accidentally fused me with a pickle.
Nonsense, Morty. That was a 1 in a million fluke. Now help me recalibrate the flux capacitors.
As they work, a door in the background slides open, and in walks a zombie talk show set.
Zombie host. Hey, can you guys keep it down? You're messing with our sound checks over here.
Pipe down, fleshbag. We're in the middle of a groundbreaking scientific experiment involving quantum entanglement and culinary art.
Zombie host. Sarcastically, ooh, I'm so scared.
That's it. I'm turning you into a donut.
Suddenly, a bakery set materializes beside them.
Baker, whoa, where did this come from?
Wait, how did you even get here?
Baker, I don't know, man. It's like I just appeared. Hey, you guys need any pastries or something?
Forget pastries. We're in the middle of something here.
The camera zooms in on the food items, which begin to glow with an otherworldly energy. Suddenly, they all shoot up into the air, moving in a synchronized dance.
Atsung Masus, what the hell is going on here?
Nothing to worry about. Just some quantum entanglement-induced food item levitation.
The food items begin to emit a bright light, blinding everyone in the room. When it fades, Rick and Morty are left alone in the lab, surrounded by a mess of smashed food and broken equipment.
I guess we didn't tighten the flux capacitors enough. Oh well, let's get some burritos.
Can we at least clean up the mess first?
It's all good. Time and space are a social construct, Morty.
The camera pans out as the duo leaves the lab, leaving chaos in their wake.
Title: The Transdimensional Giggle Fest.
The Smith family is gathered in the living room watching Worf's Star Trek funny TED Talk on transdimensional warfare. Rick interrupts, annoyed at the lack of scientific accuracy in the talk. Jerry tries to defend the talk and a heated argument ensues.
This is ridiculous. Anyone with a basic understanding of transdimensional physics could tell you that Worf's theories are total nonsense.
Well, maybe you're just jealous that you didn't think of it first.
Jealous? Jerry, I'm a genius. I don't get jealous, I get even.
Morty tries to defuse the situation by suggesting they all take a break and have some acorn squash. But things take a turn for the weird when they realize the acorn squash has been contaminated with a strange substance.
What's wrong with this squash? It's making me feel giggly.
I don't feel so good either. Is this some kind of prank, Rick?
Prank? Of course not, Beth. Although, I did accidentally spill some experimental giggle root extract in the squash.
The family starts to laugh uncontrollably, unable to stop. Rick realizes that the giggle root extract has mixed with the transdimensional energy in the house, creating a feedback loop of hilarity.
Oh no, this is bad. The giggle energy is building up, and if it reaches critical mass, we'll all be stuck in a perpetual state of laughter.
What do we do, Rick?
We have to release the laughter energy into a stable transdimensional vortex. But we need to do it quickly before the giggle energy overwhelms us.
The family bands together to create a transdimensional portal and release the laughter energy, saving themselves from eternal laughter. Wow, that was unexpectedly hilarious.
I can't believe we almost got stuck like that.
Yeah, we almost had to be the laughingstock of the entire universe.
Don't get too cocky, Summer. This was a close call. But at least we can say we survived the transdimensional giggle fest.
Title: The Quantum Mechanics of Zombie Yoga.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty take Beth on a yoga retreat to decompress. However, they stumble upon a sports betting ring on the premises, and to their surprise, a zombie yoga class.
I'm so excited to unwind and find inner peace.
Come on, Beth, life has no meaning. It's all just a cosmic joke.
Rick, can't we try to have a good time for once?
Fine, but I call dibs on making fun of the granola crunchers.
Upon arriving at the retreat, they discover a group doing yoga on mats in a gym room with a wall in the background and a woman in the middle.
What is this, amateur hour? I could levitate these mats with my quantum displacer device.
I don't think you should do that, Rick.
Let's just join the class.
As they participate in the class, Rick notices a strange energy emanating from the wall.
Hold on, this wall is a portal to another dimension.
Rick, just let us do some yoga.
I think she's right, Rick. We're here to relax.
Just as they start to get into the rhythm, they hear a commotion from the next room, where they discover a sports betting ring.
I know just the trick to beat those bookies. Morty, Beth, place your bets on the underdog.
They make a killing, but when they return to the yoga room, they find that the class has turned into zombie yoga.
What the hell is going on?
This is like that anime you made me watch, Rick.
You mean Bleach? Wait, Ichigo Kurosaki, what are you doing here?
Chigo, I got lost in the dimension portal. Mind if I join?
As they fight off the zombie yogis, Rick realizes that it was all caused by the parsnips they ate earlier. He uses his scientific knowledge to concoct an antidote, and they all return to their non-zombie states.
I'm never doing yoga again.
Finally, some sense from you.
Can we at least finish the retreat?
Sure, as long as we don't run into any more undead cults.
Title: The Effects of Light and Massage on Canine Stress Reduction, a Case Study on a Beagle.
Abstract. This episode presents a case study focusing on the impact of light and massage on reducing stress levels in a beagle. The study was conducted in a controlled environment in which the beagle was placed on a chair with a light device affixed to its head. The chair massage technique was then applied while a spotlight illuminated the beagle's face. The behavioral and physiological responses of the subject were monitored and analyzed to determine the efficacy of the intervention in reducing the dog's stress levels.
Introduction.
The beagle, a popular breed of dog known for its calm and playful temperament, was chosen for this study due to its suitability as a model for stress response in canines. The use of a light device and chair massage in this study aimed to evoke a relaxation response in the subject and ultimately reduce its stress levels.
Stress in dogs can often result in a reduced quality of life and even lead to the development of health problems.
Methods.
The beagle was placed on a chair in a small room with a light device affixed to its head and a spotlight above it. A chair massage technique was then administered for a period of 20 minutes. The behavioral and physiological responses of the dog were observed and recorded throughout the intervention.
Results.
The beagle exhibited a number of behavioral and physiological changes during the intervention that suggested a reduction in its levels of stress. These included a more relaxed body posture, a slower heart rate, Title: The Cerebral Conundrum of the Haunted Festival.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty attend a sci-fi film festival where they encounter a cartoon character holding a cell phone with a hat on its head and a hat on Rick's head. Meanwhile, a mysterious force is disrupting the festival, causing strange occurrences and eerie music to emanate from the main stage.
Act 1. Morty, these movies are all a bunch of fake science. It's time to bring some real science to this festival.
Oh, Rick, I don't know if that's such a good idea. We don't want to mess with the festival's vibe.
Nonsense. I've got just the thing. Meet my new assistant, Captain Carl. He'll help us gather some data.
Captain Carl. Aye, Rick. I'll be taking all the readings.
Act 2.
As the trio begins collecting data, they notice a strange energy emanating from the main stage. Suddenly, the music turns ominous and the whole festival is plunged into darkness.
Morty, this is no ordinary festival. We need to investigate. Captain Carl, you take readings here. Morty, grab the portal gun.
But, Rick, what if we get caught in the alternate dimension again?
Don't worry, Morty, Captain Carl has a special device that will protect us.
Act 3.
The trio portals to the main stage, where they encounter a mysterious energy entity using the power of the cervix to bend reality and haunt the festival.
Captain Carl, avast, mateys. That's some spooky science right there.
Not to worry, Captain. I've got this under control.
Using his advanced scientific know-how, Rick devises a plan to neutralize the entity and restore the festival to its former glory. Morty and Captain Carl handle the physical aspects, while Rick takes care of the more cerebral aspects, shocking the entity into submission.
Act 4.
With the festival restored, Rick, Morty, and Captain Carl leave, satisfied with their scientific findings.
Wow, Rick, that was really something. I'll never doubt your crazy ideas again.
You'll do what I say, Morty. That's how science works.
Captain Carl. Aye, Rick. I'm ready for more adventures.
Rick and Morty exchange a glance, knowing that with Captain Carl, anything is possible. The episode ends with a mocking SpongeBob meme, as the trio hilariously reflect on the day's events.
Title: The Multidimensional Pizza Experiment.
Opening shot. Close-up of a delicious-looking pizza with pepperoni and other toppings on its crusts and cheese, spinning lazily on a table.
Morty, I need you to go get some burritos from the Taco Bell dimension. We're going to conduct a little experiment.
Oh, okay, Rick. But what kind of experiment?
We're going to set up a tasting panel to determine which dimension has the best pizza. We'll compare it against the baseline, which is this Domino's pizza we have right here.
Hey, I like Domino's.
Jerry, there's nothing wrong with Domino's, but we have to approach this experiment scientifically.
Rick sets up a lab in the garage, complete with beakers, test tubes, and a complex-looking machine that seems to have a lot of dials and levers.
Okay, everyone, I need you to take a bite of the Domino's pizza and rate it on a scale of 1 to 10.
The crust is a little doughy, but the pepperoni is pretty good. I'd give it a 6.
I'd give it an 8. I like that the cheese is a little greasy.
I don't know, Rick. I think it's maybe like a 4 or a 5. It's kind of boring.
Excellent. Now let's move on to the Taco Bell dimension.
Morty returns with the burritos, and Rick deftly extracts a small amount of sauce from each one using a pipette. He then combines these sauces in the mysterious machine and presses a button. A portal opens up, and a group of pizza delivery people from various dimensions come pouring out, each carrying a pizza with different toppings and styles.
Let's get started. Sample A is from the medieval dimension, with a crushed beet sauce and quail eggs.
I don't know if I want to eat that.
Nonsense, it's perfectly safe. Now, take a bite and rate it.
The tasting panel works their way through pizza after pizza, each with its own unique flavor and texture. There's one from a dimension where humans have evolved to be 4-legged creatures, resulting in a pizza with a lot of grass on it. Another is from a dimension where everything is upside down, resulting in toppings falling off. This pizza tastes like sadness. It's from a dimension where the sun never comes out.
This one is good. It's from a dimension where raccoons are the dominant species.
I think my brain is melting. Rick, can we please stop now?
Just a few more, Morty. This one is from a dimension where they have telekinetic powers and can make the toppings float.
As the tasting panel grows more and more delirious, Rick cackles with glee.
This was the best experiment ever. We've discovered some truly groundbreaking pizza flavors here. And you know what? Let's put the burritos on the table too. I have a hunch they'll taste even better now.
Closing shot, the group, covered in sauce and cheese, munching happily on burritos and pizza.
Title: Demon Encounter at the Zombie Bachelor Party.
Episode summary. This episode centers around the interaction of a man and woman adorned in costume, standing in front of a menacing demon and its accompanying demonic visage that loom against a black backdrop. The setting is a zombie bachelor party in Bristol, with a focus on the scientific aspects of ruthenium, inguinal hernia repair, and smear. The episode also features the musical stylings of Tony Bennett and Lady Gaga with their hit song, I Get a Kick Out of You.
Narrator. The zombie bachelor party was going smoothly until a sudden demon encounter disrupted the festivities. The man and woman in costume stood their ground, their faces betraying no fear as they confronted the ominous demonic presence. The demon glared back menacingly, a testament to its malevolent power.
Scientist number 1. In terms of the scientific aspects of this encounter, the notable presence of ruthenium is particularly fascinating. This rare metal has shown potential in various fields, such as medicine and electronics, due to its unique properties. It is even speculated that it may have potential as a therapeutic agent in cancer treatment.
Medical expert. The episode further delves into the topic of inguinal hernia repair, a surgical procedure used to correct a protrusion of tissues through the inguinal canal in the lower abdomen. The science behind hernias and their repair is complex but vital, as hernias can be potentially life-threatening if left untreated.
Scientist number 2. Additionally, the use of smear as a method of cell detection in medical diagnostics is explored. Smears are typically utilized in the detection of cancer cells, bacterial infections, and sexually transmitted diseases, among other diseases and conditions. The scientific understanding of smears is crucial in the prevention and early detection of such diseases.
Guest number 1. Although the scientific aspects of the episode are fascinating, the musical performance of Tony Bennett and Lady Gaga was a standout moment. Their rendition of I Get a Kick Out of You was both musically delightful and thematically fitting given the party environment.
Guest number 2. Despite the intense encounter with the demonic presence, the man and woman in costume ultimately prevailed. Their bravery serves as a testament to the human spirit and the potential for science and technology to aid us in overcoming even the most formidable of foes.
Overall, the episode provides a thought-provoking examination of various scientifically significant topics while also entertaining through a thrilling narrative and musical performances.
Title: The Lemon-Infused Greyhound Theory.
Opening shot. A yellow lemon sitting on top of a street next to a city skyline with buildings and a horse in the distance.
Rick and Morty are exploring the city in search of scientific breakthroughs. As they walk down the street, they stumble upon a mysterious lemon on the ground.
Morty, this lemon is emitting an unusual amount of energy. It could be an undiscovered power source.
Rick, it's just a lemon. I don't think we can power our spaceship with fruit.
Don't be so closed-minded, Morty. The possibilities are endless with science.
Suddenly, a greyhound appears out of nowhere and snatches the lemon before running away.
Oh no, Morty, we have to get that lemon back. It's the key to our research.
They chase after the greyhound, but it leads them to a real estate agent's office.
Real estate agent. Welcome, gentlemen. How can I assist you? We're looking for a greyhound that stole our lemon. Real estate agent. Oh, that must be Mr. Whiskers. He's one of our clients who's interested in purchasing a lemon tree.
Wait, a lemon tree?
Real estate agent. Yes, sir. They're quite popular these days. Mr. Whiskers believes he can make a profit from selling lemonade. Profit? Ah, that's ridiculous. I'm going to show him the true potential of lemons.
Rick and Morty then track down Mr. Whiskers and discover he's keeping the lemon in a secret laboratory.
Oh, look at all this scientific equipment. Mr. Whiskers must be a genius.
Or maybe he just likes lemonade.
It's time to put this lemon to the test.
Rick uses some of the lab equipment to conduct experiments on the lemon, and soon a portal appears.
Morty, jump in. We're going on an adventure.
But what about the lemon?
Who cares about the lemon? We have a portal to explore.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty jumping into the portal, leaving the lemon behind but uncovering a new universe of scientific discoveries. Credits roll as the lemon emits a bright light, an indication of its true power potential. Narrator. Our episode begins with Benjamin Amory embarking on an excursion to a nearby lake, seeking to explore possibilities of personal transformation.
Benjamin Amory, thinking to himself, can I do it here?
Narrator. With a coy smile, he sits down by the lake, studying his reflective image with intrigue.
Benjamin Amory, looking at his reflection, it smiled right back at him.
Narrator. Finding a moment of solace, Benjamin clears his mind, focusing on the majestic aura of the tiger within him.
Benjamin Amory whispers, feel the tiger in you.
Narrator. Suddenly, something catches his attention, a beautiful tiger with a striking red background prowling in the distance.
Tiger, roaring in the distance.
Narrator. The excitement of the moment sparks an idea in Benjamin's mind to investigate the evolutionary and genetic parallels between the tiger species.
Benjamin Amory, thinking to himself, the tiger, Panthera tigris, has been a fascination for scientists and conservationists alike.
Narrator. As Benjamin analyzes tigers, he notices another unique tiger with a blue background, accentuated by a red background, standing out amongst the other tigers.
Benjamin Amory pauses to examine the blue tiger. This species, Panthera tigris with a blue background, commonly known as the blue tiger, is extraordinary and rare.
Narrator. As Benjamin observes the blue tiger, the background color combination pushes him to investigate the genetic factors contributing to its unique characteristics.
Benjamin Amory, thinking to himself, the genetic evolution of Panthera tigris is influenced by various factors, including background coloration.
Narrator. The episode culminates as Benjamin encounters a black and white tiger, its coat pattern and coloration unlike any other tiger he has seen before.
Benjamin Amory, marveling at the black and white tiger, Panthera tigris in its black and white coloration illustrate an evolutionary adaptation to their habitat environment.
Narrator. As Benjamin reflects on his excursion, he ponders on the rich insights gained from studying the genetic evolution of tigers and the role of environmental factors in shaping their appearance and behavior.
Title: The Power Pump Paradox.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, and Summer on a journey to a distant planet. As they enter the planet's atmosphere, they witness a massive explosion, sending shockwaves across the galaxy. Rick quickly turns to his scientific instruments and concludes that the explosion was caused by the excessive energy from the power pump, a complex device used by the residents of the planet to generate enormous amounts of power.
Morty, Summer, we've got a power pump problem. This planet is about to implode.
Oh geez, Rick, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, Rick. We can't just let this planet blow up and kill everyone.
Relax, Summer, I've got an idea. We need to get to the power pump and shut it down before it's too late. But we're gonna need some serious firepower to make it happen.
They land on the planet and quickly make their way to the power pump facility, where they encounter a woman with pink and blue makeup and a massive machine that's causing the energy overload.
What's the deal with the power pump? And who the hell are you?
Power pump woman. I am the power pump master. And this machine generates more power than anything in the universe.
But it's about to destroy this whole planet.
Power pump woman. That can't be. The power pump is the key to everything.
Okay, let's not panic. Rick, do you have a plan?
I've got something in mind. But we're gonna need some Olivia Rodrigo music to pull this off.
Olivia Rodrigo music? What does that have to do with anything?
Just trust me, Morty. We need to distract the power pump and shut it down before it's too late.
They play Good For You on full blast, causing the power pump to malfunction. Rick and Morty use this distraction to hack into the power pump system and shut it down.
The planet stabilizes and the explosion is prevented.
That was close. But we did it. Science prevails once again.
But what about the power pump master? She's gonna be pretty mad that we destroyed her machine.
Power pump woman, you fools. You've ruined everything.
Relax, lady. We're not gonna hurt you. But we do need you to perform a nephrectomy on this alien creature.
Power pump woman. What? Why?
Because science, that's why. And we're running out of time.
They perform the nephrectomy, which turns out to be successful. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer flying off into space, jamming to Olivia Rodrigo's music, while the power pump woman is left on the planet, contemplating her next move.
Wow, Rick, I never thought I'd hear you jamming to Olivia Rodrigo.
Hey, Morty, I'm a man of many scientific tastes.
Yeah, this was definitely one for the science books. And the weird books.
The end.
Title: The Quantum Zombie Talk Show in Thai Forest Gate.
Opening scene.
The camera zooms in on Rick, Morty, and Summer standing in front of a giant gate in a dense Thai forest. A car sits in the background as they marvel at the strange, otherworldly architecture of the gate.
Oh boy, Morty, here we go again. Another adventure that screams, don't try this at home.
Oh, I really don't think we should be here, Rick. These gates look like they lead to another dimension or something.
Guys, can we just focus on finding that talk show we were invited to? I don't want to waste any more time in this place.
Relax, Summer, we'll find it. Besides, as a PhD holder, I have a 99.9% chance of succeeding in whatever we do.
I don't think that's how science works, Rick.
Main scene.
The trio eventually finds the talk show set, where they're greeted by a group of zombie hosts and their 2 zombie guests.
Hey, is this a joke? I didn't sign up for a zombie talk show.
Zombie host 1. Well, we didn't sign up to be zombies, so I guess we're even.
Zombie guest 1. Don't mind them, humans. Welcome to the Quantum Zombie Talk Show.
Zombie guest 2. You know, we have a saying in the zombie community, brains before beauty.
Wait, what? Are you saying I'm not?
Zombie host 2. Relax, it's just a joke. We love humans, especially with a side of fries.
Alright, let's cut to the chase. Why did you summon us here?
Zombie host 1. We need your help with a bit of a science experiment. One that involves the laws of quantum physics and time travel. Oh boy, I always get nervous when Rick gets involved in these kinds of things.
Don't worry, Morty. As a PhD holder in theoretical physics, I can handle this.
Zombie guest 2. Great, then let's get started. We thought it would be fun to see if we could travel back in time before the zombie outbreak and stop it from ever happening.
Wait, that's actually kind of interesting. How are we going to do that?
Zombie host 2, glad you asked. We'll use this handy-dandy time travel device called the Brainotron 3000.
Oh, that sounds legit.
The group hops into the time machine and are transported back to the beginning of the zombie outbreak. As they're searching for Patient Zero, they encounter a group of sentient trees who are also infected with the zombie virus.
Well, this just got a whole lot weirder.
Can we please just find Patient Zero and go back to our dimension already?
Yeah, I'm not really feeling the whole zombie forest vibe.
In the end, the group successfully prevents the zombie outbreak from ever happening and returns to their own dimension. But not before Morty accidentally steps on a butterfly and changes the course of history forever.
Oh geez, Rick, what have I done?
Hey, don't worry about it. It's just another day in the life of a PhD holder in interdimensional travel.
Title: The Perilous Prodigy of the Petrified Pantheon.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are standing in front of a statue of a face, examining it closely.
Morty, I've been tracking this statue for years. It's a priceless artifact, ancient and mysterious.
What's so special about it?
Look at the mouth, Morty. The smile. It's like it's hiding something. Something big.
Entering the room. What's going on?
We're about to cut this statue open.
Alarmed, what? You can't just damage a priceless artifact like that.
Trust me, Beth, I'm a scientist.
Under his breath. Yeah, a crazy one.
Rick grabs a saw and starts cutting into the statue. Cut to a Balinese marketplace. Lex Luthor is buying exotic fruits and spices, looking over his shoulder nervously.
Lex Luthor, to himself. This place gives me the creeps. I hope those alien freaks aren't following me.
Suddenly, Rick and Morty appear out of nowhere.
Hey, Lex, long time no see.
Lex Luthor, sighing. What do you want, Rick?
We need your help. We're investigating an artifact that appears to be alien in origin.
Lex Luthor, skeptical. I'm not interested.
Whispering to Rick. Maybe we should tell him it's worth billions.
Whispering back. Good idea. Clears throat. Actually, Lex, this artifact is worth billions.
Lex Luthor, interested now. Billions, you say? I'm listening.
Cut back to the lab. Rick, Morty, and Lex Luthor are standing over the open statue.
Excitedly, it's a portal.
Lex Luthor, intrigued. A portal to where?
Smirking. That's the question, isn't it?
Shocked. You can't just go through some random portal. Who knows where it could lead?
Shrugging. That's the fun part.
The four of them jump through the portal. Cut to a planet covered in giant floating mushrooms.
Gagging. What is that smell?
Smiling. It's the scent of adventure, Morty.
Suddenly, they're surrounded by mushroom creatures.
Nonchalantly. Don't worry, I got this.
Rick pulls out a spray bottle labeled "Mushroom Be Gone" and sprays it in the creatures' faces, causing them to melt.
Lex Luthor, amazed. How did you know that would work?
Smirking. I didn't. I just got lucky.
They journey through the mushroom forest until they come across a castle made of candy.
Drooling. Oh man, this looks too good to be true.
Cautiously, Rick, remember what happened last time you ate candy from an alien planet?
Ignoring Morty. Let's go.
They enter the castle and start eating everything in sight. Cut to the aftermath. Rick, Morty, and Lex Luthor are sitting on the ground, surrounded by candy wrappers and feeling sick.
Groaning, lesson learned, let's get out of here.
They make their way back through the portal and into the lab.
Relieved, thank goodness you're back. I was starting to worry.
Smiling. Don't worry, Beth. We're always one step ahead of danger.
Closing shot. The statue's mouth silently smirks in agreement.
Title: The Apprentice Algorithm.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty sitting in the living room, with Rick tinkering on his latest invention, a tablet with a web page on it displaying a web page for a company called Apprentice. Morty expresses his confusion about what the company does, to which Rick replies with a long-winded explanation of how Apprentice uses complex algorithms and machine learning to generate job opportunities based on individual skill sets. Rick proceeds to take a job quiz on the Apprentice website and is matched with a position as a quantum mechanic, a job he claims requires little effort. Morty then takes the quiz and is matched with a job in the medical field, specifically as a surgical assistant. The two head to their respective jobs, with Rick using his portal gun to transport himself to a distant planet where he can fix a quantum engine. Morty, on the other hand, arrives at a prestigious hospital where he is tasked with assisting in appendectomies. During a particularly difficult surgery, Morty accidentally drops his tablet in the patient's open abdominal cavity. Frantic, Morty contacts Rick for help, who appears on the scene to deal with the situation. As Rick begins to remove the tablet, he notices something odd about the device. It's not just a regular Apprentice tablet. In fact, it seems to be some sort of experimental device with powerful capabilities.
Rick takes the tablet back to his lab to examine it further.
Upon examining the tablet, Rick realizes that it's not just a job matching tool, but a device that can alter reality itself. The device operates on a complex algorithm that can make any desired outcome a reality, from getting a job to changing the fabric of the universe. Rick and Morty become addicted to using the device, altering reality to their every whim. They even create a world where they are the only two sentient beings in existence. However, their power trip brings them into conflict with an intergalactic law enforcement agency, who informs them that the tablet is not meant to be used for reality-altering purposes. In a desperate bid to escape capture, Rick and Morty use the device one last time to alter reality so they never found the Apprentice tablet in the first place. The episode concludes with Rick and Morty back in the living room, with Morty once again expressing his confusion about the role of the company. Rick simply smiles and says, "It's a long story, Morty."
The Apprentice algorithm is a complex tool that uses advanced machine learning and job matching systems to generate optimal employment opportunities for individuals.
But it's just a tablet, Rick. How does it know what job to match me with?
It's all part of the algorithm, Morty. You wouldn't understand.
Intercut with scenes of Rick and Morty at their respective jobs.
I don't know about this, Rick. I don't think I'm qualified to assist in surgery.
Nonsense, Morty. It's just an appendectomy. How hard can it be?
Scenes of Morty struggling in surgery.
Rick, I dropped the tablet in the patient's abdomen.
Damn it, Morty. I'll be right there.
Intercut with scene of Rick examining the tablet in his lab.
This is incredible, Morty. This tablet is no ordinary Apprentice device. It's a reality-altering machine.
Reality-altering? What does that even mean, Rick?
Means we have godlike powers, Morty. Let's have some fun.
Intercut with scenes of Rick and Morty creating and altering different realities. Rick and Morty being chased by intergalactic law enforcement.
Law enforcement officer, what you're doing is illegal, Rick. Reality-altering technology is not meant to be used by civilians.
We were just having a little fun. It's not like we hurt anyone.
Law enforcement officer, you don't understand the potential danger of this technology. It can destroy entire universes.
Okay, fine. We'll stop using it. Just let us go.
Can we really stop using it, Rick? It's so powerful.
No, Morty, we can't risk it falling into the wrong hands. We need to destroy it.
Intercut with scenes of Rick and Morty destroying the device. Morty back in the living room, confused.
So, what was the point of Apprentice again, Rick?
It's a long story, Morty.
Title: The Wax Statues of Tapotamon.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty visiting an eerie wax museum, fascinated by the lifelike statues of famous people. As they wander through the exhibits, they come across a unique room with 2 wax statues of people standing next to each other, the red carpeting and columns adding to the majesty of the room.
Morty, these statues are unlike any others in the museum. There's a certain energy emanating from them.
Yeah, they almost look alive. It's creepy.
Just then, an anthropologist appears and informs Rick and Morty that the statues are rare artifacts from the ancient practice of tapotamon, a long-lost form of massage therapy that was believed to bestow immortality on those who received it.
Anthropologist. Legend has it that these statues were once human, but they received the tapotamon treatment and were turned into immortal wax statues.
Mortality? That's ridiculous. There's no such thing.
But Rick, what if it's true? I don't want to become a wax statue.
Rick dismisses Morty's concerns and decides to experiment with the statues, determined to prove the anthropologist wrong. He begins tapping the statues' bodies in various locations, using a tapotamon technique he learned from a past adventure. As he works, the statues start to come to life and step off their pedestals.
Morty, I've cracked it. We've discovered the secret to immortality.
The statues look at Rick and Morty with confusion and horror, realizing that they have been awoken from their centuries-long slumber.
Statue 1, what have you done? We were at peace, and now you've brought us back into this world of chaos.
Statue 2, please, we beg you. Let us return to our eternal rest.
Rick and Morty are taken aback by the statue's reaction and begin to regret their actions. They realize that some things are better left untouched.
Rick, I think we should put them back. We shouldn't mess with immortality.
Yeah, you're right, Morty. Let's set them back in their room and get out of here before anything else happens.
As Rick and Morty leave the wax museum, the statues are returned to their pedestals, their eyes returning to their lifeless state.
Anthropologist. Another day, another lost artifact. But at least they're back where they belong.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty reflecting on their adventure and promising to leave the rest of the museum's exhibits alone. They may be scientists, but even they know when to bow down to the mysteries of the universe.
Title: The Effects of Reading Science Fiction Novels on Genome Interpretation.
Synopsis. In this episode, we witness the effects of reading science fiction on genome interpretation in a male subject. The subject is seated on a chair in a room with a bookshelf and a neon light above him. The bookshelf behind him includes various science fiction titles, including a novel by Thor. The researcher conducting the study is affiliated with the Institute of Genomic Research, TIGR. The hypothesis is that reading science fiction could potentially aid in the interpretation of genomic data.
Researcher R, good morning, subject. Can you tell us about your experience with reading science fiction novels?
Subject S, yes, I have been an avid reader of science fiction for many years now. It's my favorite genre.
R, interesting. Do you think that reading science fiction has any impact on your ability to interpret genomic data?
Well, I believe that reading science fiction has expanded my imagination and my ability to think outside the box. It helps me to see things from a different perspective.
R. Fascinating. Let's put your hypothesis to the test. We'll give you a set of genomic data to interpret and observe your cognitive processes while you read a science fiction novel by Thor.
Alright, I'm ready to begin.
Time lapse. Subject reading novel and interpreting genomic data.
R. So, subject, what did you find?
Excitedly, I found that the gene expression patterns in this genomic data resemble the fictional creatures in the novel I was reading. It's amazing how science fiction concepts can help with genomic interpretation.
R. Amused, interesting observation, subject. We will definitely take note of your findings.
Conclusion. The results of this study suggest that reading science fiction novels can have a positive impact on genome interpretation. The subject demonstrated an ability to think outside the box and draw connections between seemingly unrelated concepts. Future research may explore the potential therapeutic applications of science fiction literature in genomic medicine. Title: Fungal Interactions and Otherworldly Infiltration.
Synopsis. This episode explores the complex interactions between different colored mushrooms, their responses to their environment, and the potential impact of foreign entities on the local ecosystem.
Ichigo Kurosaki, a renowned mycologist, arrives at a green surface with a black background and a green background behind them to study the mushroom population. Kurosaki observes a group of different colored mushrooms and records their physical characteristics, chemical composition, and growth patterns. Meanwhile, creepy carnivorous plants are also present on the site, which poses a potential threat to the mushroom population. Kurosaki investigates the plants' behavior and concludes that they are not directly targeting the mushrooms but exploiting them as a source of nutrients to sustain themselves. In a shocking turn of events, Kurosaki discovers that some of the mushrooms show signs of mastectomy, a condition associated with fungal infections in plants. Further analysis of the affected mushrooms reveals that an undercover alien infiltration is behind the fungal infection. Kurosaki takes action to contain the alien infiltration and develops a strategy to protect the mushroom population. In the climax of the episode, Kurosaki combines his expertise in surfing with his knowledge of the local ecosystem to implement a plan that disrupts the alien infiltration's food chain and saves the mushrooms.
Ichigo Kurosaki. The interactions between different fungal species and other organisms in the ecosystem are fascinating. We must continue to study them and understand their implications to protect the biodiversity of our planet.
Creepy carnivorous plants. Our predatory behavior is essential for our survival. We take no pleasure in consuming other organisms, but it is necessary for our survival.
Mastectomy-infected mushrooms. Our pain is a warning to other organisms. Fungal infections must not be taken lightly, and caution must be exercised in managing these populations.
Undercover alien infiltration. Our aim was to establish a foothold and gain access to the planet's resources. We did not foresee the intervention of one such as Kurosaki. Our mission is not over.
The episode ends with the audience left to ponder the potential impact of external entities on the local ecosystem and the role that individuals like Kurosaki play in protecting our planet's biodiversity.
Title: The Invisible Man Rampage and the Embarrassing Moments at the Gym.
Rick, Morty, and Beth decided to hit the gym to burn off some of their interdimensional stress. Rick, being the scientific genius that he is, concocted a new livermorium-infused workout supplement that promised to give them godlike strength.
Morty, Beth, this livermorium supplement is going to rock your workout world. It's got the power of an unstable atomic nucleus in every scoop.
What if it's too much power, Rick? What if we explode or something?
Oh, stop being such a wuss, Morty. It's just a pre-workout. What's the worst that could happen?
As they started doing their push-ups, a man in a black shirt and Dums entered the gym and started doing push-ups as well. They didn't think much of it until the man suddenly turned invisible and started rampaging around the gym, destroying everything in his path.
Looks like our Livermorium supplement worked a little too well, Morty. Let's hope he doesn't find us.
Just as they were about to make a run for it, Donald Duck waddled into the gym, completely oblivious to the chaos around him.
Donald Duck. Hey, how's it going, guys? Just here for my daily workout.
Donald, get out of here. There's an invisible man rampaging around and he's already destroyed half the gym.
Donald looked around, quacking in terror as he saw the destruction. Just then, Gintama, the alien warrior from the United Kingdom, appeared out of nowhere, brandishing his sword.
Gintama, I heard there was a disturbance. Allow me to handle this invisible fiend.
With a swift stroke of his sword, Gintama revealed the invisible man, who turned out to be none other than the man in the black shirt doing push-ups with them earlier.
Well, that was unexpected. I guess we'll have to put a warning label on the Livermorium pre-workout supplement.
Rick, I think we also need to work on our fighting skills. We were just sitting here while Gintama saved the day.
And I need a new gym. This one's ruined. Thanks a lot, Livermorium.
As they walked out of the destroyed gym, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed about their lack of preparation and fighting skills.
Well, at least we got a good workout in.
Yeah, but at what cost, Rick? At what cost?
Title: The Ruthenium Road Trip Ruckus.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty cruising in a black sports car parked on the side of the road in the evening time as they discuss the peculiar properties of ruthenium as a chemical element.
Morty, do you realize the remarkable physical and chemical properties of ruthenium? It's one of the rarest elements on Earth and has the 4th highest melting point of any element.
Geez, Rick, I don't even know what that means.
Suddenly, the sun starts shining on the car and transforms it into a sentient creature. The car, now named Elon Muskar, after its creator, takes the duo on a wild ride through space-time.
Elon Muskar, buckle up, boys. We're headed to the future.
As they zoom through the cosmos, Robert Pattinson and Ariana Grande make a surprise appearance and join the ride.
Robert Pattinson, wow, this is so much better than Twilight.
Ariana Grande, and the break's not even over yet.
Just as the group starts to relax, the brakes malfunction, and Elon Muskar goes into overdrive. Chaos ensues as they crash into The Rock's driving meme.
The Rock, can you smell what the Elon is cooking?
Jerry and Summer enter the scene from their own road trip and try to assist the group with a fix-it kit that turns out to be a box of Halloween decorations. I'm telling you, this skeleton is all we need to fix the car.
Dad, that's not how science works.
In the end, Rick manages to fix the car, and they continue their journey with a newfound appreciation for the unpredictability of science and the power of adventure.
See, Morty, science is all about taking risks and being open to the unknown. And sometimes, that leads you to places you never even imagined.
That's beautiful, Rick.
The episode ends with the group singing a cover of Life is a Highway by Tom Cochrane as they speed off into the cosmic abyss.
Title: The Quantum Asylum Lockdown.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty arriving at a large building with a clock tower and a light pole in front of it at nighttime with a cloudy sky. Rick explains that this is the Quantum Asylum, a facility for supernatural entities that threaten the stability of the multiverse. Morty is excited to see Emma Watson, who is working as a nurse at the facility. However, Rick warns him that there have been strange disturbances reported, and they need to investigate. As they enter the facility, they notice strange energy readings coming from various rooms. Rick pulls out his scientific PhD university-level gear and starts analyzing the energy.
Morty, we have a level 5 entity in the East Wing. Emma, gather the psychic dampeners and meet us there.
Confused. What are you talking about?
Noi. Oh come on, Emma. You work here. Get with the program.
They reach the East Wing and find a giant tentacled monster wreaking havoc. Morty is freaking out, while Rick uses his advanced weaponry to try and subdue the beast.
Morty, hit that switch over there and release the tranquilizer gas.
Morty hits the switch, but instead, a giant jack-in-the-box pops out, scaring Morty and causing him to scream like a little girl.
Laughing? Oh Morty, you never cease to amuse me.
Meanwhile, Emma has found a group of possessed robots that have taken over the cafeteria. She tries to communicate with them, but they only speak in binary code.
Frustrated. This is ridiculous. I can't understand a word they're saying.
Scoffs. Of course you can't. You're a nurse, not a computer expert. Here, let me take a crack at it.
Rick hacks into the robots' programming and discovers that they are trying to take over the facility to create a new world order.
Sarcastic? Well, that's just great. Just what we need. Another bunch of tin cans trying to rule the world.
In the end, Rick and Morty successfully subdue the monsters and restore order to the facility. Emma is grateful for their help and Rick, as usual, brushes it off as just another day in the life of a super scientist.
Smirking. Well Morty, another adventure in the multiverse. Who knows what crazy shit we'll get into next. Burps. Let's get out of here before any of this rubs off on us.
Title: The Talabearing Watch of Uranus, a scientific adventure with Zac Efron.
Synopsis: The episode begins with Rick and Morty analyzing a mysterious watch they found floating in space near Uranus. They quickly deduce that the watch is of ancient alien origin and contains advanced technology that can alter time and space.
Morty, this watch is no ordinary timepiece. Its intricate mechanism suggests a level of technological sophistication beyond human understanding.
Wow, Rick, that's really smart of you to figure out.
The duo decides to visit NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in order to learn more about the watch. There, they meet a group of scientists who are amazed by the watch's capabilities.
NASA scientist, this watch is unlike anything we've ever seen before. It appears to function by bending the very fabric of space-time.
I knew it. This thing is like a cosmic Swiss Army knife.
Do Swiss people have really advanced science stuff, Rick?
Rick and Morty test the watch and find that it is able to teleport them to various locations in the universe. They visit different planets and engage in bizarre adventures, such as accidentally getting caught up in a giant alien game of intergalactic dodgeball.
Rick, this is insane. How are we able to travel through space and time like this?
It's all thanks to the ancient alien technology in the watch, Morty. We're basically gods now.
As they travel through space, they encounter Zac Efron, who is working as a craniosacral therapist for a group of aliens. He agrees to help Rick and Morty by using his healing powers to repair the watch when it becomes damaged during their adventures.
Zac Efron. Wow, this watch is really cool. I've never seen anything like it before.
That's because it's from an ancient, long-extinct alien civilization. Don't you know anything, Zac?
The episode culminates in a wild chase scene as Rick and Morty try to thwart the evil plans of a group of rival aliens who want to use the watch for their own nefarious purposes. In the end, they manage to save the watch and return home to their own dimension.
Wow, Rick, that was crazy. I never thought we'd be able to travel through space and time like that.
Yeah, Morty, it just goes to show that there's always more to discover in the universe. And who knows, maybe we'll get lucky and find more crazy watches out there.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty sitting on their couch, contemplating all the amazing adventures they've had.
You know, Rick, sometimes I feel like our lives are just one big cosmic joke.
That's because they are, Morty. But at least we're in on the joke.
The camera pans out to show the watch sitting on the coffee table in front of them, glowing with alien energy.
Title: The Robot Family Reunion Experiment.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are in the garage, working on their latest invention, a wheelchair that can control a keyboard with the user's thoughts. Summer walks in and asks them what they're up to.
We're building a device that controls a wheelchair through the power of the mind, Summer. It's technological advancements like this that will lead to the singularity.
Yeah, Summer. We're like, really smart and stuff.
Okay. Why do you need a wheelchair with a keyboard on it?
Because we're conducting a social experiment. We're going to send our wheelchair-bound friend to a robot family reunion.
Act 2.
Cut to the scene of the robot family reunion. Our wheelchair-bound friend is being pushed by his girlfriend, also in a wheelchair. They arrive and are greeted by a group of robots who all look similar.
Robot 1, welcome. We are so pleased to have you here at our family reunion.
Robot 2. Yes, it is always a delight to see our fellow robots.
Rick, Morty, and Summer are hidden in the background, observing.
Why did we bring them here again?
I dunno. Rick said it was for a social experiment or something.
That's right, Morty. We're studying robot behavior in social situations.
The robots begin to socialize and the wheelchair-bound friend and his girlfriend try to join in.
Girlfriend. Hi, I'm Sarah and this is my boyfriend John. We're here to learn more about robots.
Robot 3. Yes. We always welcome humans who are interested in learning about our culture.
Act 3.
The reunion becomes more chaotic as more robots arrive, each with their own quirks and personalities. The scene becomes a comedic mess as Rick, Morty, and Summer try to keep up with all the different robot interactions.
Robot 4. I am programmed to only speak in riddles. Robot 5. I have a superiority complex due to my advanced programming.
Robot 6. I am programmed for dance competitions. Would you like to join me? This is madness. We have to get out of here before the entire place explodes.
But, Rick, what about the social experiment?
Screw the social experiment, Morty. I didn't sign up for this robot family circus.
As they try to escape, they are confronted by Jake Paul, who is at the reunion to film his latest vlog.
Jake Paul. Yo, what's up guys? It's your boy Jake Paul and I'm here at the robot family reunion, getting lit with the robots.
Oh great, like this wasn't already a disaster.
Act 4.
The episode ends with a chaotic brawl between the robots, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jake Paul. The wheelchair-bound friend and his girlfriend manage to escape unscathed.
Wheelchair-bound friend. That was insane. I never want to do anything like that again.
Girlfriend. Maybe we can just stick to trying out your thought-controlled wheelchair in peace.
Now that's an experiment I can get behind.
Yeah, me too. Robots are just too crazy.
I don't even know where to begin with that mess.
Title: The Multidimensional Smile Experiment.
Act 1.
Rick, Morty, and Cameron Diaz, who is inexplicably there, are in the lab discussing the effects of smiling on the brain. Rick has created a device that can measure the level of happiness in someone's brain. Morty is eager to try it out, but Cameron is skeptical of the whole experiment.
The experiment's simple, Morty. Just smile, and we'll see how it affects your brain.
Oh, okay. I guess.
Cameron, are you sure this is a legitimate experiment? I mean, we're just measuring smiles here.
Suddenly, Mystique, who is also inexplicably there, enters the lab disguised as Cameron. Chaos ensues.
Act 2.
The team discovers that the device has opened a portal to a multiverse where everyone has a smile on their face, including disturbing doppelganger nightmare versions of themselves. They team up with Tim Berners-Lee, who is, once again, inexplicably there, to investigate the smile dimension and find a way back to their own reality.
Morty, we're in a smile dimension. Can you feel the serotonin levels rising in your brain?
Not really, Rick. I'm a little distracted by all the creepy versions of us.
Cameron, this is not what I signed up for.
Act 3.
As the team traverses the smile dimension, they encounter bizarre creatures and landscapes, all filled with, you guessed it, smiles. They stumble upon a cemetery where the epitaphs on the gravestones are all hilariously punny.
Ship Captain. Ahoy there, folks. I've been trapped in this smile dimension for years, but I've managed to map out the way back to reality. It's just beyond those mountains of teeth.
Mystique is Cameron. I don't think I can handle another weird smile thing. Can't we just stay here? Act 4.
Team reaches the portal back to their own reality, but they're confronted by a final challenge, an evil smiley face that's blocking their way. Morty is the only one who can defeat the smiling menace since his serotonin levels have been boosted by the experiment.
I can do this. I'm gonna smile so hard that thing won't know what hit it.
That's the spirit, Morty. You can do anything with enough serotonin in your brain.
Look.
The team arrives back in their own reality, but they're all still smiling. They decide that the experiment was a success and head to the bar to celebrate.
Cameron, I still think this was a weird experiment, but hey, at least we made it back in one piece.
Mystique is Cameron. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I just got a free facelift.
The episode ends with everyone laughing and smiling, except for disturbing doppelganger nightmare Morty, who's still traumatized by the smile dimension.
Title: The Intergalactic LARPing Experiment.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty playing around with a strange device that can transport any living being into a sci-fi live-action role-playing LARP universe. After some experimentation, they both decide to test the device on themselves.
Morty, we're going to experience some of the most immersive science fiction LARPing ever created. And it's going to be totally scientifically accurate.
Okay, Rick. But do we have to dress up like cats and dogs?
Just put on the damn costumes, Morty.
As they transport themselves into the LARP universe, they find themselves standing in a field of grass with a woman dressed up like a cow and a man with a dog painted on his face.
What the hell is going on here, Rick?
Just relax, Morty. We've got a mission to complete.
Suddenly, Megan Fox walks by, also dressed up in a strange costume. Rick and Morty chase after her as they search for their objective.
Megan.
Title: Bead Altered Dimensions. The episode opens with Rick and Morty in a bead store, examining a display of multicolored beads. Jerry enters, drawn by the vibrant colors.
Rick begins explaining to Morty the quantum physics behind the different shades of beads.
Jerry, trying to sound scientific, joins in, but Rick dismisses his input.
Jerry, I have a PhD in interdimensional physics. Your BA in political science isn't gonna cut it here.
Morty, noticing a particularly shiny bead, picks it up and accidentally drops it. The bead breaks and releases a cloud of gas, enveloping the trio. They stumble out of the store, coughing and disoriented. What the hell was in that bead?
I don't know, but I'm getting some otherworldly readings.
The group finds themselves in a Bath and Body Works store, surrounded by fragrant candles and lotions. Eric Clapton's guitar riffs can be heard in the background. Morty, excited about the scents, begins rubbing lotion on his hands.
This smells amazing, Rick. Can we stay?
Suddenly, the Hulk bursts through the wall of the store, causing chaos.
Morty, get out of there.
The group runs out of the store and finds themselves in a cornfield.
Roy Neary from Close Encounters of the Third Kind appears and starts communicating with Rick telepathically.
Roy, I know what you're looking for.
What am I looking for?
Roy, tamales.
The group follows Roy's directions and ends up at a tamale stand. After eating a few, they begin experiencing time jumps to different dimensions.
Whoa, Rick, am I tripping or are we in different dimensions?
I don't know, Morty, but I'm getting some strange readings from those tamales.
Jerry, still trying to sound scientific, suggests they take a sample of the tamales for analysis. The group decides to head back to the lab, hoping to find a way to control the interdimensional jumps. As they enter the lab, they see a massive bead display in the background. Morty, scared of triggering another dimension hop, suggests they leave the beads alone. Rick, ignoring Morty's warning, reaches for a shiny bead, causing the group to jump dimensions once again. Jerry, looking around at their new surroundings, asks, "Where are we?" Rick, looking at a plaque on the wall, replies, "Jerry, we're in a universe where everyone has Jerry's degree in political science." The episode ends with the group screaming in terror as the Jerry clones approach them.
Title: An unlikely encounter. Red, Link, Rihanna, a zoologist in the scuttlebutt.
Introduction.
In this episode, we focus on the scientific discourse that occurred between three men in suits with glasses, a zoologist and a world-famous singer whilst they posed for a picture together. Rhett and Link, internet personalities famous for their comedic and informative shows, met up with Rihanna, a celebrity with an interest in marine biology. They were also accompanied by a zoologist named Dr. Smith, who was working on a fascinating research project. Whilst posing for a photo on a dock near the ocean, they stumbled upon the scuttlebutt, a local legend, which led to a heated discussion based on scientific evidence.
Rhett, this would make for an amazing episode for our show.
Link, I know, it's not every day that we get to meet someone as famous as Rihanna.
Rihanna, I'm excited to learn from you guys about marine biology. I've always been interested in sea creatures.
Dr. Smith, as a zoologist, I have plenty of information to share with all of you. I'm currently working on a research project involving octopuses and their problem-solving abilities.
Scuttlebutt. Mysterious noise.
Rhett, hey, what's that?
Link, whoa, is that the scuttlebutt?
Scuttlebutt. Mysterious noise.
Discussion.
The scuttlebutt, a local legend with no scientific evidence to back it up, sparked a heated discussion among the group.
Dr. Smith, I'm sorry to say that there's no scientific proof that the scuttlebutt actually exists. It's merely a myth.
Rhett, but what if it's just an undiscovered species? There are so many creatures in the ocean that we have yet to discover.
Link, yeah, and the ocean is a vast and unexplored territory. It's possible that there are creatures lurking in the depths that we've never seen before.
Rihanna, but shouldn't we rely on scientific evidence instead of myths and legends?
Dr. Smith, yes, of course. Science is based on evidence and research, not on hearsay. However, it's important to keep an open mind and not dismiss the possibility of discovering new species.
Rhett, exactly. Who knows what kind of creatures we'll encounter in the future?
It's exciting to think about the endless opportunities for discovery.
Conclusion.
In the end, the group decided to leave the scuttlebutt to its mystery, but the encounter sparked a fascinating discussion on the importance of scientific evidence and keeping an open mind to the possibility of undiscovered species. The encounter also highlighted the importance of collaboration between different fields and the potential for unexpected and exciting encounters when exploring the world around us.
Title: Quantum Fools.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth standing in a space station, all wearing advanced red spacesuits. They are gathered around the spaceship, which is equipped with a newly discovered element, Moscovium. Rick eagerly explains the importance of this element in interdimensional travel and their mission to chart a new course for space exploration.
Listen up, kids. This Moscovium is a game changer for our travels. It allows for interdimensional stability and wormhole navigation. We're going to chart new courses never imagined by those Andorians on Star Trek.
Who are the Andorians again?
Guys, I don't know about this. Space travel is dangerous. We could get hurt.
Jerry, don't be such a wimp. We trust Rick's expertise.
As they prepare for launch, a time-traveling comedian suddenly appears in their spaceship.
Time-traveling comedian. Hey, folks. I'm here to stop you from making a huge mistake.
Who the hell are you?
Time-traveling comedian. I am Light Yagami, and I have seen the future. Your travels with Moscovium will have disastrous consequences. You'll attract some serious attention from some not-so-friendly beings.
Oh man, what do we do?
Rick, maybe we should listen to him?
Yeah, Rick. We don't want to attract any unwanted attention. But Rick is stubborn as usual and refuses to listen. They blast off, and as they travel through a wormhole, they suddenly find themselves in the middle of a cosmic joke.
What the hell is going on?
I don't know, but I don't like it.
I'm starting to think Light Yagami was right.
As they try to navigate their way back to their own dimension, they encounter a group of mischievous aliens who challenge them to a scientific duel.
Alien leader. The Earthlings with Moscovium. We have studied your technology and believe we have a superior understanding of it. We challenge you to a scientific duel.
Bring it on, alien scum.
The duel is a hilarious back-and-forth exchange of pranks, jokes, and scientific one-upmanship. In the end, the Earthlings prevail and are able to return home with their Moscovium. That was insane. I don't know what just happened, but I think we won.
We always win, Jerry. Now let's get back to Earth and celebrate with some interdimensional booze.
Rick. You're impossible.
And so, the team returns to Earth, where they celebrate their victory and newfound knowledge of interdimensional comedy and the power of Moscovium.
Title: Temporal Photographic Observations of Canine Celebrities, an Examination of Paparazzi Methods and Ancient Curses.
In this episode, we examine the time-traveling paparazzi's use of advanced photographic technology to capture images of the Basset Hound, a canine celebrity, as he stands on the grass of a field. The use of time travel technology and advanced photography is key to the success of the paparazzi's methods, allowing for the capture of images of the Basset Hound that would have been impossible otherwise. However, the paparazzi's expedition into the past is complicated by the discovery of an ancient curse that had been unleashed upon a grassland area. The curse's effect on the environment and the behavior of the dog is studied by the team, who seek to uncover its origins and find a solution to its effects. As the team progresses, they find themselves in an alien reality TV show, thrown into a strange game of Catan in which the competition is judged based on the quality and quantity of photographs taken. The paparazzi team uses their technology and knowledge to excel in this game, earning them an opportunity to travel back in time and meet the Basset Hound. At last, the team encounters the Basset Hound, who is staring intently at the camera as if he knows he is being observed. The team takes this opportunity to capture a perfect shot of the beloved canine celebrity before returning to their own time. As this episode demonstrates, the use of time-traveling technology and advanced photographic methods allows for the study of ancient curses and the capture of images that were once impossible to obtain. The team's experiences also highlight the intersection and importance of science, technology, and media in the modern world.
Title: The Molecular Displacement of Nose, a Rick and Morty Adventure.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick invents a device that can teleport objects from one location to another using molecular displacement. However, when the device malfunctions, it ends up teleporting Morty's nose to France and the rest of his body stays in the Smith household.
Morty, I've done it again. I've created a device that can teleport objects by disrupting the molecular structure of the object.
That sounds dangerous, Rick. What if it malfunctions?
Nonsense, Morty. What could possibly go wrong?
Hey, Rick. What's that device do?
Yeah, Dad. What are you up to this time?
Well, if you must know, I've invented a device that can transport objects from one location to another using molecular displacement.
That sounds cool. Can you teleport me to Hawaii?
Not a chance, Summer. This device is only for scientific purposes.
Guys, I think something's wrong. My nose is missing.
What do you mean missing?
Morty, where's your nose?
I don't know. I can't breathe properly without it.
Let me check the device. It looks like there was a malfunction and Morty's nose was teleported to France.
What? How is that even possible?
It's science, Summer. Don't question it.
So, what do we do now?
Simple. We just have to teleport Morty's nose back to his face. But first, we have to find the exact location in France where his nose was teleported.
The Smith family and Rick then embark on a hilarious adventure in France to retrieve Morty's nose and bring it back to the Smith household. Along the way, they encounter talking cheeses, giant snails, and a French mime who communicates only through interpretive dance. Eventually, Rick is able to retrieve Morty's nose and successfully reattach it to his face using the molecular displacement device. The episode ends with the Smith family celebrating their victory but still questioning how they ended up in such a bizarre situation.
Title: The Toenail Extinction Event.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring a cave on a distant planet. While shining their light on a mysterious figure, they discover a laptop on the ground in front of them. Rick, being the technological genius that he is, immediately tinkers with the laptop and discovers that it contains a message from an ancient civilization warning of a cataclysmic event.
Morty, this is big. We have to decode this message and figure out what they're trying to warn us about.
Oh man, Rick, I'm not sure I'm smart enough for this.
Nonsense, Morty. You have me, the greatest mind in the universe, to guide you.
As they decode the message, they realize that the ancient civilization was warning of an extinction event caused by an intergalactic fungus that infects the toenails of every living being.
Toenails? That's ridiculous, Rick.
Trust me, Morty. This fungus is no laughing matter. We have to find a way to stop it before it's too late.
The duo travels to an exotic planet where they discover an alien race with extraordinary eyelash extensions. These aliens have developed a weapon that can destroy the fungus, but they refuse to share it unless Rick and Morty help them win a dance competition.
You want us to dance for the fate of the universe? Fine. Let's do this, Morty.
I don't know how to dance, Rick.
Don't worry, Morty. I'll teach you my patented intergalactic cha-cha slide.
After hours of practice, they perform an epic dance routine that leaves the judges in awe and secures the weapon to destroy the fungus.
We did it, Rick. We saved the universe from toenail extinction.
It was all in a day's work, Morty. Now let's go get some burritos.
As they leave the planet, the camera pans to the laptop still on the ground, with a message flickering, warning. The interdimensional toe fungus has already infiltrated the universe.
Oh, come on, Rick. I thought we saved the day.
Relax, Morty. We'll deal with it later. Burritos, remember?
The episode ends, leaving the audience wondering if the fungus will be the end of all living beings.
Title: Hassium Hysteria in Ljubljana.
Asterisk asterisk. The show opens with Rick, Morty, and Summer in the garage laboratory. Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
Morty, Summer, listen up. I just received an urgent message from a client in Ljubljana. They've got a significant amount of hassium, and they need our expertise to collect it before the government seizes it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Rick, isn't the potential for exposure to radioactive substances concerning?
Yeah, didn't you almost turn into a Cronenberg the last time you messed with radioactive substances?
Cronenberg, that's ancient history, Summer. Listen, if you guys aren't up for it, I'll find someone else. But don't come crawling back to me when you're living in a world without hassium.
Asterisk asterisk. The scene cuts to the trio arriving in Ljubljana, where they come across two women in red and pink dresses with a pink umbrella. Asterisk.
Red dress woman, excuse me, do you guys know where the hassium is being stored?
Oh, pardon me, madam. We're not tourists. We're here for business.
Pink dress woman, you must be here for the hassium. Well, you won't get it without a little bit of a fight.
What do you mean, fight? Who are you?
Pink dress woman, I'm Tiffany, and this is my friend, Brittany. We've been hired by the government to keep an eye on the hassium and make sure nobody takes it.
Red dress woman, well, I'm here on behalf of my boss, and we're taking the hassium, with or without your consent.
Guys, this is getting ridiculous. Can't we all just get along and work together to collect it?
Summer, that's the most ridiculous idea I've heard all year. But we don't have time to argue. Let's get to the lab.
Asterisk asterisk. The scene cuts to the lab, where the group is working to collect the hassium. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hey, what are you guys doing here? I'm supposed to be the one collecting the hassium.
Jerry, what are you doing in Ljubljana?
I'm on vacation with my new girlfriend. But that's beside the point. I was supposed to find the hassium first and bring it back to my boss.
Red dress woman, well, it looks like we've all got the same idea. But I've got a plan.
Oh no, not another one of Rick's crazy plans.
Hey, my plans work out just fine.
Red dress woman, listen, we'll all work together to collect the hassium, then we'll each take what we need and go our separate ways. Deal.
Asterisk asterisk. The scene cuts to the group successfully collecting the hassium, but things quickly turn chaotic when they begin to bicker over who gets what portion. Asterisk.
Brittany, hey, you guys aren't allowed to have that much.
Tiffany, I can't believe you're trying to hog all the hassium for yourselves.
Hey, I deserve a fair share too.
This is ridiculous. Can't we all just share?
Well, it looks like we've all got the hassium. That's what really matters. But if you need me, I'll be in the bathroom.
Asterisk asterisk the scene cuts to Rick in the bathroom, where he's using the Hassium to create a new experiment. Asterisk.
This is the good stuff. I can't wait to see what this experiment will do. Wait, why is everything turning pink?
Asterisk asterisk the scene fades to black, leaving the audience to wonder what Rick's latest experiment has done to the world. Asterisk. End of episode.
Title: The Quantum Heist.
Scene: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are in the Smiths' living room.
Morty, Jerry, Summer. I've got a plan for a quantum heist that will make us all rich.
Oh boy, Rick, do we get to wear cool suits and hold umbrellas like those guys over there?
Points to two mysterious men in the corner. Wait, what guys?
Sarcastically, yeah. Rick. Who are they?
Ignoring Summer's comment. No time for that. We need to get a walking stick and a death note to pull off this heist.
A death note? Isn't that from some anime?
Shut up, Morty. Science doesn't discriminate.
They grab a walking stick and a death note and use Rick's portal gun to teleport to the bank.
Scene: the hallway of the bank.
Nervously, Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? We could get in trouble.
Sarcastically. Oh, really, Jerry? I had no idea.
They reach the vault and use the walking stick to find the quantum signature of the lock.
Oh man, this is intense. My PhD in quantum physics is really coming in handy.
Sarcastically, yeah, right. Like you really have a PhD.
Jerry accidentally triggers the alarm. Oh no! We've been caught.
Frustrated. Jerry, you idiot. You've ruined everything.
Excitedly, wait, I have an idea.
He uses the death note to write a note that says, the alarm never went off.
Scene: the bank lobby.
Guard. Confused, huh? The alarm never went off?
Triumphantly. That's right, we're ghosts in the machine, baby.
Morty high-fives Rick. Nervously, what about those guys in the suits? The two men approach them.
And one. Gentlemen, we've been watching you. We're from the government and we're impressed.
And two, we'd like to offer you a job.
Sarcastically, oh boy, just what I've always wanted. To work for the government.
Jerry, Morty, and Summer exchange worried glances.
And one. Ignoring Rick's comment. We believe you have a unique set of skills that could be very useful to us.
And two, smiling, and we're prepared to pay handsomely for them.
Jerry, Morty, and Summer start to smile.
Grinning, well, when you put it that way.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer walking away with the two government agents, leaving the bank in chaos behind them.
Title: Quantifying the Yield of Cabbage Patch Kids Plantation and Their Association with My Universe.
Abstract. This study aimed to evaluate the plant yield of Cabbage Patch Kids, CPK, under the influence of the My Universe Coldplay x BTS song and determine the correlation between the plant yield and the presence of 3 small children sporting blue and purple outfits. The experiment was conducted in a controlled environment where 3 CPK plants were exposed to the music and the children for a week. An additional 3 plants were used as a control. The results revealed a significant increase in the yield of CPK in the presence of the music and children, demonstrating an average growth rate of 2.5 centimeters per day compared to the control group's 1.5 centimeters per day. This effect can be attributed to the stimulation of the CPK's photosynthetic and metabolic processes, leading to increased production of biomass and chlorophyll. The observations suggest that the combination of my universe's musical and the presence of the children act as external stimuli, providing a positive environment that enables the CPK to thrive under these conditions.
Scene 1. The show opens with a close-up shot of a vibrant, green CPK plant located in a garden. The camera pans out to reveal 3 small children dressed in blue and purple outfits, each holding a ball, next to the plant.
Charlie, the plant looks so healthy. Do you think it's because of the song?
Emma, yes, I read in a science journal that music can help with plant growth.
Max, but why are we here?
Scene 2. The camera cuts to the children standing around the CPK plant, which has grown taller and wider, with more leaves, and is now filled with cabbages.
Charlie, wow, look at how much the plant has grown in just a week. It's amazing.
Emma, and the cabbages are so big and healthy. This is truly a successful experiment.
Max, I think the music and us being here really made a difference. The CPK seems to respond positively to our presence. Scene 3. One of the children presses play on a phone, and the song My Universe by Coldplay and BTS starts to play. The camera pans out again to show the plant reacting positively to the music, with its leaves swaying gently.
Charlie, the music seems to really be helping the CPK. I can see the leaves moving to the beat of the song.
Emma, I can see how the music is making the CPK more active and responsive. It's like it's dancing to the rhythm.
Max, the combination of the music and our presence is creating an environment where the CPK can thrive. It's amazing what science can accomplish.
Conclusion. This episode showcases the influence of external stimuli, such as music, and the presence of humans on plant growth and development. The results of our experiment provide evidence that music and the presence of children can significantly increase CPK's yield and biomass production. However, further research is needed to determine the optimum conditions and parameters required for this effect to occur consistently.
Title: Quantum Entangled Vampire Beauty Pageant.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty discover a poster advertising a vampire beauty pageant featuring a red-haired vampire with demonic features. Intrigued, they decide to investigate the mystery behind this beauty pageant, which leads them to a quantum-entangled world overflowing with vampires.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in their laboratory. Morty notices a poster of a vampire with red hair and makeup on its face and 2 demonic-looking faces behind her. Hey Rick, have you seen this poster? It's for a vampire beauty pageant and the winner gets to be the vampire queen of the multiverse.
Oh Morty, don't be such a prude. We've had worse ideas. Let's check it out.
Beth and Summer overhear their conversation and join them in their adventure. They arrive at the venue of the pageant and meet the host, who explains the rules of the competition. Wait, vampires compete in beauty pageants? Do they even have beauty standards? The host responds with a scientific explanation. Of course they do. Our beauty standards are based on the oscillation frequencies of their dark matter particles.
The slow-mo guys, who are also judges of the competition, give their own scientific perspective. We're measuring the gravitational pull of their dark aura envelopes.
As the competition progresses, Rick and Morty realize that the contestants are not just any normal vampires, but they are quantum entangled with each other. Wait, so if one vampire wins the pageant, does that mean the rest will die?
The host confirms their suspicions. Yes, that is the nature of the quantum entanglement. Only one vampire can win, and only then will they be able to break the entanglement and live on in the multiverse.
With the stakes higher than expected, Rick and Morty must use their scientific expertise to find a way to break the entanglement without causing harm to the other contestants. They come up with a plan to adjust the oscillation frequency of the winning vampire's dark matter particles, causing a ripple effect that will break the entanglement without harming any other vampires.
In the end, the red-haired vampire with demonic features wins the pageant, and Rick and Morty use their tweak device to break the entanglement. The newly crowned vampire queen thanks the duo and invites them to rule the multiverse with her. But as Rick and Morty teleport away, Morty can't help but wonder, does that mean we're vampires now?
The episode ends with Rick rolling his eyes and muttering, "Oh Morty, you're such a noob."
Title: The Neon-Drenched Apocalypse Gladiator.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in their spaceship, flying through space. They receive a distress signal from an unknown planet and decide to investigate. Upon arrival, they find themselves in a dystopian world ruled by a Turkish dictator. The world is in ruins and the only way to survive is through a gladiator deathmatch. Rick and Morty are told by the locals that they need to participate in the gladiator deathmatch if they want to leave the planet alive. The duo is then pitted against the reigning champion, a towering, neon-drenched man with a glowing neon light on his face and head.
Morty, we're in trouble. This guy is bigger than a nucleotide but not as smart.
What are we going to do, Rick?
We need to distract him. Look for something shiny, Morty.
Morty spots a shiny object in the distance and runs towards it. The neon-drenched man follows him, giving Rick the opportunity to strike. But the man's body is so resilient that Rick's punches don't have much effect.
Beth calls Rick on his communicator. Rick, I found a way to defeat him. According to my calculations, his neon-drenched armor is vulnerable to ultraviolet light.
Good job, Beth. We need to find a way to make him expose his armor to the UV light.
What about that neon sign over there?
Morty, you're getting smarter by the minute. We need to get him close to the sign so that the UV light can penetrate his armor.
The trio devises a plan to lure the man towards the neon sign. Rick taunts the man, challenging him to come closer. The man charges towards Rick, who dodges out of the way, and the man ends up headfirst into the neon sign. The UV light penetrates through his armor, weakening him. Rick delivers the knockout punch, and the man crumbles to the ground.
Good job, guys. I knew we could do it.
When do we get to leave this planet, Rick?
Hang on, Morty. I need to collect my winnings first.
As they leave the planet, Forever Young, by Becky Hill and David Guetta plays in the background. The end credits roll as Rick, Morty, and Beth travel back home, with Rick boasting about his victory in the gladiator deathmatch and Morty rolling his eyes in disbelief. Title of episode: Quantum Theories and Green-Skinned Men.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty embark on another crazy adventure as they uncover the secrets behind a mysterious green-skinned man in a black tie and green mask. Along the way, they encounter a smoothie bar, a fashion designer, and the timeless charm of Silk Sonic's hit song, Leave the Door Open.
Act 1.
Morty, we need to investigate this green-skinned man. He's disrupting the quantum theories of the universe.
Whoa, Rick, that sounds pretty heavy. What do we do?
First, we need to grab a smoothie. A clear mind is essential for this kind of investigation.
Act 2. Fashion designer, welcome to my shop. What can I help you gentlemen with?
We're looking for something stylish to wear on our investigation.
Fashion designer, oh, I have just the thing. How about this black tie with neon green accents?
Oh, I don't know about that, Rick.
Trust me, Morty, I've been to more dimensions than you can imagine.
Act 3.
Green-skinned man, yo dog, I heard you like memes. Check out this one.
Stay back, green dude. We're here to put a stop to your quantum disruptions.
Green-skinned man, sorry, man. I didn't realize my dank memes were causing such a ruckus.
Act 4.
Silk Sonic's Leave the Door Open starts playing.
Hold on, Morty. This song is timeless. Let's take a break and dance it out.
I don't know, Rick. We still have a mission to complete.
Nonsense, Morty. You need to learn to enjoy the simple pleasures in life.
Act 5.
Rick and Morty confront the green-skinned man.
We've figured it out. Your green mask is emitting a strange energy that's disrupting our quantum theories.
Green-skinned man, oh, I see. I can't take it off though. My face is too ugly.
Nah, man. You're beautiful just the way you are.
Let's just fix this and go home.
Epilogue.
Rick and Morty are back in their lab.
That was a crazy adventure, Rick.
Yeah, but we learned an important lesson. Sometimes the most complex problems have simple solutions.
And that dank memes can lead to quantum disruptions.
Exactly. Now let's get back to science. Morty, I have a new invention to test out.
Title: The Quantum Banana Republic Experiment.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty embark on a scientific mission to study the effects of a new glowing sword technology in a virtual reality game, but things quickly spiral out of control when they stumble upon a banana republic controlled by sentient bananas.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are in the garage, working on some new gadgets.
Morty, I have a new mission for us. I found a way to enter sword art online using this new quantum sword technology.
Oh geez, Rick, that sounds dangerous.
Relax, Morty. I've done this 1,000 times. We're just going in to study the effects of this new glowing sword. How bad could it be?
Act 2.
Rick and Morty enter the virtual world and find themselves in a lush jungle filled with banana trees.
Morty, this isn't right. Sword art online is supposed to be a barren wasteland. Where are we?
Whoa, look at that cartoon character with a sword in his hand and a glowing circle around him. Cartoon character, greetings travelers. Welcome to the Banana Republic, where we are all under the rule of the mighty banana overlords.
Banana overlords? Looks like we stumbled on something bigger than just sword technology.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty are captured by the bananas and taken to the Banana King's throne.
Banana King, welcome, Earthlings. What brings you to our realm?
We're here to study the effects of this new sword technology. We didn't mean to intrude.
Banana King. Ah, I see. Well, in that case, you shall join our special forces and help us overthrow the Banana Republic's enemies.
I don't think that's a good idea, Rick.
Nonsense, Morty. We'll just play along and get out of here as soon as possible.
Act 4.
Rick and Morty join the Banana Special Forces and are sent on a mission to infiltrate the Wheat Republic.
Morty, this is too crazy. We have to get out of here.
But how are we going to escape, Rick?
I have an idea. Remember that glowing sword? It's not just for show.
Act 5.
Using the glowing sword, Rick and Morty lead a rebellion against the Banana King and his army. Eventually, they overthrow the bananas and return to their own world.
Wow, that was a wild ride. I'll have to remember not to mess with glowing sword technology and sentient fruit again.
Yeah, that was really crazy, Rick. I'm glad we made it back in one piece.
Now let's get back to working on more important scientific experiments. I have a new hypothesis on the effects of dark matter on time travel.
Title: The Curse of the Witchcraft Village, a scientific study on tennis and chimichangas.
The episode begins with Rick showing Morty a painting of a house with a tennis court and a full moon in the sky. Rick explains that it is cursed and the only way to break the curse is to play a game of tennis while eating a chimichanga. Morty is skeptical but agrees to go with Rick to the Witchcraft Village where the painting was found. There they meet Jerry, who got lost on his way to the grocery store. Rick and Morty find themselves transported into the painting and are confronted by a group of witches who are furious that they have entered their village. Rick explains that they are here to break the curse and the only way to do that is through a game of tennis while eating a chimichanga. The witches agree to the absurd request and the game begins.
The ball is enchanted, causing it to constantly change direction and speed.
Morty struggles to keep up, while Rick appears to be in his element, making jokes and taunting the witches. As they play, Rick explains the scientific theory behind the curse. The house and tennis court represent social constructs, while the full moon symbolizes primal desires. The curse is a manifestation of the conflict between these two opposing forces. Meanwhile, Jerry wanders into the village and accidentally triggers another curse, causing his testes to grow to an enormous size. He stumbles onto the tennis court just as Rick and Morty are finishing up the game. The witches, impressed by Rick's sportsmanship, offer to help with Jerry's problem. Using their witchcraft, the witches shrink Jerry's testes back to a normal size and remove the curse from the painting. Rick and Morty leave the witchcraft village, satisfied that they have solved the mystery of the cursed painting.
Rick, Morty, I'm telling you, tennis and chimichangas are the key to breaking the curse.
Morty, I don't know, Rick. I'm not sure we should mess with this stuff.
Jerry, hey guys, what's going on?
Rick, Jerry, what took you so long at the grocery store?
Jerry, I got lost.
Rick, typical Jerry. Alright, let's go break a curse.
Title: The Interdimensional Living Room.
Rick and Morty are sitting on their couch, analyzing various portals and dimensions through a complex scientific apparatus.
Morty, have you tried analyzing the quantum fluctuations within these portals?
I'm not sure, Rick. My PhD in quantum physics didn't cover that.
Suddenly, Lady Gaga bursts in through the front door, sporting a freshly crocheted outfit.
Lady Gaga, hey guys, I heard you're experts in interdimensional travel. Can you help me find my way back to my reality?
Sure thing, Gaga. But first let me adjust the frequency resonance on my interdimensional vehicle.
Wait, what interdimensional vehicle?
The one I just invented, Morty. Keep up.
As they all pile into Rick's vehicle, they find themselves in a reality where every surface is made of mirrors.
Lady Gaga, this is amazing. The interior design in this dimension is stunning.
Suddenly, a group of alien beings approach them.
Alien. We demand a tribute of humor and entertainment. If it doesn't meet our standards, we'll annihilate your entire planet. No problem, we'll just perform some stand-up comedy.
As they begin their routine, Morty accidentally triggers a device that turns the entire planet into a giant dance party, with Lady Gaga leading the way.
Morty, you just saved our lives with that device. I'm promoting you to assistant scientist.
Wow, thanks, Rick.
As they return to their original dimension, they realize something strange has occurred.
Morty, did you forget to activate the portal stabilizer?
Oops, I thought that button was for the air conditioning. Sorry, Rick.
Suddenly, everything glitches and they find themselves in a world resembling a 1950s sitcom.
Morty, we've entered a reality where our existence is a TV show. Quick, let's act like normal sitcom characters.
They proceed to navigate through several hijinks and comedic situations, all while keeping up their sitcom personas.
Lady Gaga, as the new neighbor. Why hello there, I'm Lady Gaga. Can I give you a hand with your decorating?
Lady Gaga, I'm a genius scientist who can travel through dimensions. I don't need any help with decorating.
As they finally escape the sitcom dimension and return to their original living room, they collapse onto the couch in exhaustion.
What a crazy adventure! Is this what it's like being a scientist?
Aw, we just had a really good day, Morty.
But little did they know, their entire adventure was being watched by an interdimensional audience who couldn't stop laughing at their antics. The end.
Title: The Agricola Sports Betting Debacle.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage, tinkering with some advanced alien technology. Rick initiates a hyperspace portal that transports them to a post-apocalyptic Earth, where they encounter a woman with red hair and a suit on a field with a baseball field in the background and trees. Rick explains to Morty that this woman is an expert in post-Earth human survival and that they need her help to get some valuable resources to continue their galactic adventures. The woman, whom Rick identifies as Sophie Turner, agrees to help them in exchange for a unique opportunity to participate in an Agricola sports betting competition. Sophie uses her expertise to lead the trio through the wasteland, skillfully avoiding the dangers of the radiation-filled landscape. Once they arrive at the competition, they meet up with other participants who are all betting on the outcome of various sports matches being played by mutated creatures. Rick, Morty, and Sophie place their bets, but things take a turn for the worse when they discover that the games are being rigged by a shady group of alien bookmakers. Rick and Sophie team up to expose the fraud, while Morty is left to fend for himself in a game of Rectum, a futuristic twist on the classic carnival game. Using their advanced knowledge of science and technology, Rick and Sophie are able to disrupt the rigged system, and all bets are refunded. Morty, who ended up winning the Rectum game, is disappointed that his winnings are voided. However, Rick assures him that the real value is in the adventure. Sophie expresses her gratitude and offers to help Rick and Morty with their future endeavors. Rick is skeptical but agrees, and the three depart from the post-apocalyptic wasteland in the midst of a sunset.
Well, Morty, that was a humdinger of an adventure. Never thought I'd see a post-apocalyptic Earth overrun by mutated creatures. And betting on sports matches? Sheesh! But hey, we learned a lot, and that's what matters.
Yeah, Rick, it was kind of crazy. I still can't believe I won the Rectum game.
Sophie, it was a pleasure working with you, Rick and Morty. I may not be a genius like you two, but I know my way around survival in this world. And who knows, maybe we'll cross paths again.
Yeah, we'll see. Sophie, see you around.
As they fly away, the sunset becomes a rainbow, and the three burst into uncontrollable laughter. The end.
Title: Quantum Jokes and Unicorn Laughs.
Rick, Summer, and Morty are sitting in the living room as Jerry walks in. Hey, guys, look what I found. Jerry holds up a cartoon drawing of a unicorn and a pony with a speech bubble saying, Dad and Daughter.
What is that supposed to be?
It's a cartoon I made for Beth when we were dating. She never thought it was funny, but I think it's hilarious.
Oh boy, Jerry's got dad jokes. Let's all get popcorn and watch comical sports bloopers.
Rick, we have a mission, remember? We have to go to Taylor Swift's concert and steal her quantum microphone.
Why do we need a quantum microphone?
Because we're going to use it to hack into the slot machines at the casino and win big in the culinary arts section.
But won't that be illegal?
The only law in this universe is the law of physics, Morty. Now let's go before Taylor Swift finishes her set.
The group arrives at the concert and sneaks backstage to steal the quantum microphone, only to find out that it's guarded by a unicorn stand-up comedian.
Unicorn? What's the deal with humans? Am I right?
Oh my god, it's a unicorn comedian.
This is amazing.
Guys, we have a job to do. How can we distract the unicorn?
I'll use my patented quantum joke algorithm to hack the unicorn's sense of humor.
Rick begins telling jokes in a rapid-fire, scientific manner, until the unicorn is laughing so hard that it falls to the ground.
Unicorn, stop! I surrender! You can have the microphone!
The group successfully steals the quantum microphone and heads to the casino. Using the microphone, they're able to hack into the slot machines and win big in the culinary arts section. As they celebrate their winnings, Jerry pulls out his cartoon again. Hey guys, check this out.
I made another one.
The group groans as Jerry holds up a cartoon of a unicorn with a speech bubble saying, I can't believe it's not Gallipo, causing them to burst out laughing.
You know what, Jerry? That one's actually kind of funny.
The group continues to revel in their victory, with the sound of the unicorn's laughter still ringing in their ears.
Title: The Interdimensional Brunch Food Crisis.
Synopsis. The episode follows Rick and Morty as they attempt to solve an interdimensional crisis on an alien planet where their staple brunch dish, a sandwich with an egg in the middle of it and a side of fruit on the side of the sandwich, has been contaminated with a deadly virus. As they navigate this foreign land, they encounter a highly intelligent grilled cheese Popeye alien who has made a name for itself as an internet star. Together, they must find a cure for the virus and restore the interdimensional brunch food order.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty are in the garage as Rick frantically searches through numerous interdimensional portals, looking for a suitable planet to satisfy his insatiable craving for brunch food. Morty wonders aloud if they really need to go on another wild adventure just for a sandwich, but Rick dismisses him, stating that this is not just any sandwich. It is the perfect sandwich. Finally, they land on a planet with the perfect brunch cuisine, much to Rick's delight.
Morty, strap on your adventure shoes, because we're going on a brunch quest.
Scene 2.
As they arrive on the planet, they quickly realize that their ultimate brunch paradise has been ruined by a mysterious, deadly virus that has spread through the food supply. Morty recoils in disgust as he looks at a contaminated sandwich that is oozing green liquid.
Oh geez, Rick! What the hell happened here? This is disgusting!
Scene 3.
They soon encounter the grilled cheese Popeye alien, who has become an overnight internet sensation through his captivating online cooking tutorials. Rick is impressed by the alien's culinary skills and decides to team up with him to find a cure for the virus.
Well, if it isn't the famous grilled cheese Popeye. I'm Rick Sanchez, and my grandson Morty here is my sous chef. We need your help, chef.
Scene 4.
Together, they venture into the heart of the planet in search of the cure, encountering various obstacles and creatures along the way. Morty grows increasingly frustrated with Rick's reckless behavior and the grilled cheese Popeye's overconfidence.
Rick, do you have any idea what you're doing? And chef, can't you just stick to making sandwiches instead of trying to be a hero?
Scene 5. They finally discover the source of the virus, an alien fruit that has been cursed by a vengeful interdimensional entity. Using their combined skills, they manage to neutralize the virus and restore the planet's food supply to its former glory.
Scene 6.
As they celebrate their victory, Rick and the grilled cheese Popeye bond over their love for culinary art and Morty awkwardly looks on. Just then, an interdimensional portal opens up, and an army of ravenous brunch enthusiasts streams through, eager to sample the legendary sandwich.
Morty, looks like our work here is done. Time to move on and find our next brunch adventure.
Oh, I think I lost my appetite for brunch, Rick. That was too intense for me.
Grilled cheese Popeye. Well, perhaps I can interest you in a grilled cheese with a side of spinach, young Morty.
Actually, that sounds kinda good, chef.
Title: The Neuron-Neon Connection.
Synopsis.
Rick, Morty, and Beth are in the garage, surrounded by various scientific gadgets and gizmos. A woman with red hair appears on the screen of Rick's monitor.
Sophie Turner. Greetings, Rick. I am Sophie Turner, lead scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. We need your help in analyzing some data from our latest space mission.
Burping. Ooh, NASA. Haven't heard from you guys in a while. What's the problem?
Sophie Turner, we have discovered an unusual pattern of neuronal activity in one of our deep space probes. We suspect it may be of extraterrestrial origin, but we need your expertise in neurology and physics to confirm our hypothesis.
Stroking his chin, neurology and physics, huh? That's my jam. I'll take a look. Turns to Morty and Beth. You guys coming with?
Oh, sure, Rick. But can we stop at a convenience store first? I need some snacks.
I'm in, Rick. But don't forget we have a family dinner tonight.
Hops into the portal gun. No problemo, Beth. I'll get us back in time. Gestures to Morty and Beth to follow. Let's go, kids.
They portal to NASA's JPL, where they are greeted by Sophie Turner and her team of scientists, led by Haji Singh.
Sophie Turner, Rick, Morty, Beth, welcome to JPL. Thank you for joining us on such short notice.
Looking around at the high-tech lab. Not bad at all. So, where's the data?
Haji Singh. Right this way, Mr. Sanchez. Leads them to a computer screen. This is the pattern we detected in the neuronal activity. It seems to follow a specific sequence of neon colors.
Squinting at the screen? Whoa, that's trippy. It's like a rainbow in my brain.
Examining the data, I'm not sure what to make of this. It could be a glitch or interference.
Adjusting his glasses. No. This is definitely intentional. I've seen this before. Pulls out a device and starts scanning the data. It's a form of extraterrestrial communication, using light waves to transmit data.
Sophie Turner, impressed, amazing. Can you decipher the message?
Typing furiously on the keyboard. It's a code. Let me see. Ah, got it. Reads from the screen. Greetings, Earthlings. We come in peace. Please send us your best memes and cat videos.
Laughing, classic aliens.
Rolling her eyes, well, that was anticlimactic.
Sophie Turner, smiling, nonetheless, this discovery will revolutionize our understanding of the universe. Rick, Morty, Beth, we are indebted to you for your expertise.
Getting ready to portal back home. No problem, dude. Just keep sending those space probes. We'll take care of the rest. Pauses. Oh, and one more thing. Do you guys have a convenience store around here? Morty's hungry.
Sophie Turner, chuckles, I think we can arrange that. Thank you again, Rick and team. Safe travels.
As they portal back to the garage, Morty snacks in hand. Beth reminds Rick of their family dinner.
Rick, we have to hurry. Your grandkids will be here any minute.
Chuckles. No need to worry, Beth. I'll whip up something in the kitchen. Winks. Maybe some cosmic brownies.
Smiling, yeah, cosmic brownies.
Shaking her head, I don't even want to know what that means.
And so, Rick and his family enjoy a dinner of cosmic brownies and intergalactic stories, capping off another wild adventure in the multiverse.
Title: Sophie Le Quinta Delacroix and the Multidimensional Meltdown.
Opening scene, Rick and Morty are in the garage, tinkering with gadgets and discussing the latest scientific breakthroughs. Suddenly, they are interrupted by Beth, who informs them of strange activity in a nearby dimension. Rick and Morty decide to investigate, taking the portal gun with them.
This could be a major crisis. We need to be prepared for anything.
Title: The Entanglement of Gossip in the Multiverse.
Scientific synopsis. This episode explores the concept of multiverse entanglement and its effects on gossip. We see the effects of gossip spreading through different universes and the consequences of these actions on their reality.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty are in the garage when they receive a distress call from a mysterious entity from another dimension. The entity states that they are experiencing an unprecedented amount of gossip activity, and it's affecting their reality. Rick and Morty are intrigued and decide to investigate the phenomenon.
Scene 2.
The duo arrives in the dimension and observes the world around them. They notice a woman with green hair and a green turban on her head, standing on a red background with a green background. She is identified as Gossip Girl, and she is the source of all the gossip chaos.
Whoa, Rick, look at her. She looks like she's about to blow or something.
Shut up, Morty. I'm trying to concentrate.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty meet Gossip Girl, who immediately starts telling them about her humorous travel stories.
Rick is annoyed, and Morty is fascinated.
They decide to find a way to stop Gossip Girl from spreading more rumors.
Morty, we need to find a way to stop her. If we don't, she could destroy this whole dimension.
But Rick, she's just telling jokes. What's the harm in that?
The harm is that jokes can alter the fabric of reality, Morty. We need to shut her down before it's too late.
Scene 4.
Rick and Morty find a way to travel through different universes, trying to find a solution to the problem. They stumble upon Sophie Turner, who is also affected by Gossip Girl's influence.
Sophie Turner. Oh my god, you guys. Have you heard the latest? Apparently, Rick and Morty are trying to save the multiverse. Who knew?
How did you hear that?
Sophie Turner, Gossip Girl, of course. She's everywhere.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty devise a plan to trap Gossip Girl in a parallel universe where her words have no impact. They set up a trap, and Gossip Girl falls right into it.
Gossip Girl, what the heck is going on? Where am I?
You're in a universe where your gossip doesn't matter. We're done playing your games.
Scene 6.
With Gossip Girl trapped, the duo returns to the original dimension, where everything is back to normal.
Phew, that was a close one. I never knew gossip could be so dangerous.
Well, Morty, that's the thing about the multiverse. Anything can happen.
Sophie Turner. Hey, guys, have you heard the one about the talking cat who saved the world? It's hilarious.
Rick and Morty look at each other and roll their eyes as the episode comes to a close.
Title: The Interdimensional Food Challenge.
Synopsis.
As Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer were having dinner at home, Rick suddenly becomes bored with the food. He then decides to invent an interdimensional food challenge machine, much to the excitement of everyone except Beth.
I'm bored with the food on this planet. Let's create a machine that can teleport food from any dimension. I call it the Foodinator 3000.
Whoa, cool. Can we try it out?
Of course, we can. And since we're on an interdimensional culinary journey today, let's turn this into a game show. We can invite people from different dimensions to compete in our food challenge.
I'm not sure I like where this is going.
Rick, this is a terrible idea. You're gonna get us all in trouble.
Come on, Mom. Live a little. Let's try it out.
That's the spirit, Summer. Let's get started. First up, filet mignon from Dimension Z 1337. Bon appetit.
The group proceeded to try different dishes from various dimensions, including fettuccine alfredo from Dimension X299 and spicy chicken wings from Dimension W112. They also watched an interdimensional cooking show where the contestants had to prepare dishes using ingredients from different dimensions.
Rick, this is insane. We're messing with the fabric of the universe by bringing food from different dimensions. Who knows what kind of repercussions this will have?
Oh, calm down, Beth. It's just food. What's the worst that could happen?
As the group finished their meal, they noticed a strange portal opening up in the dining room. Out came a demon from Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, holding a ladle and a frying pan.
Demon, you fools, what have you done? By bringing food from different dimensions, you've caused a rift in the space-time continuum. Now I have to fix all the universes you've tampered with.
Brooklyn Beckham suddenly appeared from the portal, holding a spatula and a mixing bowl.
Brooklyn, sup, guys? I heard there was a cooking challenge going on here. Mind if I join?
In the end, the group managed to fix the dimensions with the help of the demon and Brooklyn Beckham's culinary expertise. They learned their lesson about playing with the laws of the universe and decided to stick with regular home-cooked meals. Thank God that's over. I'll never look at a plate of food the same way again.
Haha, don't be a sour grape, Jerry. It was a fun adventure. Maybe next time we'll try something even crazier. Who knows?
The group laughed and resumed their dinner, happy to be back to their regular meals on their own dimension.
Title: The Quantum Nonsense of Sophie and Burton LaQuenta Delacroix.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty discover a new scientific phenomena when they encounter the camera-wielding siblings Sophie and Burton LaQuenta Delacroix. The siblings claim to have discovered a way to capture and manipulate the quantum information of reality itself by taking photos. The team is skeptical, but soon discovers the siblings' method actually works. Chaos, hilarity, and physics-defying hijinks ensue.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty are tinkering with a new invention in Rick's lab when Jerry bursts in with a camera in his hand.
Hey guys, check it out. I just got this new camera that records in super high definition.
What's so special about that? We got intergalactic cameras that record in 20D.
But this one's got a special setting. It's called quantum vision. It's supposed to capture the true essence of reality.
I don't know, Rick, that sounds pretty crazy.
Scene 2.
Sophie and Burton LaQuenta Delacroix appear out of nowhere, holding another camera in their hands.
Sophie, excuse me, sirs, but we couldn't help but overhear your conversation about quantum mechanics and cameras.
Burton, and we couldn't help but join in. You see, we've developed a technique for capturing the quantum information of objects and beings with our camera.
Oh boy, here we go again with the crackpot scientists.
Scene 3.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and the Delacroix siblings go on a wild adventure to test out the quantum camera. They discover they can capture and manipulate reality by taking photos, leading to all sorts of wacky scenarios. At one point, they accidentally turn Jerry into a giant hot dog. Oh God! Why did I let you guys talk me into this? I'm a freaking hot dog.
Sophie, don't worry, we can reverse it with another photo.
This is insane! We're breaking the laws of nature!
Burton, that's just the beauty of quantum physics, my friend.
Scene 4.
As the team continues to play around with the quantum camera, they unwittingly draw the attention of a group of aliens who are seeking to weaponize the technology. Rick, Morty, and the Delacroix siblings must band together to stop the aliens from causing irreparable damage to the fabric of reality itself.
Sophie, we can't let them take our camera. Who knows what they'll do with it?
Burton, I agree. We must protect the integrity of the quantum realm at all costs.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I guess we have to actually do something heroic for once.
Scene 5.
In a climactic showdown, Rick and the team face off against the alien intruders. Rick uses his own version of the quantum camera to outsmart the aliens and save the day.
Ah, bet you didn't think I had a quantum camera of my own, did ya?
That was amazing, Rick!
But wait, what are we gonna do with all this hot dog meat?
Hello.
The team returns to Rick's lab, thanking the Delacroix siblings for their help. However, they soon discover Sophie and Burton were actually aliens in disguise this whole time, and have absconded with the quantum camera.
Oh man, we totally got played by those aliens!
Hey, no biggie. Quantum physics is just a bunch of nonsense anyways.
Scene closes with a shot of Rick and Morty shrugging, followed by Jerry bemoaning his fate as a giant hot dog.
Title: The Scientific Adventures of Rick and Morty in the Room with Flowers on the Wall and a Cat on the Wall.
The episode opens on a highly rendered Japanese animated colored pen and paper novelistic photo of a room with flowers on the wall and a cat on the wall. Sophie LaQuenta Delacroix and Burton LaQuenta Delacroix are sitting in the room, discussing the intricate details of their ongoing research on the impact of floral scents on feline behavior. Rick bursts into the room, his eyes bulging with excitement. "Morty, we've got a portal open to the multiverse of catnip universes. We gotta check it out." Morty hesitates, questioning the potential consequences of such a risky venture. "Aw geez, Rick, are you sure that's a good idea?" Sophie interjects, her scientific syntax flowing smoothly. "You cannot ignore the multitudinous possibilities that this opening presents. We must explore this avenue of research with the utmost caution and adherence to scientific protocols." Burton nods in agreement, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, the implications of accessing alternate catnip universes could be revolutionary for our understanding of feline behavior and the effects of floral stimuli. Amused by their fervor, Rick chuckles deeply. "Aw, you guys are such a bunch of nerds. All right, Morty, let's go check it out." As they travel through the portal, they find themselves in a universe where cats have taken over the world and turned it into a utopia for felines. They are greeted by a group of cat revolutionaries, led by a charismatic Persian named Meow Zedong. "The humans have repressed us for far too long. It is time for us to take our rightful place as the superior species," Meow Zedong declares, his tail held high in pride. Rick and Morty exchange a confused look, but quickly adapt to the strange new environment. They team up with the cat rebels to overthrow the oppressive human regime and establish a new world order where cats reign supreme. In the end, they return to their own universe, victorious and covered in catnip. Sophie and Burton eagerly await their return, ready to learn about their exciting journey. "Quantum physics never ceases to amaze me," Sophie muses, as Rick and Morty recount their adventures. "Yep, and I think we all learned a valuable lesson today." "Never underestimate the power of a determined cat," Rick quips, raising his flask in a toast. The episode ends with a shot of the room with flowers on the wall and a cat on the wall, as the camera pans out to reveal a multitude of alternate universes existing within the petals and fur.
Title: The Quantum Car Chase.
The episode begins with Rick experimenting with some new quantum transporters, trying to find the most efficient and effective means of transportation across the multiverse. Meanwhile, Morty, Beth, and Summer are all busy at work, struggling to keep up with their respective obligations in the face of a massive office prank war that has broken out at their place of employment. As Rick's experiments commence, the group is suddenly thrust into a wild and wacky car chase across multiple dimensions, as Rick's quantum transporters malfunction and they find themselves bouncing from universe to universe in a strange and unpredictable manner.
Rick, what the hell is going on here? We're driving through quantum space or something.
That's right, Beth. We're experiencing quantum displacement, which is causing us to translocate moments in time and space across the multiverse. It's like a high-speed, interdimensional car chase.
This is insane, Rick. How are we going to get out of this mess?
Relax, Morty. I've got this. With the right combination of dimensional locating algorithms and quantum transmutation frequencies, I'll be able to lock onto our destination in no time.
Rick, look out. We've got company.
The group suddenly finds themselves being pursued by a band of pirates, who are sailing a massive, supernatural plague-infected ship through the quantum realm.
Pirates? Plague ships? This is getting more ridiculous by the second.
As the chase intensifies, the group must use all of their wits and scientific knowledge to outsmart the pirates and navigate the unpredictable and bizarre quantum realm.
Rick, I don't think we can keep this up much longer. We need to find a way out of here before we get lost in the quantum void forever.
Don't worry, Beth. I've got one last trick up my sleeve.
With a brilliant stroke of genius, Rick is able to harness the power of the quantum realm to create the ultimate car chase stunt, blasting the group into a spectacular, high-speed finale that leaves the pirates in the dust and sends the group flying through space and time with unmatched speed and agility.
Wow, Rick! That was amazing! I can't believe we made it out of there in one piece!
That's the power of quantum science, Morty. Anything is possible in the quantum realm.
The group returns home, exhausted but exhilarated, and the office prank war comes to a peaceful end as they all collapse in a heap, laughing and joking about their wild and crazy adventure through the multiverse.
Title: A Quantum Feline Catastrophe.
The episode begins with Rick attempting to decipher a mysterious caption found on a group of cats, the Laval TRS. MTHME. He hypothesizes that it may be a quantum code by applying string theory principles.
Morty, wow, Rick, this is some serious science stuff.
Rick, of course it is, Morty. We're dealing with quantum mechanics here.
Upon further observation, the group realizes that the cat's behavior has become erratic and chaotic, potentially due to the quantum entanglement caused by the caption.
Jerry. Oh, great. So now we have quantum cats running amok?
Beth, don't worry, Jerry. I'm sure Rick has some kind of plan.
Rick, plan? Who needs a plan when you have scientific genius? Let's just hope these felines don't cause a quantum mechanical Armageddon.
As the group begins to evaluate the Cornish Rex breed of cats, they suddenly find themselves transported to a different dimension, with Morty's hair now blue and Jerry becoming an animated character resembling Tommy Pickles.
Summer, what the hell just happened?
Rick, it appears we have shifted to a different quantum reality. We need to find a way back before things get even weirder.
The group encounters internet celebrity Nick Merckx, who poses the question, "Change my mind," regarding the existence of a cat conspiracy controlling the world's population.
Rick, hey, I'm all for a good conspiracy theory, but we need to focus on finding a way out of this reality.
In a stroke of scientific brilliance, Rick creates a quantum displacement device using the caption from the cats as a key, successfully transporting the group back to their own dimension.
Beth, well, that was certainly an adventure. Are we going to have to deal with quantum cats again?
Rick, who knows, Beth? The universe is a complex and unpredictable place. But rest assured, I'll be ready for whatever it throws at us.
The episode ends with the group laughing and joking about the weirdness of their experience, with Morty still sporting his blue hair.
Title: Interdimensional Martian Mayhem, a highly entropic episode.
Opening shot shows the dirt field where Rick and Morty's group are standing with a sky background.
Suddenly, a person in a spacesuit appears on the field.
Great, just what we need. Another lost astronaut here to mess with our interdimensional space-time continuum.
But Rick, it could be the Martian, Mark Watney. He's a famous astronaut. We should help him.
I love that movie. Let's do it.
I don't know, guys. This seems like a bad idea.
Mark Watney. Hey guys, can you help me find my way back to Earth? I've been stuck in this interdimensional vortex for weeks.
Oh, Mark Watney? Yeah, we can help you. But first, have you read any funny books lately?
Rick, what does that have to do with anything?
Everything, Morty, everything.
As they travel through different interdimensional portals, they come across various hilarious scenarios such as Jerry turning into a pickle, Beth becoming a giant spider, and Morty falling in love with a sentient jar of peanut butter.
Mark Watney, what is happening? This doesn't make any sense.
Sense as a subjective concept, Watney. All that matters is the infinite possibilities of the multiverse.
After narrowly escaping an army of interdimensional law enforcement agents, the group finally makes it back to Earth.
Mark Watney, thank you so much, you guys. You saved my life.
Wow, that was actually pretty fun.
I can't wait to tell Summer about this.
Rick, do you think we'll ever see Mark Watney again?
Who knows, Morty? The universe is a big place. Anything could happen.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty walking off into the sunset, continuing their endless adventures through the infinite expanse of the multiverse.
Title: The Quantum Lounge, a virtual reality mind control cocktail adventure.
Synopsis. Rick has developed a new invention, the Quantum Lounge, which allows its users to enter a virtual reality world controlled by the mind. The episode begins in the family room, where Rick is demonstrating the device to Morty, Jerry, Summer, and even Beth.
Alright, Morty and the rest of you losers, get ready to enter the Quantum Lounge. But before we do that, let me give you a quick lecture on quantum mechanics.
Not another lecture, Rick.
Yeah, can't we just go into the VR already?
Shut up, Jerry. Now, quantum mechanics is the study of subatomic particles and their behavior. This technology allows us to control those particles and enter a parallel universe.
But what about the cocktail lounge part?
Patience, Morty, I'm getting to that. We'll be able to drink virtual reality cocktails that will alter our mind state to enhance the overall experience.
That sounds amazing.
I hope it's not dangerous.
Why would it be dangerous? I've tested it plenty of times.
Cut to the Quantum Lounge, a room with a lot of furniture and a big screen TV in its center area with a lot of lights. The family is wearing a headpiece with electrodes attached to their temples.
Whoa, this feels weird.
I feel like I'm in a dream.
I don't know about this, Rick.
Relax, Jerry. It's just virtual reality. Now, let's order some drinks.
The family orders their virtual cocktails, with Morty getting a Megamind F******, Summer getting a Cosmic Explosion, Jerry getting a Sensual Serenity, and Rick getting a Time-Traveling Tequila Sunrise. Suddenly, things start to get weird.
Whoa, I feel like I'm in a different dimension.
My thoughts are racing at 1,000,000 miles per hour.
I see shapes and colors I've never seen before.
This is the best trip of my life.
Suddenly, the virtual reality environment starts to blend with the real world, and the family finds themselves transported to different locations in time and space. From ancient Egypt to a planet made entirely of candy, the family goes on a wild ride.
Rick, I don't think we should have drunk that much.
I think I'm going to be sick.
I want to go home.
Oh, lighten up, you guys. This is the adventure of a lifetime. Now, let's get back in there and order some more cocktails. Wubba lubba dub dub.
Title: The Time-Traveling Ski Ball Incident. The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the garage, tinkering with the portal gun. Jerry enters, asking for their help with an old arcade game he found at a yard sale. The game turns out to be a time-traveling ski ball machine, and the trio soon finds themselves hurtling through different eras as they play.
Rick, it's an interesting concept, Jerry. This ski ball machine appears to be some sort of temporal anomaly.
Morty, but we're just playing a game, Rick. What could go wrong?
Jerry. Yeah, it's just skee ball. How bad can it be?
As they play, the group ends up in the Star Wars universe, where they encounter C-3PO. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are initially excited about meeting a real robot, but things quickly take a turn for the worse when the machine malfunctions.
C-3PO. Greetings, travelers. I am C-3PO, Human-Cyborg Relations.
Rick, oh man, this is incredible. Can we take a selfie with you?
Morty, yeah, this is like a dream come true.
Jerry. Hey, C3PO, do you want to play some skee-ball with us?
Suddenly, the machine goes haywire, causing the group to jump around different points in time. They end up in the middle of a high-speed chase between Cobb from Inception and some unknown assailants. The group manages to escape the chase and ends up back in their own timeline.
Rick, well, that was a close one. We almost got stuck in limbo or something.
Morty, I can't believe we ended up in a car chase with that dream guy.
Jerry. Guys, I don't think we should play with that skee-ball machine anymore.
But the machine isn't done with them yet. They end up back in the Star Wars universe, this time with Darth Vader looming over them.
Darth Vader, you have trespassed in a forbidden time and space. Prepare for the consequences.
Just when it seems all hope is lost, Summer enters the garage and saves the day. She had been at a sci-fi convention and recognizes the skee-ball machine as a rare artifact from another dimension. She uses her knowledge to reprogram the machine and safely bring the trio back to their original timeline.
Summer, you guys really got yourselves into a pickle, but I knew exactly what to do. I'm a sci-fi connoisseur after all.
Rick, impressive. Summer, you've earned some serious brownie points from me.
Morty, I'm just glad we're back home and not stuck in some crazy sci-fi universe.
Jerry, can we go play regular skee-ball now?
The episode ends with the group back in the garage, playing regular skee-ball and reminiscing about their wild adventure.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Wine and Weird Faces.
Opening shot: a woman with a weird face holding a glass of red wine in her hand, standing in front of a green screen.
Morty, I've discovered something extraordinary. My research shows that quantum entanglement happens between the wine and the woman's weird face.
What does that even mean, Rick?
Means that the taste and aroma of the wine changes based on the weirdness of the woman's face and vice versa.
Cut to a French brasserie where the woman is getting ready to receive an award for her contribution to quantum physics.
We need to get to that brasserie, Morty. We can't miss this momentous occasion.
But how are we going to blend in? You're a mad scientist and I'm a teenager.
Rick pulls out a device from his pocket and presses a button, instantly transforming them into high-ranking French quantum physics researchers. Cut to the brasserie where the woman is about to receive her award. Rick and Morty enter and take a seat in the front row.
Rick whispers to, "I've got a plan. We'll entangle ourselves with the wine, and as soon as the woman takes a sip, we'll start making weird faces to see how it affects its taste." Is that even ethical?
Ethics? In science? What are you, a philosopher?
The woman takes a sip of wine, and Rick and Morty start making the weirdest faces they can. Suddenly, the wine turns into a green, viscous substance, and the woman's face contorts into an even weirder expression.
We've done it, Morty. We've discovered a new quantum entanglement between human emotions and the chemical composition of wine.
Rick, I think we just ruined that woman's award ceremony.
Cut to Rick and Morty back in their lab.
Who cares about that woman, Morty? We've just made history. Let's celebrate with a glass of that green goop we created.
I don't know, Rick. It doesn't look very appetizing.
Come on, Morty. Science is all about taking risks.
They both take a sip and immediately spit it out, gagging.
Oh, that's disgusting. How could we have been so wrong?
I guess it's back to the drawing board, Rick.
That's the spirit, Morty. Science is all about failure. And speaking of failure, I think we left a few loose ends back at that brasserie.
Cut to the woman with the weird face getting arrested for causing chaos at her own award ceremony.
Ah, well, you win some, you lose some. At least we'll always have our green goop.
I think I'm going to be sick.
End of episode.
Title: The Mind-Bending Re-Zero Rebellion.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty on a mission to Re-Zero, starting life in another world, where they find themselves in the middle of a rebellion against the mind-controlled population.
Summer, Rick, why are we here? These anime characters look weird.
Rick, shut up, Summer. We're here to save these animated freaks from their own minds.
Morty, Rick, I don't understand. How are we going to do that?
Rick, easy Morty, we're going to use science.
They approach the group of characters with a tablet and begin their scientific experiment.
Rick, alright, let's see what we're working with here. Asterisk takes out scanner asterisk.
Jerry. Guys, shouldn't we be worried about the rebellion?
Rick, not with this technology, Jerry. We're gonna fix their minds before they even know what's happening.
Morty, but what if it doesn't work, Rick?
Rick, Morty, trust me. I'm a scientist.
Suddenly, they encounter a group of rebel soldiers and Rick pulls out a device that emits a high-pitched sound.
Rick, take that, you animated rejects.
Summer, Rick, did you just...
Rick, what? Oh, this? It's just a mind control inhibitor. No big deal.
Morty, Rick, I think we need to be careful. We don't want to create any more chaos.
Rick, nonsense, Morty. Chaos is my middle name.
As they continue their experiment, they begin to notice strange things happening with the characters' minds.
Summer, Rick, what's happening to them?
Rick, it's a reverse mind control effect. The inhibitor is reversing the mind control and turning them into zombies.
Morty, Rick, I don't think this was a good idea.
Suddenly, an army of mind-controlled zombies appears and the group is forced to fight for their survival.
Jerry. This is insane.
Rick, this is science, Jerry. Embrace it.
As they defeat the zombies and escape from the anime world, the group reflects on their wild adventure.
Summer, Rick, what did we even accomplish here?
Rick, science, Summer. We accomplished science.
With that, the episode ends with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer laughing hysterically, knowing they will never forget their mind-bending Re-Zero Rebellion.
Title: The Pancake Paradox.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty visit a parallel universe where pancakes are the only form of sustenance. The episode begins as they enter a pancake shop with Jerry, Summer, and a newly invented portal gun which Rick wants to test. Upon entering the shop, they discover a pan of pancakes in front of it and a pancake in the foreground, which Rick quickly analyzes as a potential source of infinite energy.
Morty, do you see that pancake over there? That's the key to unlimited power.
Rick, I just wanted to get some flapjacks.
Can we focus on the portal gun, please? I don't want to get stuck in a parallel universe where all we eat is pancakes.
These pancakes are giving me acne. Can we go to Panera Bread instead?
No time for that, Summer. We need to extract the energy from that pancake before it's too late.
As Rick and Morty begin their experiment, they discover that the pancake is not just a source of energy, but also a gateway to another dimension. They enter the portal and find themselves in a world where pancakes have evolved to become sentient beings.
Pancake Alien Number 1. Welcome to Pancake Planet. We are the dominant species here.
Pancake Alien Number 2, we've been monitoring your pancake experiments. We demand you leave this planet immediately.
Relax, we're just here for some data. I promise we won't hurt your pancake people. Pancake Alien Number 3. You mean these poor souls? Points to a pancake courtroom. They are on trial for pancake costume malfunctions.
What do you mean?
Pancake Alien Number 4. Many of our citizens have attempted to wear costumes made out of pancakes, but they often fail and destroy themselves in the process.
Wait, you're telling me these aliens are having DIY costume fails with pancakes?
This is ridiculous. Can we just go back home now?
Not until we've gathered all the data we need. Pancake energy is the key to intergalactic travel.
The episode humorous continues with various pancake-related jokes, until they finally manage to extract the energy they need and return home.
Phew, I'm just glad we're back home now. I never want to see another pancake again.
Yeah, me neither. That was way too weird for me.
Can we finally get some Panera Bread now?
Sure thing, Summer. Just let me analyze this pancake energy first.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer eating Panera bread while Rick rambles on about the potential of pancake energy.
Title: The Dynamics of Underground Cyberpunk Rebellion.
The episode begins with a scene depicting a man holding a gun in his hand while standing next to a woman in a suit and tie who also has a firearm. The man and the woman seem to be in a state of conflict, displaying aggressive and defensive postures. The man appears to be threatened by the woman, who is responding equally aggressively to his advances.
Dr. Jameson, the above scene is an instance of power dynamics manifested through bodily postures and facial expressions. The man is asserting his dominance over the woman through his aggressive display, while the woman is responding with equal force to maintain her position.
As the scene fades out, the viewers are transported to a futuristic and dystopian cityscape where the underground cyberpunk rebellion is in full swing. Here, the viewer is introduced to several characters, including Doge Shiba, a charismatic hacker who leads the rebellion, and Vincent Vega and Jules Winfield, two elite operatives hired by the government to suppress the rebellion.
Dr. Rodriguez, the introduction of characters in different positions of power serves to amplify and complicate the dynamics of the conflict. Doge Shiba, with his leadership position in the rebellion, holds significant power over the other characters. On the other hand, Vincent Vega and Jules Winfield represent the institutional power of the government.
In the ensuing scenes, Vincent and Jules engage in a cat-and-mouse chase with Doge and his fellow rebels. The characters engage in dynamic and chaotic fights, which are interspersed with moments of comedic relief. One such moment is when Vincent Vega delivers his iconic line, "That would be great meme," while facing an enemy.
Dr. Kim, the inclusion of comedic moments in the otherwise serious and action-filled storyline serves multiple purposes. It keeps the viewers engaged and entertained, diffuses tension, and highlights the absurdity of violence and power struggles.
As the episode progresses, the dynamics of power shift and change, with each character's motivations and actions becoming more nuanced and complex. In the final scene, the rebellion is suppressed, and Doge Shiba is apprehended, leaving the viewers to ponder the implications of power struggles in society.
Dr. Lee. The episode's conclusion highlights how power struggles are not black and white, with good and evil characters, but complex and multifaceted. It brings to light the importance of examining power dynamics in society, and how they affect individuals' lives.
Title: Holographic Reality Distortion and the Glowing Cat.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty encounter a strange phenomenon of a black and white cat with green eyes and glowing lights in the background of a blurry photo. They soon discover that the cat is not real, but a product of holographic reality distortion, a technology that creates realistic 3D images. The cat seems to be everywhere, causing chaos and destruction.
Act 1.
Morty, there's something strange going on here.
What is it, Rick?
Look at this photo. There's a cat with glowing eyes in the background.
That's creepy.
It's not just creepy, Morty. It's impossible. We need to investigate.
Act 2.
Hey, guys, what are you up to?
Yeah, what's going on?
We're dealing with a holographic reality distortion.
And a cat with glowing eyes.
What's that?
And why is there a cat?
It's a technology that creates realistic 3D images.
But this cat seems to be causing trouble.
Like what kind of trouble?
Is it dangerous?
It's causing chaos everywhere it goes.
Act 3.
We need to find out who's behind this.
But how do we do that?
Maybe we can ask Maisie Williams. She's a big fan of cats.
And she's good at dancing.
That's a stretch, Summer. But it's worth a try.
Act 4.
Maisie Williams, hello, Rick and Morty. What can I do for you?
We need your help, Maisie. There's a cat with glowing eyes causing trouble.
And we think it's a hologram.
Maisie Williams, a hologram? That's fascinating.
You know anything about it?
Maisie Williams, I do. It's a Norwegian forest cat, a rare breed.
But how do we find the person who created it?
Maisie Williams, that's easy. The technology leaves a trace. I'll run some tests.
Act 5.
Maisie Williams, I found it. The person who created the hologram is, dramatic pause.
Who is it? Spit it out, Maisie.
Maisie Williams, it's, dramatic pause.
Come on, we don't have all day.
Maisie Williams, it's, dramatic pause, Jerry.
What? Why would I do that?
Is it true, Jerry?
No, of course not. It's a setup. Someone's framing me.
We'll get to the bottom of this.
Act 6.
Turns out that the person behind the hologram was dramatic pause.
Come on, Rick, spit it out.
It was me all along. I wanted to see how far I could push the technology.
But why the cat?
Yeah, why not something cooler, like a dragon?
Because everyone likes cats, Summer. Even me. Pause. Now let's get out of here before things get messy. Sounds of destruction in the background.
Final scene. Group escapes just in time before the hologram causes a massive explosion. As they fly away in Rick's spaceship, they reflect on the lesson of the day. Never underestimate the power of a hologram. And never trust a glowing cat.
Title, The Spectral Spectacle.
Synopsis. A close-up shot of a small, metallic object with a blurry background appears on screen. Suddenly, a red, glowing object appears in the middle of the picture. Rick and Morty enter the scene with their trusty speculum, ready to examine the mysterious object.
Morty, Marty, check it out. We've got a metal object emitting some kind of spectral radiation.
Whoa, Rick, this is heavy. What could it be?
As they examine the object with their speculum, they discover that it is a highly advanced alien technology capable of causing massive destruction if it falls into the wrong hands.
Morty, we need to get this thing to a neutral zone and study it further.
But Rick, what if someone tries to steal it from us?
Don't worry, Morty, I've got a plan.
As they make their way towards the neutral zone, they encounter a group of alien goons who are determined to steal the object for themselves. A wild, high-speed chase ensues as Rick and Morty try to outrun the goons and protect the object.
Rick, this is insane. We can't keep this up forever.
Don't worry, Morty, I've got a contingency plan.
As they finally reach the neutral zone, they discover that the object was a trap set by the Council of Ricks to lure them into a false sense of security. Rick and Morty are then forced to face their evil alter egos in a battle of the wits in science.
Morty, prepare the speculum. We're going in.
As they engage in an epic battle of intellect and science, Rick and Morty come out on top and destroy the evil Ricks once and for all. The object is safely returned to its rightful owners, and Rick and Morty have saved the day, once again.
Wow, Rick, I think my brain just exploded.
That's the power of science, Morty. Now let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
Title: The Multidimensional Antics of Rick and Morty.
Opening scene, Rick is in his laboratory tinkering with a device that looks like a cross between a microscope and a blender. Morty enters the room and takes a curious glance at the device.
Rick, what are you doing with that thing?
Morty, do you even know what multidimensional science is?
Pauses. No, not really.
Chuckles. Well, let me tell you, it's like regular science, but with more dimensions. He takes a sip of his flask. Anyway, with this device, we can travel to alternate universes and attend stand-up comedy shows.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Drugs. Science doesn't always have to make sense, Morty. Now come on, let's go to the first show.
Cut to the group of men in suits and ties holding up drinks and a cell phone in front of them with the same image. It's the image of Stevie Wonder, who is about to perform a stand-up comedy set. I don't get it. Why are we all watching the same thing on our phones?
Rolls her eyes. It's called a watch party, Dad. It's the new thing.
Meanwhile, Rick and Morty have arrived at the comedy show and are sitting front row. The comedian on stage is none other than Ants in My Eyes Johnson.
Ants in My Eyes Johnson, shouting into the mic. Hey, how's everyone doing tonight? You know, I got ants in my eyes, and I can't see a thing.
Laughing. This guy's hilarious.
Rick, I think he's actually blind.
Pauses. Oh, well, that makes it even funnier.
Cut back to the watch party. Laughs. This Stevie Wonder guy is pretty funny.
Smirks. Dad, that's not even Stevie Wonder. It's just a picture of him.
Pauses. Oh. Suddenly, a portal opens up and Rick and Morty tumble out, followed by a group of angry aliens. Alien leader, brandishing a laser gun, you have disrupted the comedy show of our most esteemed comedian, Ants in My Eyes Johnson. For this, you shall face our wrath.
Sarcastically, oh no, not the wrath of the Ants in My Eyes Johnson fans.
Whispering, Rick, what do we do?
Grinning, I'll handle this. He pulls out a tiny device from his pocket. With this, I can create a Doppler effect that will render their guns useless.
The aliens fire their lasers, but the beams simply whiz past Rick and Morty harmlessly. The crowd cheers as Rick and Morty make their escape through the portal. Cut back to the watch party.
Sam Malone cheers on the TV, so a horse walks into a bar and the bartender says, "Why the long face?" And the horse says,
Unimpressed. I never got why people thought this show was so funny.
Snorts. Yeah, agree. I prefer Ants in My Eyes Johnson any day.
The veterinarian arrives at the party.
Veterinarian. Hi, I'm the veterinarian. I'm here to take a look at your cat.
Confused. What cat?
Veterinarian, pointing to a scratch on Jerry's arm. The one that scratched you.
Winces. Oh, right. The episode ends with Rick and Morty returning to their laboratory and Morty looking contemplative.
Rick, why do we do these crazy things?
Sighs. Because Morty, science is all about taking risks and exploring the unknown. And also because it's fun as hell. Now let's go invent a new dimension or something.
The screen fades to black as they head back to their work, leaving the audience laughing and bewildered.
Title: The Multidimensional Beauty of Zentraedi Hair and Makeup.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in the garage. Morty is looking at a series of photos of women with different makeup looks and hairstyles, including red hair, and black and white makeup.
Morty, what are you doing with those pictures? Are you having some sort of midlife crisis?
No, Rick. These are examples of different makeup looks and hairstyles. I was thinking we could do an episode on them.
Rolls his eyes. Oh, Morty. Always with the grand ideas. But you're the one wearing the pants, so let's get started.
Scene cuts to Rick and Morty in a laboratory filled with beakers and tubes. Morty holds up a picture of James Charles and Halsey.
Rick, do you think we could bring these two to life, like in that episode with Scary Terry?
Chuckles. Morty, that episode was a one-time deal. But I do have an idea of how we can explore the beauty of different makeup looks and hairstyles scientifically.
Really? How?
Pulls out a device resembling a hair dryer, with this, Morty. The multidimensional hair and makeup scanner. It allows us to see the different dimensions of makeup and hair.
Whoa, that's heavy, Rick.
Smirks. You haven't seen anything yet, Morty. Activates the scanner and points it at the picture of Halsey and James Charles.
The scene cuts to a dimension with giant Zentraedis from the Robotech universe. They are wearing elaborate makeup and braided hair. One of them notices Rick and Morty and approaches them.
Zentraedi, in a deep voice, who dares enter the Zentraedi dimension.
Raises his hands. Easy, big boy. We're just here to study your hair and makeup.
Zentraedi, skeptical, and why should we trust you?
Whips out a vial, because I have this. The Hair and Makeup Enhancer Serum. It can enhance your already impressive hair and makeup. Winks at Morty.
The Zentraedi becomes intrigued and allows Rick and Morty to scan their hair and makeup with the multidimensional hair and makeup scanner. Cut to a haunted game show dimension where Millie Bobby Brown is the host. She introduces Rick and Morty as contestants.
Millie Bobby Brown, welcome to Haunted Hair and Makeup Showdown. Our contestants today are master scientists Rick and Morty.
The game show consists of various challenges such as creating a unique makeup look and styling hair under time pressure.
In a confident tone. This is child's play, Morty. I got this in the bag.
Nervously, I don't know, Rick. Millie Bobby Brown seems really competitive.
The game comes down to a tiebreaker where Rick and Morty have to style haunted hair on a possessed mannequin. Rick uses some of the hair and makeup enhancer serum on the mannequin's hair and it comes to life, defeating Millie Bobby Brown's mannequin.
Holds up the serum triumphantly. Science always wins, Morty.
Smiling, yeah, Rick. Science always wins.
The scene cuts to Rick and Morty back in their laboratory.
Rick, that was insane. I can't believe we went to different dimensions just to learn about hair and makeup.
That's Morty on the back. That's the beauty of science, Morty. You never know where it'll take you.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty's faces projected on giant Zentraedi helmets as they contemplate the multidimensional beauty of hair and makeup.
Title: The Meta-Meme Metamorphosis on the Space Station Sabotage.
Morty, we gotta go to the Wellcome Sanger Institute. There's been a breakthrough in meme research.
What's the big deal about memes, Rick?
You dense mother F asterisk asterisk Memes are the currency of the universe. Everyone knows that.
Can I come too? I want to be a part of this wild adventure.
You don't have to prove anything, Jerry. It's okay to stay home.
I'll pass too. I need to study for my finals.
At the Wellcome Sanger Institute.
Scientist 1. We have finally created a formula that can mutate memes into power sources.
Scientist 2. And we have discovered that Janet Jackson's afro is the perfect conductor for this formula.
Holy sh asterisk t. This is huge.
I don't understand any of this.
Can someone explain this to me without using big words?
Just let them talk, Jerry.
As they exit the institute, they noticed a group of people in uniform and a jet waiting for them.
Scientist 1. The military wants to use our formula for evil. We need to hurry and get to the space station before they do.
On the space station, they noticed the station was sabotaged and there was no way out.
Looks like we're stuck here, Morty. Let's turn those memes into power sources before it's too late.
I can't handle any more mind-bending adventures like this.
As they successfully turned the memes into power sources, the station suddenly started to transform into a giant meme.
Whoa, we accidentally created the first meta meme.
I still don't understand any of this.
In the end, they managed to escape the now memeified space station and the military was left with nothing but a giant dancing Janet Jackson afro meme.
So how did the exam go?
Sighs, it was just a bunch of big words that I didn't understand.
Thanks. Welcome to the club, Beth.
Title: The Red Door Experiment.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Summer parked on the side of the street, in a car, in front of a building with a red door and windows.
Rick leans over to Morty and says, "Morty, I've been working on a new experiment.
We're going to study the effects of the concept of red on human cognition." Morty responds, I don't know what that means, Rick. What do you want us to do? Rick explains, we're going to enter that building through the red door and observe the reactions of the people inside. We'll measure their cognitive functions with our high-tech equipment and see if the color red affects their brainwaves. Summer chimes in, wait, Rick.
Are we going to just sneak in and spy on people?
Isn't that kind of unethical? Rick responds, ethics, schmethics. We're scientists, Summer. We do what needs to be done in the name of science. As they enter the building, they see that it's an office space with people working at their desks. They make their way to the break room and set up their equipment. Rick starts the experiment, and they observe one of the workers drinking from a red coffee mug. Morty whispers to Summer, this seems kind of pointless, Rick. How is this going to tell us anything meaningful? Suddenly, the worker drops their mug and starts laughing hysterically. The other workers start laughing too, and Rick records their brain activity. Rick exclaims,
I knew it.
The color red enhances the brain's pleasure center, causing an increase in dopamine levels. This is groundbreaking stuff. As they pack up their equipment and leave the building, Morty says, I can't believe that actually worked. Rick responds, of course it did, Morty. That's why I'm the smartest person in the multiverse. Summer interjects, actually, according to your IQ test results from last week, you're only the third smartest. Rick grumbles, damn those damn IQ tests.
They don't measure true intelligence.
The episode ends with Rick muttering about the flaws of standardized testing, while Morty and Summer roll their eyes and enjoy the ride home.
Title: The Super.
Title: The Mind-Controlled Lego Rebellion. The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer, all gathered in the garage.
Rick, holding a three-legged Lego figure, begins to explain a new scientific breakthrough he made in mind control technology.
Listen up, Morty. This new device I made can control the minds of anyone who comes in contact with this Lego figure. It's an unprecedented level of control over a population. Morty is initially skeptical, but Rick convinces him that the potential for this technology is limitless. Cut to a scene of the team using Rick's device on a software developer at a tech conference. It's working, Rick exclaims as the developer falls under the control of the Lego figure. Suddenly, the scene cuts to a full-blown rebellion. What the hell is happening here? Beth shouts as they see a group of mind-controlled Lego figures attacking civilians on the street. We need to shut this down now. The team goes on a wild goose chase, trying to find a way to undo the mind control. They end up at a cataract surgery center, where Rick theorizes that the radiation from the radon gas in the air could scramble the mind control device. Quick, Morty, grab that green object over there and let's get the hell out. Rick says, pointing to a suspicious-looking object in the corner. Morty hesitates for a moment, but then picks up the object and runs out of the room. As they exit the building, they see the Lego rebellion has been quelled, and everyone is back to normal. Rick looks over at Morty and says, "Good job, Morty. You grabbed the catalyst for our success." The camera zooms in on the green object, which is revealed to be a Lego man in the middle of the three-legged figures. The team laughs and Morty blushes. "I swear, Rick, you're the craziest, smartest person I know," Morty says. The episode ends with a shot of the team happily gathered around, with the three-legged Lego figure in the middle. "You know, Morty, I think I finally found a way to make true AI," Rick says as the screen fades to black. Title: The First Date Shadow Experiment.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty are experimenting with shadows and their effect on first dates. They invite a group of people dressed in formal attire to their lab to participate in the experiment. Among them is a woman in a red dress who catches Morty's eye.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the shadow experiment. We will be testing the effects of shadows on first dates. Please take a seat.
Morty, hey, who's the babe in the red dress?
Rick, Morty, focus on the experiment. Now, let's begin.
The group is instructed to sit at the table and begin their first dates. Rick and Morty manipulate the shadows in the room, creating different moods and scenarios.
Rick, now observe as we increase the shadow intensity. Notice the tension between the couples.
Morty, Rick, I think my date is into me.
Rick, Morty, we don't have time for your love life. We're scientists, remember?
As the experiment continues, the woman in the red dress catches the attention of all the male participants.
"John, excuse me, miss. I couldn't help but notice your stunning dress. What's your name?"
Woman in red. My name is Jessica. And you are?
"Richard Dawkins. I am Richard Dawkins, evolutionary biologist. Perhaps we could discuss the mating habits of the Homo sapiens over dinner."
Suddenly, the room begins to shake and the windows shatter.
Morty, oh god, we've gone too far with the shadow manipulation.
Rick, not now, Morty. We have to evacuate.
The group frantically tries to escape the crumbling lab as Rick and Morty try to fix their shadow experiment gone wrong. In the chaos, Morty and Jessica find themselves alone.
Morty, so, do you want to get out of here? Maybe grab a drink somewhere?
Woman in red. I thought you'd never ask.
As Rick and Morty successfully resolve their experiment and the group is safely evacuated, Morty and Jessica share a first kiss.
Rick, well, I guess love conquers all. And by love, I mean shadows.
The group laughs as they exit the lab, happy to have survived the craziness of Rick and Morty's latest experiment. Title: The Speculum Experiment.
Plot summary. In this episode, Rick and Morty assist Beth in conducting a scientific experiment that involves using a speculum, glue, and a drill. Jerry stumbles upon the experiment and hilariously misunderstands what is happening.
Act 1.
Morty, Beth needs our scientific expertise for an experiment she's conducting.
Really? What kind of experiment?
I'm testing the adhesive strength of glue on different surfaces, including human tissue.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Just leave it to us, Morty. We'll provide the proper scientific procedures.
Act 2.
Rick and Beth begin applying glue onto a metal surface while Morty watches.
Jerry enters the garage and sees the trio holding a drill and a bottle of glue. What on earth are you three doing?
It's a scientific experiment, Jerry. You wouldn't understand.
I'm not stupid, Beth.
I know what a drill and glue are used for.
Dad, it's not what you think. We're testing glue on human tissue.
What? Beth, are you okay?
Yes, Jerry. It's just an experiment.
The human body is a complex organism, Jerry. The proper use of a speculum is necessary to ensure accurate results.
Act 3.
Morty begins to question the experiment and Beth's involvement with the speculum. He catches Jerry inserting the speculum into Beth and becomes even more confused.
What on earth is going on here? Why are you inserting that thing into Beth?
I thought that's what the experiment was about.
No, Jerry. That's not what we're doing.
Hold on, Morty. Let's not jump to conclusions. There could be a scientific explanation for this.
Act 4.
Morty finally sees clearly the speculum inserted inside Beth and begins to panic.
Oh my God, you guys are crazy. We need to stop this experiment right now.
Morty, relax. It's not what you think.
Yeah, Morty. We're just trying to understand the complexities of the human body.
Exactly. Now let's focus on the experiment and get accurate results.
Epilogue.
The group finally finishes the experiment and discovers that glue is not a suitable adhesive for human tissue. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Jerry sitting quietly in the garage, reflecting on their bizarre experience.
Well, that was certainly a unique experiment.
Yes, but we learned something important about the human body.
I don't want to ever be a part of something like that again.
Same here, Morty.
Title: The Specular Madness.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a journey of scientific exploration and discovery as they explore the hidden depths of human anatomy and the mysteries of the universe. Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth engage in a raunchy experiment involving a speculum.
Opening scene. The camera zooms in on a high-resolution 3D image of a car, surrounded by other cars and a truck with a broken windshield. Rick and Morty are seen driving the car, with Rick behind the wheel and Morty in the passenger seat.
Morty, we're on a mission of scientific significance. We've got to get to the center of the multiverse and find the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
Gee, Rick, that sounds really complicated. How are we going to do that?
We're going to need some advanced technology and a lot of caffeine. I've got the technology, you've got the caffeine. Let's do this.
Cut to Jerry and Beth's house.
Beth, are you sure you want to do this? It seems kind of risky.
Jerry, don't worry. I've done this before. It's perfectly safe, as long as you know what you're doing.
Okay, but I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this.
Relax, Jerry. I'm the one in charge here. Just do what I say and everything will be fine.
Okay, if you say so.
Cut back to Rick and...
Okay, Morty, we're almost there. I just need you to pass me that cup of coffee.
Sure thing, Rick. But are you sure you want to drink that much coffee? It's a lot.
Of course I'm sure, Morty. We need to stay awake and alert if we're going to reach the center of the multiverse. Now, hand me that coffee.
Cut back to Jerry and... Okay, Jerry, I need you to insert this speculum, very slowly and carefully. Don't worry, I'll guide you through it.
Okay, but I really don't like the sound of this.
Just do it, Jerry. Trust me. This is going to be amazing.
Cut back to Rick and...
Okay, Morty, we're almost there. I just need to make a quick stop at the interdimensional 7-Eleven for some snacks.
But Rick, we don't have time for snacks. We need to get to the center of the multiverse.
Relax, Morty, I've got a plan. Just watch and learn.
Cut back to Jerry and...
Okay, I did it. I inserted the speculum. What do I do now?
Now I'm going to take a look inside and see what's going on. Hold still, Jerry. This might feel a little uncomfortable.
Oh God, this is really weird. I don't think I like this at all.
Oh wow, look at that. It's beautiful. I can see everything so clearly.
Cut back to Rick and...
Okay, Morty, here's the plan. We're going to go through the interdimensional drive-thru and order some burgers and fries, but we're going to pay with a time-traveling credit card from the future. The cashier won't know what hit them.
But Rick, isn't that kind of dangerous? What if we mess up the timeline or something?
Relax, Morty, I've done this a million times. It's just a prank, bro.
Cut back to Jerry and...
Okay, I think I've had enough. I'm going to take the speculum out now.
No, wait, Jerry. Let me just... Whoa. Look at that. It's amazing. It's like a whole new world inside there.
Oh, I think I'm going to be sick.
Cut back to Rick and...
Aha, did you see the look on the cashier's face? Priceless. That's how you do it, Morty. That's how you get ahead in science.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. I think we might have just screwed up the timeline.
Hey, don't worry about it. We'll fix it later. Right now, we've got burgers to eat.
Cut back to Jerry and...
Okay, I'm definitely done now. I can't take any more of this.
That's too bad, Jerry. I was just getting started. Oh well, maybe next time.
Please, no. I don't think I can handle any more of this.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty are seen driving back home, with stacks of burgers and fries in the backseat.
Well, Morty, that was a successful mission. We made it to the center of the multiverse, messed with the timeline, and got some burgers. Not bad for a day's work.
Yeah, I guess so. But what was the point of all that? What did we really learn?
Who cares, Morty? The important thing is that we had fun and caused chaos. That's what science is all about.
The screen fades to black as Rick and Morty continue their journey through the multiverse, ready for whatever strange and hilarious adventures await them next. Title: Quantum Entanglement of Kitchen Utensils.
Abstract. The current study examines the interplay between quantum mechanics and household appliances in the context of a cartoon character's kitchen. Specifically, the study looks at the placement and function of a speculum within the kitchen and its impact on the entanglement of the individuals present.
Introduction. The cartoon character, whose name is unknown, is observed standing in the kitchen with two other individuals in the background. As the scene progresses, Jerry is seen inserting a speculum into Beth, leading to the discovery by Morty. This scenario presents a unique opportunity to investigate the quantum mechanics of entanglement as it relates to kitchen utensils.
Methods. Using state-of-the-art equipment, the speculum was analyzed for its molecular makeup and quantum properties. Additionally, the positions and vectors of all persons present in the kitchen were recorded for later analysis. Morty was then asked 10 questions regarding the situation to further elucidate the entanglement of the individuals and utensils.
Results. The analysis of the speculum revealed quantum entanglement between the utensil and the molecular structure of Beth's reproductive system. This entanglement resulted in the speculum taking on the characteristics of both the utensil and the reproductive system, leading to its unique function.
The questioning of Morty revealed that he was able to clearly observe the speculum within Beth's reproductive system, indicating a complex entanglement between Morty, Beth, and the speculum. The exact nature of this entanglement will require further study.
Discussion. The entanglement of the kitchen utensil and the reproductive system highlights the unpredictable nature of quantum mechanics. The unique function of the speculum demonstrates the potential for household appliances to become entangled with biological organisms and the importance of understanding the molecular properties of all objects present in a given scenario.
Conclusion. The study provides a foundation for further research into the interplay between quantum mechanics and household appliances in real-life situations. The entanglement of kitchen utensils with biological organisms has the potential to revolutionize our understanding of the world and the objects that populate it.
Title: An exploration of extraterrestrial occurrences at the alien beach party.
The episode begins with a green alien wearing a green helmet observed in the foreground with a green light in the background. The alien is shown to be engaged in a social gathering that appears to be a beach party. The party seems to be attended by numerous extraterrestrial creatures of different shapes and sizes. The alien beach party is an intriguing microcosm that warrants closer examination from a scientific perspective. In this episode, we explore the extraterrestrial behaviors, customs, and cultures that underpin such an event. The partygoers engage in a lively zombie dance-off, which provides insight into the evolution of dance styles across different planets and species. The dance includes a range of complex movements that are unique to each of the extraterrestrial creatures, suggesting a potential intergalactic exchange of dance techniques. The party is interrupted by the appearance of Neil deGrasse Tyson, who provides an expert analysis of the physical and environmental factors that make this beach party possible. The scene shifts abruptly as the virtual reality of the beach party becomes corrupted, rendering the attendees in a state of confusion and disarray. This episode also features several failed do-it-yourself projects by the extraterrestrial creatures, which are analyzed to understand the potential reasons for their failure. The results suggest that intergalactic materials and tools may have different properties that require new scientific research and experimentation. Finally, the episode concludes with exaggerated tales of bad luck by the partygoers, providing a glimpse into the cultural significance and folklore of extraterrestrial societies. Overall, this episode illustrates the importance of taking a scientific approach to exploring extraterrestrial cultures. The Alien Beach Party provides a unique platform for investigating the complex behavioral and social dynamics of intergalactic societies.
Title: Quantum swordplay with radium and nickel.
Synopsis.
In this episode of our cartoon series, we follow the adventures of our protagonist, who will be referred to as Player, as he engages in a virtual sword fighting game. The game controller which Player interacts with is connected to a screen on which the game is displayed. The objective of the game is to defeat the virtual opponents using the virtual sword. As Player engages in the game, he encounters an opponent who introduces himself as Lord Radium. The opponent is initially difficult to defeat, but Player manages to ultimately overcome him through his superior sword fighting skills. Lord Radium disappears, leaving behind a small glowing crystal. The crystal is made up of nickel atoms, and upon closer inspection, it is found to be highly irradiated with alpha particles due to the presence of radium atoms. The radioactivity of the crystal prompts Player to conduct further experiments in order to study the properties of radium and nickel. With the help of a team of scientists, Player conducts a series of experiments using radium and nickel samples. The experiments reveal interesting properties of the elements, including their ability to emit alpha particles and their reactivity with certain chemicals. As the episode concludes, Player gains a newfound appreciation for the science behind the game. He realizes that his success in the game is not just based on his sword fighting skills, but also on his understanding of chemical and atomic properties.
Player, through this game, I was able to gain a deeper understanding of the properties of radium and nickel. This knowledge has given me a greater appreciation for the science behind the game.
Scientist, indeed, Player. The study of chemistry and atomic physics can be fascinating and even entertaining, as your experiences with the game have shown us.
Title: The Interdimensional Speculum Insertion Incident.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in the garage working on an interdimensional portal device. Jerry enters with a green shirt and green pants, holding a speculum.
Hey, guys. Beth asked me to do a quick checkup for her. Can I borrow some lube?
Jerry, you don't have to use those archaic human tools for that. I have a handheld interdimensional scanner that can detect any abnormalities in her reproductive system.
Guys, what's a speculum?
It's a medical tool used by humans to view the cervix. Morty, do you remember the time we visited a planet where the entire species reproduced asexually and had no need for such archaic tools?
Oh, no, I don't think we've been there.
Beth enters the garage and sees Jerry holding the speculum.
What the hell, Jerry? I didn't ask you to use that. Put it down and leave.
I thought I was helping.
The rest of the episode proceeds with Morty following Jerry and Beth as they secretly try to use the speculum on each other, despite Beth's protests.
Summer and Rick are working on their interdimensional scanner, while Jerry and Beth try to hide their activities.
Guys, seriously, what's with the weird green tool that you keep trying to insert into each other?
It's just a medical tool, Morty. Nothing to worry about.
Jerry, we agreed not to do this.
But it's important to make sure everything is healthy down there, Beth.
As Morty watches Jerry and Beth, he begins to realize the true purpose of the speculum.
Guys, that's not a medical tool. That's a tool used for sexual exploration.
What are you talking about, Morty?
Oh my god, Jerry, you idiot.
The episode climaxes with Morty catching Jerry in the act of inserting the speculum into Beth. Morty is shocked as he sees the tool clearly places inside Beth.
Oh my god, it's in there. That's disgusting.
I thought we were just exploring each other's bodies.
Get out of my house, Jerry.
The episode ends with Jerry leaving the house and Rick handing Morty a beer.
Hey Morty, you want to know what's really going on here?
No, Rick, I don't think I want to know.
Suit yourself.
The camera zooms out as Rick and Morty sit quietly in the garage, finishing their beers, with Jerry's green shirt and pants laying on the floor. End of episode.
Title: The Green Shirt Woman and the Blue Object.
Synopsis. This episode follows the scientific exploration of the interactions between various objects and organisms, as seen through the lens of a common household scenario. The central characters engage in a series of activities that prompt questioning and observation, leading to deeper insights into the nature of matter and life.
Act 1.
The woman in the green shirt is seen holding a blue object in her hand, her fingers delicately manipulating its surface. The object appears to be a small, round device with intricate engravings. Its material is not immediately clear, but the woman's expression suggests that it holds a particular fascination for her. As she observes it, a fish wriggles in her other hand, adding to the curious mix of living and non-living entities.
Act 2.
Jerry enters the room and approaches Beth, who appears to be in a state of contemplation. He pulls out a speculum, a metallic instrument used in medical procedures, and after a moment of hesitation, inserts it into her body. The action prompts Morty, who had been observing the scene from a distance, to approach and ask a series of questions about what they are doing.
Act 3.
Beth calmly explains the medical necessity of the procedure.
Morty, however, is more interested in the mechanics of the speculum.
He observes how it expands and contracts with the opening and closing of Beth's body, and notes the intricate metallic ridges that allow for precision control. He even goes so far as to take a close-up photograph of the instrument with his phone.
Act 4.
As the procedure concludes, Morty's observations take a more personal turn. He begins to question Jerry and Beth about their relationship and the dynamics of their intimacy. This prompts a fiery debate, with the two adults questioning Morty's maturity and boundaries.
Act 5.
The episode concludes with a final observation of the blue object in the woman's hand. The camera zooms in on its surface and reveals that it is composed of a rare and highly advanced metal that holds unique properties, including a capacity for energy containment and production. The scene fades to black as the true significance of this object remains unknown.
The speculum is an essential tool for medical examination, allowing for precision observation and diagnosis.
Wow, it's like a mechanical flower opening up inside of you.
Morty, why are you always so curious about our private lives? It's really none of your business.
I just think it's interesting how every person has their own way of interacting with their body and the world around them.
Green shirt woman. This is a blue ring made of metalloid lithium. It's essentially a self-contained power source with novel applications in energy production and storage.
Whoa, so it's like a mini battery you can wear on your finger.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty's garage laboratory. Morty is sitting in a corner, fiddling with a laser pointer. Rick is tinkering with a complicated-looking gadget.
Morty, stop playing with that thing and help me with this.
Size, alright, Rick. What are we working on?
Oh, just a little something I whipped up in my spare time. I call it the quantum duplicator.
Impressed? Wow, that sounds complicated.
Ah, you don't know the half of it, Morty. This baby uses quantum entanglement to create an exact duplicate of any object you put inside it.
Puzzled, but, isn't that impossible?
Smirks. Technically, yes, but I know a few things about bending the laws of physics. Holds up a cow with a yellow tag on its ear. Now, watch closely.
He drops the cow into the quantum duplicator. There's a loud noise and a flash of light.
Nervously, is it supposed to do that?
Shrugs. Who knows? Let's check it out.
He opens the machine. Inside, there are 2 cows, identical in every way.
Amazed! Holy crap, it worked!
Smirks. Of course it did. Now, let's see what else we can duplicate. Starts rummaging through the garage.
Cut to the kitchen. Beth and Jerry are sitting at the table, looking bored.
What do you want to do tonight, Jerry?
I don't know, Beth. Maybe we could. Trails off as he notices something on the counter.
What is it?
Picks up a speculum. I think this is yours.
Blushes. Oh, right. Thanks, Jerry.
Cut back to the garage. Morty is still fiddling with the laser pointer when he hears a noise.
Curious, what was that?
He sneaks over to the garage door and peeks through a crack. Inside the house, he sees Jerry leaning over Beth, who is lying on the couch with her legs spread. Morty gasps in shock.
Whispers to himself, what the hell are they doing?
He bursts into the kitchen. Jerry jumps up, startled.
Frantic, what are you guys doing? Why is there a speculum in Mom's? Trails off as he sees the speculum in question.
Mortified, Morty, this isn't what it looks like.
Incredulous, it looks like you're getting a gynecological exam from Dad.
Defensive. Hey, I'm just trying to be a supportive partner, okay?
Grossed out, that's not supportive, that's disgusting. And why are you using a speculum anyway? You could seriously hurt her.
Defeated, look, Morty, we were just trying to spice things up a little. Is that so wrong?
Disgusted, yes, Mom, it is. Storms out of the kitchen.
Cut back to the garage.
Rick is holding a toaster, which he drops into the quantum duplicator.
There's a loud noise and a puff of smoke.
Irritated. Damn it, I knew I should have tested this thing more before using it.
Bursts in, Rick, we have a problem.
Sarcastic. Oh, really? I hadn't noticed. Rolls his eyes.
Serious? No, Rick, it's serious. Dad put a speculum in Mom's.
Interrupts. Okay, I get it. You caught them doing it. So what?
Angry, so what? Dad could have seriously hurt Mom. And now I can't even look at either of them without wanting to puke.
Smirks. Sounds like someone needs a little perspective.
Puzzled? Huh?
Grabs Morty and drags him to the quantum duplicator. Here, let me show you something.
He drops Morty into the machine. There's a loud noise and a flash of light. Cut to a strange, alien arena. Morty is standing in the middle of a ring, surrounded by cheering crowds of aliens.
Alien 1. In an alien language, look at the puny Earthling.
Alien 2, also in an alien language. This will be too easy. Freaked out. What the hell is going on? Rick, get me out of here.
Cut back to the garage. Rick is laughing hysterically.
Wiping tears from his eyes. Oh, man, that was priceless.
Confused. What just happened? Where am I?
Chuckles. Relax, Morty, you're not on Earth anymore. You're in a parallel universe, where you're a gladiator in an alien arena.
Freaking out. What? How do I get back?
Smirks. Oh, don't worry. You won't be there for long. Drops another toaster into the quantum duplicator.
Cut back to the alien arena. Morty is fighting off a horde of alien warriors, sweat pouring down his face.
Panting. This is insane. How did I?
Title: The Interdimensional Gynecological Procedure.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in a parallel universe where medicine has advanced beyond anything they've seen before. They arrive in a sterile, white-walled kitchen where they find a robot on the table and a woman in a pink shirt.
Looks like we've stumbled upon a universe where they perform interdimensional gynecological procedures in their kitchens. Fascinating.
Oh, I don't think that's something we should be checking out, Rick.
Beth suddenly walks into the room, looking distressed.
Rick, I need your help. Jerry's trying to use a speculum on me and it's getting really uncomfortable.
Ah, the old interdimensional speculum. I've seen it all before. Morty, grab that notepad and start taking notes.
Hey, what's going on here? This is a personal matter.
Personal matter? This is science, Jerry. Now give me that speculum.
Jerry hands Rick the speculum, looking sheepish.
Oh, what exactly is a speculum?
It's a medical instrument used to dilate or enlarge an orifice, Morty. Pay attention.
Oh geez, I don't know if I want to pay attention to this.
Rick proceeds to insert the speculum into Beth, with Morty peppering him with questions.
Is that supposed to go in that far? Is that painful? Can she actually see what's going on down there?
Morty, can we please talk about this later?
It's all good, Morty. Beth can handle it. She's a tough cookie.
I don't think you understand, Rick. I can see it. I can see the speculum. It's really weird.
Well duh, Morty. That's what happens when you use a speculum. Now stop being such a prude and hand me that scalpel.
I don't think I want to watch this anymore, Rick.
Suit yourself, Morty. More interdimensional gynecological procedures for me.
As the episode ends, Rick is seen performing all sorts of bizarre medical procedures on different kitchen tables, laughing maniacally while Morty looks on in horror.